Hello. I really tried to not go live tonight. I'm not in a bad mood. I'm not in a bad mood. I'm in a grateful mood. Mm. But mm, I can't help that I care about the world in its entirety. If I could, if I was in the position of, someone like Elon Musk who's got all that money, my God, would I put it to good use? I'd invest in people, not the best stocks. Hi, Victor Vega. I appreciate you so much. I would just try to save the world. The irony of things is that, people who have that mentality are people that usually aren't in the position to save the world. And when they try to save the world, I'm not even comparing myself to, you know, people like John Lennon or Martin Luther King or JFK or Gandhi. I'm not even comparing myself to them, but we all know what happened. Almost like a repeat of, you know, it's just like the odds are against them because in their DNA, they're not built the same as, um, for an example, I was talking to Munchie tonight and talking about like how I wondered if the Holocaust never would have happened had, Hitler not been kicked out of art school and if he'd been encouraged, I mean, he's a student. So, of course he's not going to be, some Van Gogh or Rembrandt or Da Vinci off the bat, he was in art school. So to tell a student that, you're not going to succeed for something that they love, I mean, we don't know what makes some people, you know, become who they are. And they said, well, I think that maybe people who are born that way are that way. That could very well be true. But I can't help but think that encouragement goes such a long way. And come on, Tucker, don't start now because I just went live. Seriously, Tucker, don't start because I just went live. It's really annoying how you do that all the time, but so amazing that you know. Um, what I'm going to get to the point of is, couldn't it be possible that King of Chaos is just born crazy and is crazy? The first time that he ever really went at me, it was because I couldn't understand why so many people were harassing an older, you know, maybe a little bit challenged woman for making yarn crosses and selling them for $5 a piece. I mean, they've had that woman arrested. hauled off, locked up. They'll say, "Well, she's not innocent either." I've seen nothing but people harassing someone that they know is not on the same mental capacity as them because she wanted to crochet or have crafting channel or something like that. So for that, I was given a 20-minute video about how I'm a communist and other things because I couldn't understand why they were harassing, you know, possibly, obviously. I just don't like to be mean and say mentally challenged woman about making $5 yarn crosses. Now I see the same person who did that to me posting up these religious posts. While I saw them make fun of All In with Ari when she spoke about God or something and gave a blanket to a homeless person. Picked her apart. Picked her apart. Rode her coattails, though, to get people on this channel. I know for a fact that same person harassed first responders to a tragedy. You know how I know for a fact? One, because I tricked them into admitting it. And two, because they actually wanted to take credit. You too, and you too as well, Victor. Um, and two, because they took credit for a change in protocol because of what they did to first responders that they claim they didn't do. Uh, there's 16 people here. One said hello. Do 15 others not want to say hello to me? Or 16 others? Now there's 17. Do you not want to say hello? Like, I mean, I don't mind you just staying here listening because back in the days of, just radio when people really couldn't speak to the person who was talking, that was fine by me. But it's called encouragement. Now, given the opportunity to be able to agree or disagree with what somebody is saying, ask yourselves why you don't take that opportunity. Fear? I know you're not afraid of me. What is it that you're afraid of? I mean, I do want to say that I do appreciate the people who have conversations with me and are not, uh, I just can't believe that a person who had made such a big deal about how they wanted an attempt at peace has such a problem with people who are speaking to, me. and says we don't negotiate with terrorists. I'm not a terrorist, okay? Okay? But when people are trying to negotiate with Hamas, that's negotiating with terrorists. So you don't get it both ways. You don't get to call me a terrorist. I'm not a terrorist. You don't get to not know your facts that, and, uh, but buddy, you put up a video saying anyone who riots or attempts to interfere with lawful operations of ICE, DHS, or other law enforcement should be charged with insurrection against the United States of America. Why must you keep displaying your stupidity, buddy? You don't get to violate the Constitution and then call people who have stood up while there's another group, thousands of them, taking over whole cities, marching through their streets, waving that flag, representing Hamas, okay? Negotiating with Hamas while calling your own country insurrectionists, while that gets overlooked. Hmm? A country that violates so many uh, like laws of humanity, killing homosexuals, stoning women, having multiple wives, beheading people that don't side with their religion. What are these people here doing to anyone at all? Okay? When literally there's but I mean, what? What are you even talking about right here? In your stupidity. In your stupidity. So he got one comment on that said, but you're A-okay with the January 6th rioters being released from prison. Unlike Antifa, they actually, a few cops. Okay. And everybody in the world with a brain knows Antifa stands for anti-fascism. You know what I think is very, very sad? That it's fine. No one needs to encourage me to care about the world and current events. I do that naturally. I think it's gross that people like Byrne put such aggressive, attempt into making sure that they thumbs down so many of my videos that, at this point, because it's fine. I had been in his live stream 2 times, never did anything to him, so obviously, he may as well scream, die, 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 and harass Tanger or, Diane Ostertag. Uh, you know, he's got a perfectly good reason for that, I guess. Um, Now, today I did was talking to Janelle. It was uh, cordial, cordial. I just want to say, didn't it feel good that somebody helped you out with tires? Is there any part of you that feels like other people should be allowed to feel good like that too? So that I'm not just saying this to Janelle. I'm saying this to the multitude of people that have harassed me over fucking tires repeatedly and called me a scammer and a grifter and stuff. And I'm not saying that somebody isn't looking at you and seeing something in you that they feel like blessing you. That is good. If only they could do it without rubbing in my face that because I had to recently relocate and so I had to recently rehome one of my cats that I love very much, that they give it to you. And I don't know if it's that same person. What I'm saying is, though, the root of their kindness, where is it growing from? Is it coming from evil or is it coming with pure love for you? And I'm not talking about really so much the tires because you didn't mention who sent you those, but think about all the times you yourself and you have allowed people to harass me over paper plates on a wish list because I'm practical, or harass me of tires. I understand your happiness for feeling blessed, but somewhere inside that happiness, did you not feel like, what a shit I am for harassing somebody else who needed a little help too? Oh, a woman with cancer that you didn't even know. I'm not trying in any way, shape, or form to regress the progress of speaking with you today. But what I'm saying is to, for years, to slander someone and be surrounded by people who the root of their intent was out of pure evil, to take somebody else who possibly could have been blessed, but to make people who may have wanted. I'm not saying I'm not blessed. I am very blessed. I do have people who obviously won't speak to me anymore because I am trying to come to terms with some kind of peace within myself. But um and for others, I don't know, but stress isn't good for anyone. But in your joy and happiness for your blessings, did you not feel a tinge of guilt for the aggressiveness that you have made and allowed to deter others from blessing somebody else? I mean, I'm happy for you, but an apology would be pretty, pretty in order in myself. In my hi, Sharon. Right, new brakes, brand new tires. You remember the? I mean, and I'm not even trying to bring anything up. I'm really not. But the harassment towards anyone, like towards even Tandra, for sending Chewy of dog food, or e-beggars, his King of Chaos, his video, which he claims is not in any way, shape, or form wishing Sharon to OD. No, maybe it wasn't, but it was to try to make people feel a certain kind of way if they donated to her. But what you did say was, but when she ODs, and she will, that's what you said. You stated it like it was a fact. But the point is, we're all gonna fucking die. We all are. What you said was cruel. No, you didn't, OD. No, you didn't. No, you absolutely didn't, Sharon. And what you said was cruel. And now what you're doing, E-Bags, is pretty grotesque because you're not coming off as somebody smart. You're turning people off because they know you don't believe in God. You really don't. People know you don't. There's no kindness in you, especially when you harass the fuck out of me for questioning why people are um, you know, harassing a mentally challenged elderly woman for selling yarn crosses. It warranted a 20-minute video calling me a communist and every other thing you could think of. Now you got a picture up of Jesus hugging Charlie Kirk. May I ask you how tall Jesus was? Do you know how tall Jesus was? Look at the size of Charlie Kirk in this picture with Jesus. You need to stop. That is some propaganda shit right there. I'm not saying Charlie Kirk is not in heaven, but could they make this look any more ridiculous? But in the meantime, they have a memorial that costs how much money that the taxpayers paid for him, with none of his family members there. A widow wearing white, which I don't even know when I've ever seen that, but and Trump up there saying, difference between me and Charlie Kirk, though, is that he loved his opponents. He loved his enemies. I hate him. You know damn well that kid didn't do that. They said it basically in that statement. What an opponent Charlie Kirk would have been. I would have even voted for Charlie Kirk because he was open to dialogue. Do you even know when they come and they take these people off the street, King Cass? Do you even know or care where they end up? Do you even know or care? Do you? You do not. All I know is anytime I would share a Charlie Kirk video, you had a problem with it. Not because you liked him so much. You would call me a race baiter. I guess that means you thought he was a racist. Not once did you ever express any like for Charlie Kirk. You took any opportunity if I shared one of his videos to say something derogatory about it. Why would you call me a race baiter because I liked Charlie Kirk? You must have thought he was a racist. Now you've got him looking about, I don't know, maybe 8 to 10 inches shorter than Jesus, snuggling up to him. You don't know what Jesus looked like. He didn't look like that, that's for sure. You're making people sick with your fake religious behavior right now. You really are. Your very first time harassing me was because I questioned why people would harass a woman trying to sell $5 yarn crosses. That's what I did to you, you beggars. I guess. You butts. Heavenly Father, we come before you. Seek. You typed this out. Or did you clip and paste it from somewhere? I mean, you're going off the deep end, buddy. Me going live and telling you this is almost doing you a favor. It's just about doing you a favor. I mean, it's not about doing you a favor. I'm doing it because I think you're going off the deep end. But I think other people think you are as well. Heavenly Father, because what you said was anyone interfering, anyone interfering should be arrested for treason against the country. You don't give a fuck what they might be doing, right? What are you saying? They might be, maybe they're, uh, graping a bunch of Mexican women on the side of the road, and anyone interfering should be arrested. Is that what you're saying? As an insurrectionist, they're interrupting the grape of, quote unquote, illegals. Is that what you're saying, buddy? Hmm? What are you saying there? What if somebody's here legally, like maybe the people who were running the food stamp scam, fraud, and Hamtramck that cost us probably even more, $12.5 million. Hmm? That's all right by you. That's okay by you. So they can be legal, so called, here with multiple wives, which is illegal, uh, and run a food stamp fraud scam, $12.5 million in one city over a limited amount of time. You got no problem with that, huh? You don't think maybe they should be deported? You don't think so? Even when they admit that their, marriage and how they got their green card was fake, and their multiple wives and their multiple uh, 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 homes and all that. You don't think so? When they're screaming in the faces of police while, uh, putting that flag up, but burning our flag, talking about freeing somewhere that they don't even go to, huh? I like to live in America. Everything's free in America. Well, for them, anyway, now. Hmm? You got no problem with that? You got no problem? Hmm? Right. Heavenly Father, we come before you, seeking light in a world that often misunderstands your truth. Grant us hearts of wisdom to rise above ignorance and tongues of grace to answer mockery with love, not anger. You are an idiot. You are an idiot. If any of you lacks wisdom, let him ask of God, who gives to all liberally and without reproach. James 1:5. A gentle answer turns away wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger. Proverbs 15:1. How'd that work out for Jesus? He was pretty gentle when they said, "You're saying you're God or whatever." And he said, "I guess if you say I am, you say I am." He never said he was, but if you say I am. And when they asked him, "Who should we pay tax to?" He said, "Well, whose face is on the coins? You know, fucking Caesar. You know what I mean? The empire, the guy, whoever face was on it." right? But he didn't like them using the churches and the temples for money changers. All right? But he wasn't aggressive or angry towards the ones who came and arrested him. He even asked them, "Do not," when the guy cut off his other one's ear, and he fixed it. Well, okay, but not aggressive. How'd that work out for him? Hmm? Hmm? How are you gonna post this after you posted Pete Hegseth's um, speech calling for extreme violence? I'm going to look something up here though, because I want to explain to you why they were able to do that to Jesus, what they did. Oh, there's 25 silent people here. I want to explain why. Shameful. I just can't even believe that people think that Jesus just voluntarily, he was petrified. He was petrified. He was so petrified that, he was sweating blood. That's how scared he was. That's how scared he was. He asked his disciples, he asked them, "Pray for me, please." He did not want to fulfill that. He was petrified. It's an actual thing to sweat blood. Comes from real fear. He knelt down, saying, "Father, if you are willing, remove this cup from me." He didn't want to do it. Why do you consistently overlook? He did not volunteer. That's murder. It was murder. He may have went quietly, probably because he knew. He even said it himself. "Oh, well, when the rooster crows 3 times, you will have already denied me." Just like how people, 23, Sharon is the only one speaking right now. She's laying down, not saying much. Yeah, that they did not speak up. They denied him. I'm not comparing myself to Jesus in any way. What I'm saying is, at the end of the day, they killed each one of them anyway. It didn't matter if they denied him or stood by him. But at least if you're going to get killed for something worth it. They stood around and watched him die and said nothing. He says he said he came out as was custom, and he said to them, pray that you might not enter into temptation. And he withdrew from them, knelt down and prayed, Father, if you are willing, remove this cup from me. Nevertheless, it is not my will, but yours. And there appeared to him an angel from heaven, strengthening him, and being in agony. So he didn't really strengthen him. It's a lie. That's a lie. Why would he be in agony? And prayed more earnestly, and his sweat became like great drops of blood falling down to the ground. Look it up. That's a real thing. That's a real thing, but you have to be in so much fear for that to happen. That's how much fear he was in. That's how much angst he was in. Look it up. Doesn't happen often, but when it does, you're fucking petrified. He was praying more earnestly. And when he rose from prayer, he came to the disciples and found them sleeping. Yep. They weren't praying at the same time he was praying that this wasn't going to happen. They weren't watching guard. They weren't keeping guard. They were sleeping. How much sleep do you think he got? Hmm? Not much. All he wanted to do was spread the good word to people. That's all he wanted to do. That's all he wanted to do. He just wanted to be a good person. But good people were the underdog, the minority. When the Bible says, well, you know what they like to throw out to people is money doesn't buy happiness. Money doesn't. Money's the root. The love of money is the root of all evil. Money doesn't buy happiness. The Bible doesn't say you want money. Blah 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 blah. You are wrong, because although it does say those things, it also says, I can't word it exactly how it is. Now, money is a necessity, and it makes things easier because you will need it in this life to pay your bills, do this, to do that. See, rich people think poor people are supposed to grovel or feel how blessed they are if they can spare $1 to buy a scratch ticket and win 5. But if you say to them or anything at all, if it comes, there's not, and I'm not saying all rich people, please don't get me wrong. Do not get me wrong. But the majority will try to make people feel a certain kind of way. Look how I was made to feel about tires. Used tires, mind you. Not new ones, used. And not 4, only 2. Look how I was made to feel for a very long time. Like a fucking piece of living shit. That's how I was made to feel. It's the root of those blessings, where they're coming from and why, that people need to think about. When someone gives you $100 super chat in the name of dumped kitty cat to try to make me feel a certain kind of way because I had to relocate because that is life, as is life. I have to watch somebody have their life made easier while trying to make me feel a certain kind of way. Now, them doing it is who they are. Not having a problem with it and saying, meow, meow, oh, is who you are. I'm not saying you shouldn't get blessings. What I'm saying is think about the root of it. So Jesus said to them, "Why are you sleeping? Rise and pray." While he was speaking, there came a crowd, and the man called Judas, one of the 12, was leading them. He drew near to Jesus to kiss him. Now, that is where the phrase, the kiss of death, comes from. That's where that comes from. Here's the thing. We don't know, in actuality and in reality, if Judas really kissed Jesus. They didn't know what Jesus looked like. He could have kissed anyone. He said, "Whoever I walk up to and kiss is the person who is Jesus." How do we not know? We don't know. We do not know if he did not go up to somebody else and kiss them. Now, also, the money that Judas had was used to make potter's fields. Now, if you don't know what that is, that's for people who are poor to be buried. I don't know what they were doing with them prior to that money. So he used the money that he was paid to rat out Jesus, right? To go towards Potter's Field to bury the poor. To this day, there are still Potter's Fields. You can look it up if you want. There's a lot of credence to the Bible. They claim he hung himself. I mean, I don't know. I don't know about that. Um, he drew near to Jesus to kiss him, but Jesus said to him, Judas, would you betray the Son of Man with a kiss? Interesting. Isn't that interesting? And when those who were around him saw what would follow, they said, Lord, shall we strike with the sword? So, right there, people should question. Obviously, he didn't kiss him. How would they know? Uh, shall we strike with the sword? And one of them struck the servant of the high priest and cut off his right ear. But Jesus said, no more of this. And he touched his ear and healed him. I don't believe that. Since when were the disciples walking around with swords? Where in the Bible does it show them sporting swords? Then Jesus said to the chief priests and officers of the temple and elders who had come out against him, have you come out as against a robber with swords and clubs? When I was with you day after day in the temple, you did not lay hands on me, but this is your hour and the power of darkness. So, e-bangers, when you say somebody who answers with hate and aggression, they get back hate and aggression, does it sound like he's answering with hate and aggression? Then they seized him and led him away, bringing him into the high priest's house. And Peter was following at a distance. Why was Peter following at a distance? So I really wish that somebody who I know, I know that there's people probably watching that could, respond to me. It's not even that late. Um, so I know that there is, but that's all right. That's okay. And when they had kindled a fire in the middle of the courtyard and sat down together, Peter sat down among them. Then a servant girl, seeing him as he sat in the light and looked closely at him, said, this man also was with him. But he denied it, saying, woman, I do not know him. And a little later, someone else saw him. So why do they even have Peter in the New Testament? Like, why do they even give him any kind of appearance? Why would they? That doesn't even make. Why would they even? I mean, say what? Why would he even have any place amongst anything in the Bible? They're calling him a saint? Why would they even? Get the fuck? They made him the first bishop of. What the hell? been the longest reigning pope for anywhere from 31 to 38 years. Peter was crucified in Rome. Oh, he was crucified anyway? I mean, like, what the? The ancient Christian churches Peter as a major saint and founder of the Church of Antioch and Church of Rome. Get the heck out. Man, what the fuck? Now, there was a person named Simon who did carry the cross. I mean, it never actually says, oh, and then they handed it back to Jesus and, crucified Jesus. I do know that from my own studies that Muslim people actually think that Simon was the one who was crucified. I almost kind of tend to agree. But I just can't even imagine. In the Confession of Peter, he proclaims Jesus to be the Christ, the Jewish Messiah, as described in the three. It is there in the area, but he receives from Jesus the name. Man, that New Testament is fucking crock. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry to the people who. I mean, I'm not saying it's a crock that it isn't, literal for like maybe historical things, but they would have crucified anyone who came in and started turning the tables over and shit like that. Just unreal. Really, just unbelievable. Yeah, the phenomenon of sweating blood is medically known as hematidrosis. This rare condition can occur under extreme stress or anguish, where tiny blood vessels around the sweat glands rupture, causing blood to mix with sweat. This can happen in situations of emotional distress. Yeah, he was petrified. He didn't volunteer for it. The devil is a lie. Okay? Unbelievably. Unreal. Mm. So, my point is that e-bangers, you really should shut the fuck up because you're not a person who is a person of convictions. You are a person who calls me a terrorist while supporting a person who actually negotiates with terrorists. Who actually negotiates with. You called me and Swiss talking about movies, negotiating with a terrorist while you pretend that you give a fuck about anything. You still have your video up calling me a terrorist, which I think is fucking disgusting. You're going off the deep end, motherfucker. That's what you're doing. Um, this is a gross picture that you shared. And it says, let our faith stand firm, not in pride, but in humble conviction, so that our lives reflect your mercy and truth to all who watch. Now, you know, if you copied and pasted this, you're still shit. Hi, Munchie. No, you're not. You're still shit. And if you are, not you, I'm talking to e-baggers when I said you're still shit. No. Or you wrote all this and are still crap. Because obviously, when you put a gentle answer turns away wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger. Obviously, Jesus did not give them a harsh word. Uh, well, because this is between me and King of Chaos, and not. See, we can't fight everyone's battles. If we do that, we'll be fighting all the time. What happens between me and you is our actions. But you can't control what King of Chaos does. And I think it's gross that he's quoting the Bible when truly, hello, Dashi, truly he's not understanding the Bible. If he's going to write a gentle answer turns away wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger. Yeah, for you to be kind to okay, I understand. Diane asked you to be kind to her. That was a conversation between you and her. You said, well, Diane attacks my friends when Diane doesn't attack anyone. Why are you calling them that? See, Munchie, you can't control yourself right there. You see what I'm saying? Where do you see Diane or Superwoman in here saying anything right now? Munchie. Hmm? So, between them, like you spoke to Diane yourself, and you don't see Diane here saying anything, but you're going to attack Diane. My problem with King of Chaos is how he is using the Bible. Does that have anything to do with you? Well, Diane doesn't attack anyone at all. So, yeah, that's like ridiculous. No, no, no. No, no, no. No, no. I don't care for his false behavior while calling me a terrorist. Munching. I have asked him multiple times to remove the short calling me a terrorist. When me and Swiss spoke, right? And I guarantee you, Munchie, he would say this to you. Knowing that you spoke with me, he would say that sucks and that he doesn't negotiate with terrorists. I don't think of you as a terrorist and I don't think of me as a terrorist. But he would label us in that position the same way he did to Swiss. When Swiss said, what's this bullshit? What's this happy horse shit? I understand that, Munchie. What I am saying is, when Swiss shared a post about ET, something simple, something very simple, something that can be a common ground of the speaking, like we were all talking about movies and things like that. Okay, he said, "What's this happy horse shit?" No, no, no. 12 hours ago. 12 hours ago. Yes, with us, Munchie. So if you can't control King of Chaos, but I'm gonna have to disagree with you. On the fact that Diane has ever attacked anyone. Diane has never attacked anyone. But what he said to, um, okay, Munchie. Obviously, I'm going to post this so everybody can see Munchie is incapable of maintaining her own behavior and thinks that she controls my behavior when offended that somebody is using the Bible in a derogatory manner, such as King of Chaos, while calling me a terrorist. Obviously, you have left the building, Munchie. You still have some kind of delusion of grandeur that you're, I don't know, maybe because he called you a demigod. Why? Because I'm reading the Bible, Munchie? I mean, would you not agree that, let's take TH and Hamtramck, for instance, that ice could be better used in Hamtramck? I don't know. Good that you feel that way. We all should be confident. Would you not agree that if they wanted to find even, illegals that are, criminals, they could find them in the prisons first? I mean, would you not agree that that's, a fact? I mean, that's a fact. Don't you think that $12.5 million, no, no, I'm having a conversation with you about current events and actual things. You're, I don't know what clam means, but how am I stirring it up again because I care about current events? And drive to what? Why would you drive? Come on now, Munchie. You see what you're saying? All right, you're done. I had to get rid of her. Yeah, that's a shame. What a shame. That is such a shame that for some reason, but I do think she could be on something like maybe prescription pills or something. But or maybe the person who was actually in the live stream of Elliot's was not really Munchie. That could be possible. That could be possible. So maybe that wasn't the actual Munchie there, you know? But yeah, that's really a shame that uh that's just some pretty much stupidity that they couldn't answer like a legit question about you know If they really wanted to find illegals from another country, couldn't they have started with the prisons? I mean, seriously, you don't need to like go storm and through. Anybody knows Antifa means anti-fascism. They're not a group. There's no leader of them. It's just people who simply protest against things like KKK, or violence, fascism. They protest against it. Everybody should be against those things. Hitler was a fascist. Mussolini was a fascist. So for um, for Munchie to think that that is an open invitation, my distaste for those behaviors is an open invitation for them to speak so idiotically, as opposed to being able to speak like an intelligent person and act accordingly. That's too bad. But I guess since we don't refer to them as a demigod, and King of Chaos does, I guess they need their ego fueled, then that's the way they get it. I myself am not, I've been there, done that with that person. I don't know, maybe the person that came into Elliot's wasn't Munchie, but who knows? Um, Blessed are those who are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Okay, now I agree with, I mean, I disagree with that. People who are righteous shouldn't be persecuted. And nobody know there's no kings in heaven. Heaven isn't a monarchy. If people are against monarchies here, even in real life, hi Quick Vic, there is no kings in heaven. Because if there is, nobody's ever met a poor king. So what are they saying? Like there's some rich king up there and like there's no that's not how it is. I picture heaven to be like, say you're a person who wants to save the elephants, right? So you're somewhere where an elephant is about to get shot by a poacher, and you throw yourself in front of that elephant, and you get shot, and the elephant gets shot, and you both die. But in their heaven, they don't even know that they died because that elephant is there, and so are many others, and they think they were successful. That would be their heaven. God isn't going to say to them, you failed, you got shot, the elephant got shot. Nope. In their mind's eye, their perfect thing would be for them to be able to save the elephants. So heaven is what, they see in their mind's eye. They're going to think that they conquered all the poachers and all of the conservationists or the saving of the elephants work because there's so many there, but they're dead, but not there. They were victorious there. They never need to come back and revisit elephants being killed for their tusks. I watched a show one time where the elephants that are on reserves and stuff now seems probably before it wasn't like this because I don't know why, but the ivory and their tusks are more valuable the elephants that are on reserves. The wild elephants, there's something lacking in their water reserves. that makes their tusks not valuable. So where you would think that reserve reserve elephants are safer, they're not. They're not. I mean, can you imagine that if that really was Munchie who was in Elliot's earlier, and then now came here, which that truly was the real one, they couldn't contain themselves enough to allow me to have disagreements about current events, that they think that's an invite for them to start insulting people. So in the future, I will say I will not remain in any live stream catering to Munchie who doesn't have the ability to control their own behavior. There, there's never been a time, and I'll put my life on it, that Diane Ostertag, and even Superwoman, but I do know Diane Ostertag more. Diane Ostertag has never attacked anyone. The majority of all of us, we have never attacked anybody. I'm not supposed to find fault with a guy who's been attacking me for years now because I wondered why people were harassing a mentally challenged elderly lady, making yarn crosses and selling them for $5. That's not my right. Or Munchie starts harassing my friends. That's pathetically ridiculous of a thought process. To say to Swiss that she negotiates with terrorists if she talks to me and is nice is disgusting. Clearly, I am not a terrorist. That's unfortunate, Munchie. But you know what, Munchie? It's not a surprise because look at your avatar. You came in here using an avatar, as you always do, with my face. You don't even have the decency to be a normal person. It's a shame. It's a shame. And I feel very sorry for you that you have to go for a breast reduction after 2 breast augmentations, 2 BBLs. I don't know. I think I'd rather have no money, cancer with no pain, than have money and pay for chronic pain as you have. You're addicted to pills. I don't know. Poor thing. Mm. Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. Well, I don't know. I think that's in the eye of the person who's doing it, and I think that a lot of people here who do speak out against evil feel like we are overcoming. Absolutely. I want you guys to think about this. If KKK comes along and marches through a predominantly black area or predominantly Jewish area, if the people that live there have a problem with that and protest against it and come out and say, hey, don't be burning crosses on our lawn, they get arrested. Actually, you could sneak all you want, but if you are not intelligent, I don't know what to tell you, lady or thing. I don't know. But to deem people against that kind of behavior as terrorists, but to just deem KKK as extremists is disgusting. Well, it also says the meek shall inherit the earth, right? That could be. Maybe all the rich people are so fucking stupid and they think they can buy their tickets. And not all the rich people. Let me rephrase that. The ones who buy in to stupidity. I'll bet you there's probably people who bought underground places to live thinking that the millennium was going to come around 2000, all got in their bunkers and could all still be sitting there or just down there dead, thinking the world was going to end in 2000. I found it really hypocritical at Nepatrish, who was laughing about the rapture, even though she claims to be very religious. I myself, I don't believe in a lot of things. I do believe that the Bible has a lot of credence because it was written by scribes, people who were there at the time that were, recording what was going on, history of it. And it's written by scribes. Uh, the New Testament, I mean, I'm just gonna look this up. Unless somebody wants to look it up for me. There's 28 people here, but I can look it up if that's the way it has to be. But because I need to know, I want to know what happened to Matthew. That I love you too. I absolutely do. I absolutely do. I think you're one of the most beautiful people, and I think so many people that I've met on here are absolutely fantastic. And I just, all we can do is just try. And then when they display that they can't and be normal, and just think that, like, why am I supposed to agree with King of Chaos is, you know, calling me a terrorist? accusing Swiss of negotiating with a terrorist. And then Munchie spoke for Swiss, basically. Thank you, Nat. We all have a special voice. It's such a gift from God. Can you look it up for me, Nat? Can you look it up for me? Here I am. Look at it. Can you look it up for me? I just want to know what happened to him, but I'm obviously in the wrong place here, and I have so many things open on my computer. Now, Matthew is one of my favorite books of the Bible, even though it's in the New Testament, but it is one of my favorite books of the Bible. I think that it's crazy, but so revealing that on page 5 of the New Testament, Matthew tells people they don't have to go to church to pray. And it's indicative that many of those people that go to church every Sunday haven't gotten to page 5 of the New Testament. Joke's on them. The ones who go and they get ash on their heads on Ash Wednesday, it also says not to do that. It says not to fast. But we can rest assured they didn't get past the first book of the Bible. He said, ash on your forehead is the mark of a hypocrite. I can't believe that they would make somebody such. I understand that. Have you ever read Matthew in the Bible? He says, don't do it. Says, don't do it. I'm just saying. I've read the Bible, and Matthew is pretty adamant about the fact that God knows you don't have to put ash on your head to display that you love him. It's in the New Testament in the first book. I'm just telling you, you can do whatever you want. I'm just saying that in the very first book of the New Testament, it tells you not to do all of those things. Stop doing that to Tucker. Stop that shit. In the very first book. I mean, no, it is. I wish that Jesus has had some of us around him at that time. Maybe he wouldn't have been crucified. You know what I mean? I'm just saying that he needed more warriors around him. He really did. Because he was petrified. When someone sweats blood, they are scared. That is a fact. And he was scared. Hi, Robbie. He was scared. He was scared. But here's the thing. Here's the thing that, Barabbas, that they all said, let him go, let him go. He may have been Jesus. They both had the same name. Jesus, Barabbas, and Jesus of Nazareth, they had the same name. So we just don't really know. That's the thing. I just, it's sad that King of Chaos can not, no matter how many times, even though I removed my community posts and stuff about him and everything, that he could not remove that short accusing me of having something to do with that church shooting and calling me a terrorist. I think that's disgusting. I really do. I think it's gross that he just couldn't do it. He just couldn't do it. He can't bring himself to act accordingly, you know? I was told the other day that we shouldn't pray, we should declare. We declare. But I get told a lot of things and I really appreciate it all and take it to heart, you know? See, this is not good. It's Google. It's gotta be Google to look stuff up. Like, and instead of saying, you're praying for something, I say, thank you, God, for giving me this. Like, declare it, you know? And for me not to say that I have cancer, but that I was diagnosed with cancer. And this is not my journey, this is my progression. And I love that lady. I was talking to. Her name was Storm. Is whose name? Okay, Dashie. Damn, she got a booty call at 12:35. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, Dashie. I'm joking around. Um, it says Jacob, the father of Joseph, the husband of Mary, and Mary was the mother of Jesus, who was called the Messiah. Now, I would like to be told who was the parents of Mary. Oh, I believe they did tell us, didn't they? Oh my God, I can't remember. I know I read about the mother of Mary. Cannot remember the name though. Um, Thus, there were 14 generations in all from Abraham to David, 14 from David to the exile to Babylon. Oh, and thank you, Ravi. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's what I love about you guys, because Man, you guys are really capable of having some really great conversations, and I just really love that. Um, and in 14, from the exile to the Messiah. This is how the birth of Jesus the Messiah came about. His mother Mary was pledged to be married to Joseph. So it was an arranged marriage. But before they came together, she was found to be pregnant through the Holy Ghost. Now, the other day when I was speaking to Lady Storm, she said that about, the three, was the Mother, the Father, the Holy Ghost, or what? I mean, really, I'm not sure. I can't quote you for that. But she said it was because we are three-dimensional as people. I myself think that they would have most definitely killed Mary had Joseph said she was pregnant before they were married. Oh, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. That's what it was. She said it was because we were three-dimensional. Now, I feel like, well, first of all, they're cutting out Mary out of that whole three thing, right? So it isn't the Father, the Mother, and the Holy Ghost. It's the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, making us three-dimensional. They just kind of cut Mary right out of that. But um, we do know for a fact they most definitely would have killed Mary had she been found to be pregnant prior to marriage. That we know for a fact. Okay. Well, what do you mean the sign of the cross? The cross has four signs, right? It actually, in the Bible, it really doesn't say he was put up on a cross either. It kind of says a tree. But because Joseph, her husband, was faithful to the law. See, so right there. But you're right. They do actually make the sign of the cross when they do that. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. They actually do the four-way thing when there's actually that's three, right? Interesting. So Joseph was faithful to the law. So right there, confirmation that Mary would have been killed or stoned or whatever, which probably would have killed her if she was found to be pregnant. And yet did not want to expose her to public disgrace. He had in mind to divorce her quietly. Now, that doesn't make sense because they weren't married yet. Right? But after he had considered this, an angel of the Lord appeared to him in a dream and said, Joseph, son of David, do not be afraid to take Mary home as your wife, because what is conceived in her is from the Holy Spirit. She will give birth to a son, and you are to give him the name Jesus, because he will save people from their sins. I myself think killing Jesus was a sin. They killed him. He didn't climb up on there himself. He didn't hammer in the nails himself. He was so scared, so petrified. that he sweated blood. I myself, in this part here, I think that Joseph, weren't they normally given some kind of, what is it called, a dowry by the bride's family? So I mean, I don't. There's many things to consider. All this took place to fulfill what the Lord had said through the prophet. Now, I think the prophet being David, right? Didn't he mostly, right? I mean, but there was a lot of prophets in the Bible, which, a lot of people will say, oh, fortune tellers are bad, this, that, and the other thing. But a prophet is really kind of like a fortune teller, isn't it? Like, pretty much. I mean, I could be wrong. The Old Testament prophecy. Absolutely. Absolutely, Rami. That they could have, like, I do believe Jesus studied the Old Testament so much. So, and that also Joseph probably did. And was like, okay, maybe we can, like, fulfill this as a prophecy, because maybe he just loved her so much, or it was a good dowry. I don't know. Could be wrong. I find it very odd that when, they went around and were killing all the babies, the firstborn there. You remember that? The sons of, uh, maybe, that, not the firstborn. Remember in the Ten Commandments when they went around with all the spears and they were killing all the babies, and then the whole, all that. But I find it odd that he was told, I think Herod, not Pharaoh, because the Pharaoh was the one with the blood of the land, the Passover, right? Shadow of death. But then his son ended up dying. Yul Brenners. I love Yul Brenner. But Herod. Um, I find it odd that Joseph was tipped off to get them out of there. That's very odd to me, you know? It says, the virgin will conceive and give birth to a son, and they will call him Emmanuel, which means God with us. Okay, so one point it's Jesus, then the next point it's Emmanuel. Right, right? Exactly. It seemed like that whole story kind of converged, kind of like as if maybe Moses saved the Jews or did Jesus save the Jews? You know what I'm saying? Like, but Moses was a. I'm just wondering, like you said, if maybe, you know, uh, they had studied so much up on the Old Testament that maybe Joseph was like, well, this would be, yeah, harmonizing with the Old Testament. Right. Exactly. And weird, that's when it says, it says, oh, you will call him Jesus, And then right under it says, "You will call him Emmanuel." When Joseph woke up, he did what the angel of the Lord had commanded him and took Mary home as his wife. Now, they call like Lord God or Jesus. I mean, like I just feel like we are all kind of children of God. I don't think we would be here. I think that no matter how much science tries to figure out why we live and breathe and why, individual things, how they work, like even like an octopus, it being able to change its texture and everything against certain things, or the rabbits or the lizards that can change their color, things like that, everything, everything. Um, so intricate of a design that I don't think that no matter how much they try to scientifically study, it's right. God is with us. Absolutely, Robbie. Absolutely. I have mega faith in spirituality, and I believe that there is just no way that they will ever be able to disprove that God is with us. I think it's a very disgusting and dangerous thing for them with the CERN project there and all of that. I think that is disgusting. I think they should just be grateful for what was this earth, God's green earth. I really do. I think that they should just be so respectful for it. It says, but he did not consummate the marriage until she gave birth to a son, and he gave him the name Jesus. So that's weird, 1 minute it's Jesus, and then it's Emmanuel. That's all in the same rating right there to change it back and forth there. Huh. And I'm not even trying to be, any kind of way about it. I'm just saying what I'm reading is weird that they, go from one to the other. Now, isn't a magi, is that how you say it? Magi, Magi. Now, and that's another thing. Where was Aramea? There must have been an Aramea, but I don't ever hear them mention it because that's what Jesus spoke was Aramaic. Magi, magi, magi. I don't know. I really, but that means what? Magician, right? Which also they say, oh, that's sin. But prophets, like, uh, mag. I don't know. You know what I mean, though. Um, and was there an Aramea? I mean, because that's why he spoke was Aramaic. But was there an Aramea? because, it doesn't mention Aramaic in the Bible at all, but I do know for a fact that Jesus spoke Aramaic. So it says the Magi visits the Messiah. After Jesus was born in Bethlehem in Judea, and I'm just going to say it really grosses me out that Bethlehem is not somewhere that anyone can visit because, you know, although they want to free Palestine, they don't want to free Bethlehem, the birthplace of Jesus, for visitors. And you can, rest assured that the rest of the places where Jesus walked and other very significant biblical figures walked and are buried. And now all of that is being destroyed, even, like within Palestine. They'll never be, you can't fix those, you can't recover those. When they're paved over and a casino is built over it, can you imagine going to where these biblical sites are to gamble, not to pay homage, not to walk in the footsteps of Jesus, but to park your car on the concrete paved over them and gamble? Have you ever? It makes me nauseous even speaking of it. It makes me nauseous. It's so fucking disgusting. They paved paradise and put up a parking lot. People go to Israel for like the kibbutzs and stuff. I mean, I can't even imagine. People, a lot of people just think this is like a war. It's not. It's utter destruction. You think Jesus is going to come back and maybe put his handprints and his footprints in the cement? No. Mm. Nope. It's not going to happen. How could you? How? How could you? How? How could they do this? Anybody who is okay with the total destruction of anywhere there in those places. Syria. Syria is one of the most, the most oldest, right? Oldest city, oldest place. I mean, like, how can they be so disgraceful and call themselves Damascus? Thank you so much, Robbie. That's in Syria, right? Right? Exactly. How, how, how can they call themselves? They seriously, King of Chaos, how can you sit there and write all of what you wrote and pretend to love anything about the Bible, let alone, human people. When you can sit there and not demand that both sides fucking stop. Because at the end of the day, clearly God loved both. And, what was his name? I know that Mosaic Mom had come in here and said it. Hagar's son. Hagar was the mother. Uriah. Was it Uriah? I could be wrong. The other, Abraham's other son. You know what I'm saying? Ishmael. Ishmael. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ishmael. God loved both of them, and so did their father. The mothers, yeah, sure, there was some, you know, lap- you know, animosity going on. But at the end of the day, God came and loved both of them. Promised them both, land. But this one particular, I'm going to say this, religion is fucking nuts. And I'm sorry. I apologize. I know that there's two sides to the Muslim religion, the Shia and the Sunni. They, I am assuming one is less aggressive than the other. Is that correct? I can't, I've already got this Matthew book open up here. Is that correct that they are both, um, they're both Muslim, but probably one is less aggressive than the other? But anywhere that you look, any time that you are looking up Islam, they're not being passive and peaceful, but they are rich as shit, and they are in abundance. And right, but I can say from what I'm seeing is that there's some shit going on. Because you know that the people in Qatar are Muslims, and they are one of the richest countries in the world, if not the richest. And they don't, nobody's saying to them, hey, why are you letting these people in Gaza starve? Other Muslims, right? But Israel is trying to get food to them, and their own. I just don't even understand when we started to negotiate with terrorists. I'm not saying they are all terrorists there. What I'm saying is clearly we are treating, uh, you know, actually known group, a terrorist group, like they're supposed to have s- any speech or rights of anything. I mean, It's disgusting. And I just think at the end of the day, both countries are going to end up paved over in prime real estate. Not all of Palestine, but at least the, Gaza Strip and Israel. They wouldn't care about paving over Israel. There's no oil there. There's no oil. It's gross. It's very gross. Annette and I, one time I did a live stream where the group Assad, I think, was running Syria, and it was just a disgraceful, disgusting thing that was going on there. And now they're actually acting like Israel is running Syria and doing horrible things to the Syrians, and what much better shape it was in when Assad was in. That is incorrect. Incorrect. But Israel is like one of the least aggressive countries in the world. Can't these people have a place to lay their head? I mean, I'll never get over how those Jewish people felt that had kept a kosher kitchen for so long and so many years through generations, that were yanked out of their house without their kosher, utensils and dishes and silverware and stuff like that. And they kept a kosher kitchen. And the plates and the silverware and everything was probably passed down through generations, but then was probably just smashed, tromped on, and everything. And that at the concentration camp, to be given a bowl that you shit in and eat out of and wash with muddy rainwater. They were already dead to them. As Jesus said, it was over. It's finished. The disgustingness. Disgustingness. So gross. You're probably related to Jesus, Nana. I think we all are, in my opinion. Not by Jews, Nana. I'll be honest with you, the Muslims, which are really Islamic, they hate every other religion. I don't care what anybody says. They hate every other religion. So he was born in Bethlehem in Judea during the time of King Herod. Magi from the east came to Jerusalem and asked, "Where is the one who has been born King of the Jews? We saw his star when it rose and have come to worship him." That sounds so weird. I wonder what is from the east. I wonder what is east of Jerusalem. if I had a research assistant. Persia is east of, really? Now, Persia, is that like the Middle East, or is that in some sense like Asian as well? I always felt like Persia was a bit like, yeah. Oh, Iran today. Okay. Now, is that between like Turkey? So, okay. I wonder who this Magi was. Same general region. Okay. I was supposed to be in The King and I. Don't make me relive it. That's the biggest regret of my life. I was going to be the littlest princess because I looked Persian. Says, when King Herod heard this, he was disturbed, and all Jerusalem with him. When he had called together all the people's chief priests and teachers of the law, he asked them where the Messiah was to be born. Oh, okay. And I'm curious that what religion was King Herod? In Bethlehem in Judea, they replied, for this is what the prophet has written. So you're right about where you're saying how they were most likely trying to make it align with um, harmonizing with the Old Testament. Hmm. But you, Bethlehem, in the land of Judah, are by no means least among the rulers of Judah, for out of you will come a ruler who will shepherd my people Israel. What's that even mean? Then Herod called the Magi secretly and found out from them the exact time the star had appeared. Herod? So you think that maybe he just thought that Jesus might like be the next for the throne or something, that he had gotten the throne? I wonder how he even got the throne. What do you mean I do minions? God, you are super smart, Robbie, huh? Damn, super smart. What happened to going on Jeopardy? But the Magi were the ones. Oh, he thought he what he said. Ah, okay. 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 I love that you guys are here so that, yeah. So he said he had called together all the people's chief priests and teachers of the law and asked them where the Messiah was supposed to be born. Okay, so they is what the prophet has written. But you, Bethlehem, in the land of Judah, are by no means least among the rulers of Judah. Okay. Um, he, I think that's so amazing that even back then they were able to actually, you know, notice when like new stars appeared and stuff. Like, that's pretty amazing that, without, like, what are they use, telescopes or something now? Without all of that, they were following stars so much, but then again, I feel like because they were so maybe bored and that some of them would just stare up in the sky, that was what they did. Oh, is that what you've been doing, Nat? Everyone has been asking, where you've been lately, Nana. So I'm glad to see you in here because I just kept saying, that you were doing fine, spending time with your kids, and that I had spoken to you and you were fine. So he sent them to Bethlehem and said, "Go and search carefully for the child. As soon as you find him, report to me so that I may go and worship him." So I'm thinking that the three wise men were the Magi. Am I correct? Could I be wrong? I mean, I could be wrong, but I feel like they were the Magi. Is that how you pronounce it? That's how I'm gonna pronounce it. I feel like that's short for magician or something, but I could be wrong. But he said after they heard the king, they went on their way, and the star that they had seen when it rose went ahead of them until it stopped over the place where the child was. When they saw the star, they were overjoyed. On coming to the house, they saw the child with his mother Mary, and they bowed down and worshipped him. Then they opened their treasures and presented him with gifts of gold, frankincense, and myrrh. And having been warned in a dream not to go back to Herod, they returned to their country by another route. So Herod was a town then? Oh, they became kings, Robbie? Were they the three kings of Orient? We three kings of Orient are. Oh, interesting. When they had gone, an angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream. Get up, take the child and his mother, and escape to Egypt. Stay there until I tell you, for Herod is going to search for the child to kill him. So he got up, took the child and his mother during the night, and left for Egypt. That's weird to me. I feel like maybe they warned him. Maybe they got like a bad feeling themselves about it. Where he stayed until the death of Herod. And so was fulfilled what the Lord had said through the prophet. Out of Egypt I called my son. When Herod realized that he had been outwitted by the Magi, yeah, see? That's why I'm thinking they told him. He was furious, and he gave orders to kill all the boys in Bethlehem and its vicinity who were 2 years old and under, in accordance with the time he had learned from the Magi. Then what was said through the prophet Jeremiah was fulfilled. Oh, it was through Jeremiah. Ah, okay, Robbie. The three wise men. Okay. A voice is heard in Ramah, weeping in great mourning. Rachel weeping for her children and refusing to be comforted because they are no more. Okay, so who was Rachel? Wasn't she one of the? So Rachel was weeping for all her children? What do you mean, one of them? Oh, one of his wives? Didn't he have many? That's terrible. After Herod died, an angel of the Lord appeared in a dream to Joseph in Egypt. Isn't that weird how they're always saying, like, this angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph? So, what children, when she said, are no more? So, Jacob and Rachel are from the Old Testament, right? Right? So, Matthew is just like relaying a story that he must have been told. Hmm. So, how much time lapsed between the Old Testament ending there and then the New Testament starting up? Man, there's just too many. Like, how much time lapsed? If he's like saying that Jesus was born while Rachel and Jacob were still alive, is that possible? Like, according to the timeline? So, is that even possible? Or are they speaking metaphorically when they said, hold on, a voice is heard in Ramah, weeping and great mourning, Rachel weeping for her children and refusing to be comforted because they are no more. So that sounds like that she was actually living then. So which one was actually from the house of David? That just is so mm, questionable, right? It said, "Get up and take the child and his mother and go to the land, for those who were trying to take the child's life are dead." So he got up, took the child and his mother, and went to the land of Israel. But when he heard that Archelaus, now, is it Archelaus? Is that the name of the person who appears in the Old Testament as being like, is it? Rima, was reigning in Judea in place of his father Herod. He was afraid to go there. Having been warned in a dream, he withdrew to the district of Galilee, and he went and lived in a town called Nazareth. So was fulfilled what was said through the prophet, and he would be called a Nazarene. Who's this angel who keeps going to this guy and telling him everything ahead of time? I mean, seriously. I'm not even trying to be any kind of way, but as far as I'm concerned, this guy would be, like, miraculous if he kept getting dreams like this telling him what he's supposed to do. Or he just was setting up Jesus to do this and to be this, like you said, harmonizing with the Old Testament. So weird. So weird. I'm not even trying to be any kind of like weird way, like, and I'm just still not even mentioning Aramaic, even though he spoke Aramaic. Now, here's where I think, don't they call when people take communion the Eucharist? Don't they also refer to John the Baptist as the Eucharist? I mean, a part of me thinks that John the Baptist really was more important than they actually ever let him be. It's not for you. It's mine. It's my juice. My juice. My juice bag. My juice bag. You don't have juice bags. In those days, John the Baptist came, preaching in the wilderness of Judea, and saying, repent, for the kingdom of heaven has come near. This is who was spoken of through the prophet Isaiah. See, that's what makes me like, I just feel like, but the way this guy is talking, Matthew, the way I feel like he's speaking, how could they ever have actually been followers of Jesus if centuries had passed? I mean, I'm not saying they couldn't have followed his word, but how could they even known him? Like, were they even around when King Herod was around? That's what's odd to me. Like, centuries are like 100 years, right? I mean, Yeah, I feel like they weren't even around then to even have been around him, you know? So weird. Like, when did Jesus, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is he who was spoken of through the prophet Isaiah, a voice of one calling in the wilderness, prepare the way for the Lord, make straight paths for him. John's clothes were made of camel's hair, and he had a leather belt around his waist. His food was locusts and wild honey. Ugh. Oh, and Micah's in the Old Testament? Okay. It doesn't make sense, does it? I know, right? Yeah. I mean, maybe if you dipped them in honey and then ate them. I mean, it just doesn't seem like. I mean, it doesn't seem like he was a vegetarian if he was wearing camel hair, right? People went out to him from Jerusalem and all Judea and the whole region of Jordan, confessing their sins. They were baptized by him in the Jordan River. But when he saw many of the Pharisees and, now I don't know how to say this, Sadducees? Sadducees. Well, no, I'm just saying, why would he eat locusts and honey? Then again, that's not vegetables. Locusts aren't vegetables. What am I thinking? I didn't even know they were making leather belts back then. What's going on here? Um, coming to where he was baptizing, he said to them, "You brood of vipers, who warned you to flee from the coming wrath?" So were they there to be baptized and confess their sins? And he was like, "You brood of vipers!" Like, and who are these Sadducees? Like, produce fruit in keeping with repentance. I don't know what that means. And do not think you can say to yourselves, "We have Abraham as our father." I tell you that out of these stones, God can raise up children for Abraham. Yeah. Is this what it really says in the Bible? I mean, I'm just saying, like, wasn't Rachel just crying because all her children were killed? Why does he want them to? The axe is already at the root of the trees, and every tree that does not produce good fruit will be cut down and thrown into the fire. I baptize you with water for repentance, but after me comes one who is more powerful than I, whose sandals I am not worthy to carry. He will baptize you with the Holy Spirit and fire. I don't want to be baptized with fire. his winnowing fork i- is in his hand. What's a winnowing fork? Is that like a pitchfork? Spooky. And he will clear his threshing floor, gathering his wheat into the barn and burning up the chaff with unquenchable fire. Wow, that sounds pretty fucking scary. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Right, exactly. Okay. Oh, they ate the apple. What a sin. On the flip side, an apple a day keeps the doctor away. I mean, which is it? Right. Then Jesus came from Galilee to the Jordan to be baptized by John. But John tried to deter him, saying, I need to be baptized by you, and do you come to me? Jesus replied, Let it be so now. It is proper for us to do this, to fulfill all righteousness. Then John consented. So strange. Why would Jesus, who was, from what I've heard, not down with organized religion, who started baptizing in the first place? Like, where did that even come from? Well, John just was like, I'm going to just baptize people. I'm going to throw water on 'em." But where did that even come from? I don't even understand. Like, baptizing. Like, Jews don't get baptized. So, but they also say, oh, 1 minute, Jesus was a Jew. And then they also say that he didn't believe in organized religion. Strange that he would have gotten baptized. Okay, I understand that. A basic of water, or a basin of water. What do you mean you're spitballing? What does that mean, spitballing? No, I'm saying, how did it come about, CW? That's what I'm saying. Like, when they call John the Baptist because he baptized people, is that something that he came up with, or, you know, like, you remember when, like, people would say, to be born again, and so they would get baptized? And when we would watch people who would get baptized, like, in rivers, and it almost looked like, this reverend is holding them underwater almost, like, holding their head underwater. What do you mean, come on now? I'm asking a simple question. Um, there's, like, say, if somebody was looking to be born again because maybe I'm not talking about in Bible days or anything, I'm just talking about in general, when we would see people use, like, the river to baptize people, and people would go down to the river and they get baptized. Um, oh, they took what? From the conversation between, and who is Nicodemus? See, you guys are so smart. But I think, like, say somebody was feeling that they hated life and they didn't want to live no more, right? And then they're like, all right, I'm gonna No, I'm thinking of, feeling like suddenly you do love life. Like, if you didn't feel like, your life was worth living anymore, and then someone was holding you under the water, and you just wanted to live and pushed up against that hand because you want to live, suddenly you realize how much you want to live. I never saw that movie. I never saw it. But suddenly you realize, hey, how much you want to live. And you're fighting against the feeling of somebody holding you underwater to live. And you come up and take that gasp of air and are so thankful to be alive. Like, that could also bring you a feeling of, you know, rejoice. And, you know, I mean, what, that I didn't see the movie? I did hear a song from it before. Um, but I've never seen it. What's it about? What's it about? Oh, it's crazy that I didn't see it. The movie? I didn't realize it. What's it about? I do like George Clooney. He's really funny. I watch him in the audio commentaries. Hi, Dashi. I watch him in the audio commentaries of things, and there was an audio commentary of the one, I think it's called Dust to Dawn or something, the Quentin Tarantino one, where with, oh my God, Juliette Lewis is in it, I think. Salma Hayek. Um, Salma Hayek was in it. It's by Quentin Tarantino. It's like about vampires. And then I watched the audio commentary, and he goes, "One thing that really annoys me is Juliette Lewis is always knocking on my trailer saying, 'We have to rehearse our love scenes.' And I have to tell her all the time, 'Juliette, we don't have any love scenes.'" Oh, wow, Dash. I hope she's all right. Why can't anybody just tell me what it's about? Obviously, I would have watched it if I don't. You don't know what I'm talking about. It's a movie. So, yeah. Down by the riverside. Said, okay. Nobody told me what a winnowing fork is. I believe it to be a pitchfork. And Jesus replied, "Let it be so now." It Now it is proper for us to do this to fulfill our righteousness. Then John consented. As soon as Jesus was baptized, he went up out of the water. At that moment, heaven was opened, and he saw the Spirit of God descending like a dove and enlightening on him. I thought he was God. Wow. Um, and a voice from heaven said, This is my son, whom I love. With him I am well pleased. So God didn't say that Jesus was God. Hmm, interesting. So I don't think that Jesus thought he was God. John the Baptist, his preaching, his manner of life, and baptism. John reproves the. Okay, so that's the. Okay. I cannot believe that clearly he didn't think he was God. Then Jesus was led by the Spirit into the wilderness to be tempted by the devil. After fasting 40 days and 40 nights, he was hungry. He would have died. The tempter came to him and said, "If you are the Son of God," see, still not saying he's God. Oh, yeah, she was praying. Oh my God. Was it a lie? Oh my God, Dash. I'm so sorry. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. I'm very sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that. I know, yeah, you're right. She is okay, yeah. I'm sorry about that, my love. Okay, Dashy, we love you. Okay, so is the tempter really the devil, or is he just somebody asking this guy to do things that were impossible and ridiculous? Because he says the tempter, which is not, came to him and said, "If you are the Son of God, tell these stones to become bread." And Jesus answered, "It is written, man shall not live on bread alone, but on every word that comes from the mouth of God." Then the devil took him to the holy city and had him stand on the highest point of the temple. "If you are the Son of God," he said, "throw yourself down, for it is written, he will command his angels concerning you, and they will lift you up in their hands, so that your will not strike your foot against a stone." So that you will not, okay, so that you will not strike your foot against a stone. Jesus answered him, "It is also written, do not put the Lord your God to the test." So Jesus was pretty smart, right? And again, the devil took him to a very high mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the world and their splendor. All this I will give you, he said, if you will bow down and worship me. Jesus said to him, away from me, Satan, for it is written, worship the Lord your God and serve him only. Then the devil left him, and the angels came and attended him. But I bet that there is some people who, when, like if the devil actually came to them and said, you know, look at all the kingdoms of the world, they will be all yours. All this gold, all this, that, blah, blah, that they would do that. When Jesus heard that John had been put in prison. Now, why was John put in prison? He withdrew to Galilee. Leaving Nazareth, he went and lived in Capernaum, which was by the lake in the area of Zebulun and Naphtali, to fulfill what was said through the prophet Isaiah. Land of Zebulun and land of Naphtali, the way of the sea beyond the Jordan, Galilee of the Gentiles. The people living in darkness have seen a great light. On those living in the land of the shadow of death, a light has dawned. From that time on, Jesus began to preach, repent, for the kingdom of heaven has come near. So he was saying and doing the same thing that John the Baptist was then. Who, Jesus did? Oh, John the Baptist did. You're right. You're right. I remember that. Yep. John the Baptist did. Yep. Yep. I remember that. Yep. As he was walking beside the Sea of Galilee, he saw two brothers, Simon called Peter and his brother Andrew. Now, why did they change their name like that? That doesn't make sense to me either. They were casting a net into the lake, for they were fishermen. Come follow me, Jesus said, and I will send you out to fish for people. Well, I think they were looking for something to eat, not people. Just kidding. Just kidding. At once they left their nets and followed him. Going on from there, he saw two other brothers, James, son of Zebedee, and his brother John. What Petrus means, stone or rock. They were in a boat with their father Zebedee, preparing their nets. You stop, Tucker. Fucking stop, man. Jesus, man. Preparing their nets. Okay. Immediately they left their boat and their father and followed him. Jesus went throughout Galilee, teaching in their synagogues, proclaiming the good news of the kingdom and healing every disease and sickness among the people. News about him spread all over Syria. There's Syria in the Bible. And people brought to him all who were ill with various diseases, those suffering severe pain, the demon possessed, those having seizures, and the paralyzed, and he healed them. I don't believe it. Sorry, I just don't believe it. I mean, unless he was, one of those people who, like uh, you know, um, I mean, just come on now, paralyzed and he healed them. I mean, maybe if they believed it, maybe. But the whole raising Lazarus from the dead, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but if somebody that I loved had been dead for 3 days, and maybe he was in a coma, I don't know. But if they had actually been dead for 3 days, I think I would be. Would that be a necromancer? Isn't that what that's called? Isn't it? It just doesn't even make sense. Like, were there actual doctors back then that were like, was there real pharmaceutical companies and fucking machines that could heal people who are paralyzed? Why would they even crucify somebody if he could actually do those things? Right. But the bottom line is, why would they crucify somebody? If Herod is dead, so there's no more, thought that they may usurp his throne. This guy can heal people who are, sick. What about him would make them at this point now be like, oh, I mean, he's not even trying to be a king. Like, he's not even trying to be a king or he's upset, or try to take anybody's throne. What's their thralls? What does that mean? Their thralls. Yeah, I would never be raising somebody from the dead. We saw Pet Cemetery, we know. But wouldn't this person be of more use to them alive than dead? Like, when they think to themselves, oh, what if our loved one became paralyzed and we needed this guy? I'm sure he wouldn't be like, no, you're this guy's daughter. I'm not going to help you. Wouldn't it make more sense to keep him around? Doesn't even make sense to me that there would be like, this fucking guy. If I ever become paralyzed, he could help me, but I think you might, like, that just doesn't even make sense. which would be what? Like, because I get it, like, they want to, but at the end of the day, they all, in my opinion, a lot of them think they can be complete and utter assholes. Even maybe even kill people and put them in the ground. And then in their last moment of breath say, you know, I accept Jesus Christ as my savior, and blah, 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 and then they're going to go to heaven. That's dangerous to make people think, you know, oh, Jesus died for our sins. We got some sinning to do. It's not wasted. You know what I'm saying? Like, that just doesn't even, to me, make logical enough sense. It's just not even logical to me that even the timeline, hi Dashy, even the timeline that they're talking about is nonsensical. It's just not, it doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? Doesn't even make sense that they would like revere Mary so much. Being as, she gave birth to him, in a way that they would think was, oh, that's magical. That, I think then a bunch of people would be coming over and say, oh, an angel came to me. It's Immaculate Conception. Wouldn't they all be doing that? What's more of a Catholic thing? At the end of the day, if this guy is, strictly Jewish, he's not getting baptized. As large crowds from Galilee. Oh my God. So is Galilee in? Yeah, I just don't, yeah, I really do not believe. I'm sorry. I don't believe that somebody's getting pregnant without sex. There's just, I'm sorry. Sorry. I just don't believe it. Uh, is Galilee in Syria? News about and people brought to him. Like, I mean, what's this guy just walking everywhere? Like, I mean, this guy's walking everywhere? The hell? Large crowds from Galilee, the Decapolis, Jerusalem, Judea, and the region across the Jordan followed him. Come on. I mean, I could see a bunch of people like it's a ways north of Jerusalem, right? Like, come on, none of this. In actuality, it's nonsensical. I mean, it's I believe the Old Testament is the Old Testament is more accurate in the way of scribes. I do think that oh my god, who was it? Elijah. I do think that's kind of weird that a chariot of fire took him up. Could it mean that maybe he was riding on something that caught on fire? The parting of the Red Sea. I feel like it was maybe low tide. Um, I mean, I'm not saying that some of these things didn't happen, but and I'm not saying that that I know I can't help that because I see people like King of Chaos and Nepatrish uh sitting there saying, picking on Angel Baby for liking angel numbers or King of Chaos, the way he is. He's just not even a religious person. Like, okay, so all these people go and they put prayer hands for Munchie when she said she was sick, which obviously she's in the head, but not like physically. But right, you can't make sense of it logically, right? Right, which is what I mean, like that. I totally believe that God exists, but to see so many people be so cruel to God's creations or the actual archaeological evidence of these people and bomb it and destroy it. I think it's not that I don't believe in the Bible so much as I don't believe in them being as good as they think they are. So, all these people put up, these prayer hands for Munchie, and she takes down her post. I would never be able to do that inside. Same with even, yeah, I just wouldn't be able to do something like that because um, it just seems shitty, you know? But literally, I honestly don't think that some people just well, to come in and call Diane a monster hag. Like, what the fuck is wrong with that person? That's fucking ridiculous. You know? Or him being a person who, joined in the harassment of an elderly, challenged woman selling her knitted crosses for $5. Munchie called Diane Ostertag Monster Hag. And these are the people who all think that they're going to heaven because they think they also will say things like, God doesn't make mistakes, but homosexuals are going to hell. Like that's So hypocritical right there. Like, so hypocritical. I'll never forget, and I've told this story before, uh, seeing that there was a Jimmy Swaggart channel. Is that guy even still alive? I mean, he looked alive, but he was playing old sermons of him where he's got this big Rolex on and shit. Obviously, before what even occurred with him, uh, occurred. And he's like, acting like, well, for sure I'm going to heaven. Google says no. How long ago did he die? Because this was a few years ago. And it was like he had like acquired, whether it was like, oh, okay. So recently, well, good. Yeah, that's me, well, good. Because I could not believe that he had acquired these new followers that thought literally that that was him. Like now, got a huge Rolex. Basically, he even said, I mean, like, I'm not worried because, blah, 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 blah. And we all know what a crook he was. And so I go and I'm like, hold on a minute. I go, that's old Jimmy Sweat. What's going on here? I said. I was just like in shock. I said, don't you guys know like what he did? And everybody there was like, as if they don't have Google as well, I mean, I lived through it, so I knew. But as if they couldn't Google to confirm, And they were like, they wanted me to shut up. They wanted me to shut up. I was like, wait, can't even understand this. You guys are giving this person money again? I mean, he's back in the saddle? What the fuck? And they were all like, the power of Christ compels you. The power of Christ compels you. Like, literally trying to give me an exorcism for speaking the truth. Crazy. So crazy. So I just want to know, so Jesus was walking around all these places, but when he decided to go to, where was he at when, where did he go to when they ended up killing him? What was it? What city? They finally go somewhere and they give him a donkey to ride in on. Like, he's just walking everywhere until he gets to the city where he's supposed to go in on a donkey so he can look like the guy they're supposed to kill. Is that where they killed him? Jerusalem? That's where he went and they killed him? Get out, Robbie. Really? The fuck is wrong with these people? Are you fucking kidding me? The hell is wrong with these people? We knew he was gonna come here eventually. Somebody give him that donkey. And, oh, and for the first time ever, the wasn't stubborn as a mule. It moved. I mean, like, come on, man. The fuck? I'm not saying that. It says, okay, now when Jesus saw the crowds, he went up on a mountainside and sat down. And he was like, "What the fuck? Why are these people following me? I'd like to keep a low profile. I'm gonna get killed because of you fuckers. Didn't you see what happened to John the Baptist? What the hell are you guys doing? Why can't you keep it undercover?" Now, he's only saying this to his disciples. He's not telling everybody that this is how they're supposed to be. He's telling the people who appeared like they wanted to keep, his word, and he's teaching them how he feels like somebody who is doing the Lord's work. Yes, he absolutely did. Absolutely did. Absolutely did. Damn straight. So he's teaching the people who he thinks are going to spread the word and be teachers of, the gospel. He says, "Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven." That doesn't even make sense. The poor in spirit? What does that mean? What does that even mean? The poor in spirit? What does that mean? Yeah, he did. And he was even uh, singing it in the ninth hour. What does that mean? Poor in spirit. I want to know what that means. I want to know exactly what that means. So if you're not spiritual, you're blessed and you get the kingdom of heaven. What does that even mean? Well, then that totally contradicts God helps those who help themselves. Mm. No, I believe you. Yeah, yeah. We see a state of spiritual blessing in God's favor. Okay, so the kingdom of heaven is not a place, it's a state of spiritual blessing and God's favor. Okay, okay. Now that makes more sense. That I would say I was feeling pretty broken in spirit and humble when diagnosed with cancer, and praying, knew, of course people do when they're down and out. They're like praying to God, right? um Prior to that, of being diagnosed with cancer, I kind of thought God hated me and didn't know why I was here, you know? After having cancer, I feel like I'm in God's favor. The irony of that, right? I feel like I'm in God's favor. So just to be alive now for me is heaven. I don't want to, I would rather not die and expect some heaven. Not that I don't give myself that, dream and image that, this isn't all there is. I mean, this is all there is. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't want to believe that, there's just nothing, but I don't know exactly what there is. But what I do know is what's here and now in front of me. I believe in God because I believe in the wind. I believe in things you can't see. I also believe scientifically that God had a lot to do with things that can't be solved scientifically. But I don't believe that killing somebody who was so well versed in the Old Testament and was just going around spreading good news, that killing him was the right thing to do. I don't believe that his blood saves anybody from their sins. I think it was a sin to kill him. And I don't believe that a bunch of people I'm not putting down anybody who does believe that, but I have had quite an experience with people who literally think they can run around and sin all they want, and in their dying breath think that they can accept Jesus Christ as their savior and the blood of Christ has washed them of their sins, and then they go to heaven. I think that theory created a bunch of people who thought they were free to run around and be assholes. Same with people who kill people and then give a bunch of money to the church, and that's fine. I also think perhaps confession was something that was invented by the church to hear what people were doing and then hold it against them. I'll never forget, hearing that Hitler could go to heaven. I mean, I can't even. So here, is King of Chaos, and he's putting up all this religious stuff. And Debbie says to him, "You're ridiculous." She says, "You're only putting up all this religious stuff because of Tracy." And I believe her to be correct. Like, he does not believe in anything that he's saying. Like, if Swiss and I spoke about a common interest in movies, and I suggested E.T. to her, and he goes there and says, "What's with all this happy horse shit?" And she says, "Oh, well, we spoke about movies." And she suggested, E.T. Uh, he said, "Oh, well, I don't negotiate with terrorists. I'm not a terrorist. I'm not a terrorist." Um, for him to do the things that he does. No, you're absolutely right, Nat. Absolutely right. And the church and the temple really is our body. I mean, it really is. And uh yeah, for him to not be like, he's just so it says blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they will be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they will be shown mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they will see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God. Blessed, okay, so yeah, I think we are. Blessed are those who are, that's funny. That statement there, blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God. That would mean that everybody isn't a child of God. And that's something. Blessed are those who are persecuted because of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are you when people insult you, persecute you, and falsely say all kinds of evil against you because of me. Rejoice and be glad, because great is your reward in heaven. For in the same way they persecuted the prophets who were before you. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I do believe that Jesus existed, but couldn't he have taken that sickness that he took out of people and put it into people that fucking deserved it? I mean, I'm not trying to be any kind of way, but after he was crucified, there's still a shit ton of evil going on. Like, a lot of evil. It's pretty gross. It's really pretty gross. You are the salt of the earth, but if the salt loses its saltiness, how can it be made salty again? It is no longer good for anything except to be thrown out and trampled underfoot. If you salt the earth, you can't grow anything. You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Neither do people light a lamp and put it under a bowl. Instead, they put it on its stand, and gives light to everyone in the house. In the same way, let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven. Where, yeah, just as what Dashi Dives is saying here, we've got e-beggars sitting there now. Does he think does he think the end of the world could be coming? And is that why he's posting all of these biblical things? Like, um, do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have come to I have not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth disappear, not the smallest letter, not the least stroke of a pen, will by any means disappear from the law until everything is accomplished. What does that even mean? Right. And then at the same time they say, oh, if you say this, in your dying breath, God will forgive you. You can't judge somebody and then be like, oh, but you said that you accept this, so you're fine. You know what I mean? Um, for truly I tell you, until heaven and earth disappear. Okay. So if heaven is going to disappear and okay, what does he mean? Therefore, anyone who sets aside one of the least of these commands and teaches others accordingly will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever practices and teaches these commands will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. For I tell you that unless your righteousness surpasses that of the Pharisees and the teachers of the law, you will certainly not enter the kingdom of heaven. Well, what was the Pharisees doing? What more of a later development? This is Matthew that I'm reading. And here's the thing, he was pretty much the gift at the altar, right? They slaughtered him like the Passover lamb. Are you saying that's good or bad, Robbie? I feel like that's bad. Like, if you really believe the words that you're reading, not you, but I'm saying that they're reading, then they would, because there's actual, like, commandments. It doesn't really say you could do whatever you want and then go to heaven and say this and you're all set. You know? There's actual commandments. Says, and it says, anyone who says to their, okay, wait, hold on. You have heard that it was said to the people long ago, you shall not murder, and anyone who murders will be subject to judgment. But I tell you that anyone who is angry with a brother or a sister will be subject to judgment. Again, anyone who says to a brother or sister, Raka, like what does that mean? Raka, Raca, is answerable to the court, and anyone who says, "You fool," will be in danger of fire and hell. That's a little extreme, isn't it? Oh, Paul. Oh, like Paul. You mean Paul, the guy? Here, that guy. Anyone who says "you fool" will be in danger of the fire of hell. This is crazy right there. Therefore, if you are offering your gift at the altar and there remember that your brother or sister has something against you, leave your gift there in front of the altar. First go and be reconciled to them, and then come and offer your gift. Settle matters quickly with your adversary who is taking you to court. Do it while you are still together on the way, or your adversary may hand you over to the judge, and the judge may hand you over to the officer, and you may be thrown into prison. So basically, what he's saying is, oh, okay, meaning empty-headed or stupid. Okay, okay, I get that. Like, I felt a little bit like I was being made to feel, no offense, CW, but when you came in here earlier, like I was stupid. Or when I said, "In my heaven, I'm surrounded by Muppets and the Sesame Street characters because I love them." And to leave a comment saying, "You're so crazy." So those kind of things. Also, that's sinning. You hear that, CW? That sucks. For me, to everything I said tonight, even that I hadn't seen a movie, that it was like, that's ridiculous. Like anything I said was ridiculous. Me talking about the Bible and reading it out was ridiculous. I'm crazy to love the Muppets. Those are all like derogatory words to me. And I'm just, sitting here taking it because I don't comprehend why you insult me so much in a passive aggressive way. It's shitty. It's shitty. But I'm a nice person, and so I just be like, "Well, whatever. What do you mean?" But it's annoying to have somebody come in and insult you and call me crazy. I'm crazy because I like the Muppets. There's no like crazy in the best way. Like really, that's just not. Yeah. And this law right here, settle matters quickly with your adversary who is taking you to court. So you're not taking them to court. Right, exactly. You're not taking them to court because you don't have the money, but they do. So, they've already spent the money to take you to court. They've already got a lawyer. So you got to like beg them. before court. Oh, I love them all. That. You know what? I loved Jim Henson. I think what a loss to the world. What a loss to the world. But a gain as well. What a gain and what a loss. It's such a catch-22. But I moved around so much too that Sesame Street was like such a consistent address for me. Um, differentiate between that and the conscience. What do you mean? And it says or the adversary may hand you over to the judge, and the judge may hand you over to the officer, and you may be thrown in prison. Truly, I tell you, you will not get out until you have paid the last penny. So, right there, basically, is that people with money speaking to God and saying, oh, right, okay, or being their own conscience. Good point, Robbie. I almost feel like that's what Judgment Day is, right? Is that it's your own voice you listen to. I don't believe in speaking in tongues either, you know? Yeah, good point. You have heard that it was said, you shall not commit adultery. But I tell you that anyone who looks at a woman lustfully has already committed adultery with her in his heart. Now, that's ridiculous. Sorry, that's ridiculous. But I will tell you, I was listening and I shared some videos out. They're supposed to have somebody there to interpret what they say. In the Bible they do? Or you mean like in the footnotes? See, I loved everything about Sesame Street. I mean, I swear to God, when Mr. Hooper died, who was Jewish, mind you, when Mr. Hooper died and Big Bird, who's always supposed to be like in kindergarten, and Mr. Hooper would make him birdseed shakes. Oh my God. They actually used the first thing, when speaking in church. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy stuff right there. I mean, isn't that the reason why he fucking got rid of the Tower of Babylon? Because they were like babbling on and on. But man, I forgot what I was talking about. Absolutely forgot what I was just saying. Oh, Sesame Street, Mr. Hooper died. And so, the episode where Mr. Hooper died, they needed to make it, a way that, little kids could understand about Mr. Hooper. And so Big Bird had drawn pictures of all of the members of the cast, like Bob and Susan and Gordon and Maria and stuff, and Mr. Hooper. So he goes and he hands out the pictures that he made to them because they're all standing there, like, kind of talking about, like, what happened to Mr. Hooper. Oh my God, I'm telling you, Robbie. I watched Cable in the Classroom. It was a documentary about that particular thing. Well, I think it was about, like, I don't know, but whatever it was. And then he goes, "Where's Mr. Hooper? I've got one for Mr. Hooper." And they had to explain, to Big Bird that Mr. Hooper had passed away. And they still have the picture that, Carol Spinney, who played Big Bird, you know, whatever, drew. It still hangs, like, in Mr. Hooper's shop. But, they were all so, like, emotional because, the guy, Mr. Hooper, had really died. And, God, I just love Sesame Street so much. It really, yeah, right? So good. So good. So good. And it really was really, CW, I know you won't care about this because you don't really care too much about, like, how you make me feel anyway. I don't know if you care about how you make other people feel, but I know you don't really care how you make me feel. Uh, Calling me crazy because I said, in my heaven, I'm surrounded by the Muppets and Sesame Street characters. That show meant everything to me when I was growing up, and we moved around all the time, but Sesame Street was always there for me. It was so consistent. It was a consistent address in my life. I have so much respect and love for Jim Henson. I always wanted to know what was inside Oscar's trash can. And I know there's nothing in there, just some guy with his hand and a puppet. But they really, it made me feel they were so good at making it seem like he was walking downstairs in there and shit. And then to take the time the only things that you said in here tonight were to, like, call me crazy and ridiculous and stuff. Why do you even talk to me, CW? Is it just to make me feel a certain kind of way? I don't understand. Why do you even talk to me? What am I, your fucking punching bag or something? Because you know I'm nice and I'm always gonna, like, be there and, "Hi, CW, love ya, blah, blah, blah." It's fucking ridiculous, man. How about you just don't talk to me at all if you think I am so ridiculous and crazy? Robbie, I remember that episode. She told him she was gonna turn him into a feather duster, and I knew that she wasn't gonna turn him into a feather duster, but I guess a lot of kids got, disturbed by that. And you know what they end up doing? Coming out with feather dusters, the exact color of Big Bird. Every fucking feather duster you saw after that was bright yellow feathers. Margaret Hamilton was like a teacher. She was like a school teacher. I'm actually sorry for people that think people who love the Muppets and Jim Henson and Sesame Street are crazy. That's sad. That's very sad. I mean, nowadays, yeah, Sesame Street is fucking, that's a loss. Uh, After Jim Henson, Sonia Manzano, who played Maria, became the producer, and I'm sure she has done no justice to it, which is very sad. It wasn't scary either. I was little too when it came out. When I watched it, I remember flying over like the nest, or whatever, saying she wanted her room back or something. But I liked Mr. Rogers too. It's such a good feeling to know you're alive. It's such a happy feeling, a feeling inside, and wake you when you wake up, ready to say, I just love it. I just loved the 70s. I can't help it, man. We were in a great place then. We were in a great place. I'm so glad. I mean, honest to God, I couldn't have listed all of the people whom in my heaven would be there, and Mr. Rogers would be there, and just lots of people. It's just gross that Munchie came in saying everything was calm here, but you're ruining it again. Like, no, you're ruining it again. There's no reason for you ever to call, Diane Ostertag Monster Hag. There was no reason ever in the first place for you to call Annette nut because she was being mean to Ollie. No, she wasn't. Ollie was being mean to her. I mean, it took a lot out of me to speak kindly to Munchie, knowing what a piece of crap she is. I did that because I felt like if I could have a conversation with Swiss and peace was made with Tish, even though I really could care less about peace being made with Munchie, they think they're scarier than they are. They're really just a piece of shit in a lot of pain. And I think that you deserve every amount of pain that you get, Munchie. Every amount of pain. So while you were hoping my cancer came back tenfold and kills me, I'm not in pain. So cheers to you, bitch. Yeah, absolutely. Personalized. Thank you very much, Robbie. Absolutely. And nobody should tell somebody that they are crazy when they talk about what their idea of heaven is. Right. As if I'm gonna allow Munchie to start harassing my friends because I think King of Chaos is a piece of shit. Yeah, you do that, Munchie. Silly bitch. See, like how I blocked you and then you didn't come back in one of your sock accounts? It's because you're losing your touch, Munchie. When you are like, oh, but I'm the best being me. Not me, but, you. And, and somebody says, but I don't want to be the best at being mean. I should have picked it up today, Dash. I still have the money to get it. I do. But no, I didn't because I been going, like doing some things. But I will get it tomorrow because I meant to pick it up today. I actually said I was going to because I was going to where it was, but then completely forgot when I got there. So I apologize for that. But I think God's got me right in the palm of his hand. And hearing that, Vern was once again wishing me dead. He literally thinks he has some kind of power of like evil. I don't know, like something. He really does. And he can wish and repeat and chant all he fucking wants. In the meantime, he complains about he's got this disease going on or this pain and this and this and this and this and this and this and this. Keep chanting for me to die, Vern. Go ahead. Let's see if you recover. Because I intend on and I declare to be a walking miracle. Every breath I take, I appreciate. And really, I don't know what Munchie was thinking that we aren't allowed to defend ourselves, or Munchie gets to call us names. Well, only when you're not in enough pain that you can't sit up to type, bitch. They had to lie down after you type those few things you typed in here, correct? Hmm. He does. He does think he has some kind of special powers. He does. So, to sit there and talk about um, Tanger and Diane and everybody in this live stream who has never done anything to him, including myself, is pretty gross. And if I'd have caught him on tape, on, recording the recent, die again thing, I guess he was doing. Like, dude, are you gonna be all right over there? I'm gonna bet no. BRB, I'll be right back. I do want people to know I'm not wishing ill will on people, but I do believe that the people who I have befriended on here are stand-up people. I'm lucky to have them as my friends. And Munchie, I'm glad that you did what you did. Because I don't want to be friends with you. I don't like you. I know that there's something wrong with you in your mind. You still justify all your disgusting behavior by thinking that you're doing some kind of justice for your friends. Your friends are in charge of their own actions. They can protect themselves. They don't need you. You're the one in pain now, needing to get a breast reduction. Okay? After 2 breast augmentations. They don't need you. They're doing fine. You need to shut the fuck up and take care of yourself. But I'm very glad that you proved that you couldn't act like a normal human being so that I can just flick you away like a piece of lint and know that for a fact because now we've tried. You're an idiot and goodbye. There's no loss there. And there was no gain talking to you. I can have good conversations with loads of people. You're mentally unstable. You don't dictate to me. Now, if Diane, she Diane's not a bad person anyway. Diane's never done shit to you. So why you would even call her names is fucking beyond me. It really is. That's beyond me. I can't even, I mean, like, seriously, that's pathetic. But on the flip side, uh, while you both, okay, uh, while King of Chaos sits there saying, oh, if anybody interferes with ICE or the Department of Homeland Security, they should be arrested immediately for being a traitor, an insurrectionist towards the United States of America. No, but you have defended TH quite a bit. If you were visiting TH and you saw them dragging ICE and DHS, uh, right, and Diane said it to her in there that the only reason why Munchie and had come after her is because she was friends with people she didn't like. But it killed me that Superwoman and Superwoman and Diane, I know they were both looking at me like, oh, you're so, and not so much that I know they were both kind of shocked. But because I had been see, if it was up to me, I'd never allow Munchie anywhere in my live stream. I don't, but Elliot does. Now, see, here's the thing. Diane is a mod in Elliot's. So, I'm curious that if Munchie goes in there and says monster hag to her, will Elliot understand that that is wrong and Diane should be able to boot her for being disrespectful like that, in my opinion? And I understand the intention too. But Munchie really, the only time I've ever seen her display any kind of like normalcy was earlier. But her coming in here and saying, "Oh, here everything's calm," no, buddy, you don't dictate to me. You know that exactly, Robbie, exactly. You know, and Munchie doesn't dictate to me my distaste for King of Chaos. You know, so her attacking Diane and see, I would have deleted Munchie straight up anyway. If I would have never forced anybody to have to deal with Munchie. I don't think that's a normal person, and their background in this community shows no normalcy. You know, it doesn't. I'm sorry. I don't think King of Chaos is normal. I don't think Izzy is normal. And I think, who's upset that that's what Munchie came in here saying, right? Yeah. I'm not supposed to talk about any of her friends or she starts again. Go fuck yourself. Been there, done that. What are you going to do, Munchie? Seriously. Like, what are you going to do? You know? I mean, the woman's been running around for years with my face as her avatar. Clearly a troll. Clearly a troll. Nothing says a troll more than having, you know, someone's face as your avatar that's not yours, like, yeah, I mean, uh, has she not had much posted on her channel lately? No, she hasn't. But change your fucking avatar. Seriously, lady. You know? See, I really find it hard to believe that this was said by Jesus. Like, and if your right hand causes you to stumble, cut it off and throw it away. It is better for you to lose one part of your body than your whole body to go to hell. If your right eye causes you to stumble, gouge it out and throw it away. It is better for you to also, it has been said, anyone who divorces his wife must give her a certificate of divorce. But I tell you that anyone who divorces his wife, except for sexual immorality, makes her the victim of adultery. But then they say, and anyone who marries a divorced woman commits adultery. Now, I will say that lots of people get remarried after divorce. And I know of a couple who preach, and are they saying that their husband is committing adultery because they married them whom is divorced? There's so many different things in the Bible that would make all of us. Well, Robbie, and that's interesting because I wasn't even thinking it of it that way. I was thinking that he was being sexually immoral, but could a woman even get away with that over there? I mean, like, wouldn't they be stoned? Like, um, and does that also mean that if the man commits adultery, that he is okay and the woman isn't? Like, he can go around and do whatever he wants, and but the woman can't. Right, yeah, he did, and yeah, absolutely. And then what didn't he say something like that he also, like, would be, yeah, right, because that would basically pretty much we're all sinners, right? Nobody can follow these things to the T, you know? They just can't. Look at the person who they're all and supporting. How many times has he divorced people and then married or cheated and stuff? I mean, I'm not even saying like, I'm just saying that the hypocrisy of it all says, again, you have heard that it was said to people long ago, do not break your oath, but fulfill to the Lord the vows you have made. But I tell you, do not swear on oath at all, either by heaven, for it is God's throne, or by the earth, for it is his footstool, or by Jerusalem, for it is the city of the great king. And do not swear by your head, for you cannot make even one hair white or black. All you need to say is simply yes or no. Okay, so they're saying like don't swear to God or swear on the head. Okay, anything beyond this comes from the evil one. You have heard that it was said, eye for an eye and tooth for a tooth. But I tell you, do not resist an evil person. If anyone slaps you on the right cheek, turn it to that turn to them the other cheek also. Meaning, I guess, like, fight the battle, right? Isn't that what that means? Like, Don't let them keep hitting the cheek they've already hit. Turn the next one and be like, "Go ahead, hit me there too." Is that what that means? Like, and if anyone wants to sue you and take your shirt, hand over your coat as well. Why? If anyone forces you to go 1 mile, go with them 2 miles. Give to the one who asks you, and do not turn away from the one who wants to borrow it from you. You have heard, and we've seen a lot of people fucking uh, contradict that one. You have heard that it was said, love thy neighbor and hate your enemy. But I tell you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you, that you may be children of your Father in heaven. He causes his sun to rise on the evil and good, and sends rain on the righteous and the unrighteousness. If you love those who love you, what reward will you get? Are not even the tax collectors doing that? I don't know what that means. What is he trying? Jesus Christ, Tucker, stop. And if you greet only your own people, what are you doing more than others? Do not even pagans do that? I don't know what that even means. Be perfect, therefore, as your heavenly Father is perfect. Nobody can be perfect. No one can follow these rules. I mean, all those people who say that Jesus was perfect, which maybe he was, right? Maybe he did all these things that he said. Maybe he did. But when asked by who I think, and didn't Pontius Pilate not even really wanna kill Jesus? And he was like, well, who do you want to? Yeah, right. We strive to be. We strive to be. Um, and look where it got him, Robbie. Right? Like after all this, and I think even at the end, didn't he get sick of them trying to keep telling him to prove it, prove it, prove it, prove it, prove it? And finally, he was just like, "Oh my God! Like, how much more do you want from me?" Almost like the giving tree. And but the tree still loved the little boy, even though they took everything. It says, "Be careful not to practice your righteousness in front of others to be seen by them. If you do, you will have no reward from your Father in heaven. So when you give to the needy, do not announce it with trumpets as the hypocrites do." Now, why was everything like, and he said, in the synagogues? Why was everything called the synagogues? Like, did they not have churches then? And on the streets to be honored by others. Truly, I tell you, they have received their reward in full. But when you give to the needy, do not let your left hand know what your right hand is doing, so that your giving may be in secret. Then your Father who sees what is done in secret will reward you. Now, I thought that, well, that's what I'm saying. If Christianity didn't exist yet, why was John baptizing? But like you said, you felt it was something to do with them needing to be clean before they went into the temple. So that would make sense. Um, I always thought that you should spread the word. Like, wasn't Jesus when he was spreading the good word, was he so is righteousness different than spreading the good word or belief? Why do I keep saying what, CW? Are you behind in the audio? Why do I keep saying what? Um, and when you pray, do not be like the hypocrites, for they love to pray standing in the synagogues and on the street corners to be seen by others. Truly, I tell you, they have received their reward in full. But when you pray, go into your room, close the door, and pray to your Father who is unseen. Then your Father, who sees what is done in secret, will reward you. So basically, when they're all saying that, I think that the Bible has so many different things that they say is what is right or wrong. Right, exactly, Robbie. And I think that, when they say, oh, but you have to congregate in a church to go, to be felt, whatever, to be correct. But wouldn't this be telling them, don't go? Go behind closed doors and pray in secret. But so wouldn't the whole, going to church and doing that be against what he's saying here? Yeah, parading their false piety. Yeah. I still want to know what what CW meant by why do you always say that? I wish I don't know. Stop it. Stop, Tucker. Just stop that shit. There's nothing out there for you. Yeah. Just stop, Tucker. Um, and when you pray, do not keep on babbling like pagans, for they think that they will be heard because of their many words. Do not be like them, for your Father knows what you need before you ask Him. This then is how you should pray. So here, where we were saying before about how much he knew the Old Testament, is another display of him talking about the Old Testament. And I think it's either Psalm 22 or 23, where he's saying, "Stop it, Tucker! Holy fuck, man! Holy shit, cat!" He says, "Our Father in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us today our daily bread." See, and right there, he's basically saying, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. He's not saying, sin it up and my blood will save you. Give us today our daily bread and forgive us our debts as we also have forgiven our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from the evil one. For if you forgive other people when they sin against you, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. Oh, that's yeah. So 22 is that he says on the cross. Yeah, exactly. And they always think that's something like that. He just came up with. A lot of people don't know that it's actually from the Old Testament, and he was singing actually at the ninth hour, singing out the Psalms. Yeah, he must have been really truly respected though, because he did have the one of the scrolls, right? Um, that he unrolled for him to have one of the scrolls, from before is really. incredible. But didn't somebody, like, eat it? Like, they ate it or something? Um, hi, I'm still so curious about why CW would come in and say, "Why do you keep saying that?" and then say nothing else. Like, is she in a dream or something? I don't know. But if you do not forgive others of their sins, your Father will not forgive your sins. Mm, I mean, maybe then that's the thing you're supposed to do in your last breath is forgive those who sinned against you, and then that'll be okay. But as for, like, being like, I don't know, when you fast, do not look somber as the hypocrites do, for they disfigure their faces to show others that they are fasting. Now, I would think, and isn't when people get the ash on their head, isn't that something to do with fasting as well? It's not really religion, it's a deep dive into religion, the Bible. Um, but when you fast, put oil on your head and wash your face. Oil. I want to do that. So that it will be not obvious to the others that you are fasting, but only to your Father who is unseen, and your Father who sees what is done in secret will reward you. You thought, what was a joke, CW? Um, so why don't they give people like oil on their head instead? And I don't mean like, motor oil that's visible. I mean like instead of ash. Like, isn't that like contradicting what it's saying here? Or not following what it says for them to put oh, is she leaving? Oh, okay. I still don't know what I'm still baffled by what she's talking about there. Why can't she tell me what she's talking about instead of just I don't know. I don't even know what she means, what she thought was a joke. I don't even understand. I don't know. I guess I'm just supposed to be clueless. So I guess. Uh no, I didn't. I just said I would like that to be I would like heaven to be what's in the mind's eye, personalized to what makes you happy. I didn't think it was, you know, crazy for me to say, "Oh, okay, okay, Celia." I don't think it's crazy for me to love the Muppets, but I just think the word crazy, to call somebody crazy, because, women get called crazy so much. Like, a man could have 10 dogs or 10 cats, and nobody calls him the crazy dog man or the crazy uh, cat man. But a lady, mm, no, it isn't. I really do love Sesame Street, CW. It really does mean a lot to me. But You think so what? I think so have. Alright. Well, then I think you should go fuck yourself. 'Cause that's a I've had enough of you consistently getting off on insulting me because I don't do that to you. So if that's something that you get off on doing, then get off on doing it somewhere else. I mean, seriously. She's just constantly fucking derogatory towards me, and I never know why. I never know what mood she's in, and I just don't care to try to figure it out at my expense of my feelings of being called names. Eh, it's not the first time, Robbie, so I think it's, like, been, quite a few hours that mm, I'm just, I feel like sometimes people, you know I don't know. I can only do so much with somebody, and as you like, I don't know if anybody's seen, my community post where I'm like, I don't want to argue with you, CW. I love you. To be, like her coming in, calling me ridiculous, like she did before, and being rude just then. I'm not gonna sit there and kiss somebody's ass because I like them. I still like her. But I'll be damned if I would kiss somebody's ass and just let them, like, try to make me feel a certain kind of way and not be able to just be like, oh, okay, I understand. You know, that's just somebody intentionally, trying to make somebody feel a certain kind of way. And I'm just not about that. I'm not, right, exactly. I'm not, just not down with somebody whom I like trying to hurt my feelings whenever they get the opportunity. Like, it's just like, but store yourself up for treasures in heaven. I don't want treasures in heaven. I want good health and happiness, and I don't want to see the world go to shit. I don't want to see, I don't think it's okay for people to think that, oh, all this shit should be done here on earth because don't worry about it. It'll be okay in heaven. If they will be done on earth as it is in heaven, then that means, be good here too. You know? Yeah, they needed something to believe in. I think that's what the good news was, that he was trying to spread was just, don't don't be discouraged. There's something better. And as it turned out, a bunch of people that, you know, nailing him to a cross and then spearing him in the, you know, heart and washing themselves in his blood and this and that was what they should do. I think it's disgraceful. I think it is utterly disgraceful that he, and at the end of the day, all of those disciples ended up killed. And you know what? I don't know so much as they were primitive people, but I feel like now, when people are, you know, bragging about their money and, you know, showing no sympathy, no compassion, no anything, not putting any value on, you know, people. That the apostles there, yeah. I at the end of the day, I mean, they had actually crucified like thousands of people. I don't even think he got crucified because they thought, I think it was more how he was, you know, as- I don't even imagine Jesus going in to the temple there and whipping people, the money changers, toppling over tables. I mean, come on now. What was he, drunk? I mean, seriously, whipping people? When did he even walk around with a whip? Like, that's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous that I mean, that definitely would have gotten someone crucified back then. Yep, we all need something to believe in. We sure do. And but here's the thing, it's not really about religion I'm about, it's about something to believe in, but I do definitely believe that there is a higher power. I definitely believe that there is a higher power, but I believe that he, um, this cat again is gonna get, if I can shut up here, that, right, but I can't imagine him just starting whipping people that were probably forced to do what they were doing because there's a lot of people who I feel like even in this community feel forced to disappear or not say anything or make a different account to talk to people because of evil people like Munchie or, you know, King of or just anyone who will then start harassing them. And they're well violent in these times now too. Like according to, you know, uh, King of Chaos, if, you know, some masked, you know, people were saying, you know, you're an illegal, even if you're not, right? um, and violating the Constitution and the, you know, and no due process, but, you know, that they're violating the law. Absolutely, they are, uh, by having no due process and just this, that, and the other thing. So if somebody next door to e-beggars, right? Maybe his neighbor for the last 30 years. Maybe they've, lent each other stuff, had barbecues together. But if ICE came for them, or I don't know, masked individuals came hauling them out of their house, you can rest assured that he ain't doing shit. He's gonna sit there and watch. He's gonna sit there and watch because he doesn't believe in the right to, due process, or the fact that he's lived next to this person for 30 years. He's already stated anybody who interferes. Exactly. Bootlicker. Yep. A bootlicker. Yes, exactly. He already has stated that they should be arrested as an insurrectionist, So if KKK comes walking down his street and say his neighbor's black and they start hanging his neighbor, he ain't gonna say shit. He is not going to say shit. Rest assured, he doesn't give a fuck about anyone else but himself. Disgusting slob. I do see you lately, e-beggars, trying to put some, Jewish stuff up lately too. Um, some people standing in a circle holding hands, but they've got 6 fingers and shit because you didn't really mean what you were posting. So say they start coming for Jews. What are you gonna do then, huh, buddy? Hmm. I mean, you were born here, but perhaps maybe your parents came from another country. So what? I don't understand. Like, oh, we beggars, we saw in your channel that, you know, you expressed that you something about the Jews. You said that you had people who were in the IDF. We're coming for you, buddy. What are you gonna do then, huh? You gonna just throw your hands up, fucking admit your guilt? I mean, and you talk stupid, you beggars. You really do. I know I'm about it's awful, very awful. But the reason why England is going to shit is because they forced them to allow, you know, all those other fucking countries to come in there. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but Robbie, you're smart. What is the difference between a Shiite and a Sunni Muslim? Because I feel like it's not like every Muslim that's bad. It's just that these ones who are in a country that they can't feel loyalty to the country that they're in, and they're parading around this other flag while burning, the flag, and yelling and screaming and right? Like, what the fuck? Go back over there and you go free Palestine. You go there then. Oh, wait, you don't want to? Because you're free here to do this bullshit? But that's a fucking problem. That is a problem. Oh, that's just my opinion. And you're fucking cutting the heads off people because they're not your religion, which they are doing all over the world. It's gross. And I'm not trying to be any kind of fucking way. You're gonna, like, remove the Ten Commandments from, I don't know, one of our buildings, but allow Hamtramck to out loud on speakers do their fucking prayers all the time? Force it upon people? No, sir, really? I'm about fight against the UK and then come back and there's some shit. There's some shit. 'Cause back when I lived there, I did get the dole. I was 16 and uh but you had to be but I couldn't stay there longer than 6 months, but I did take an oath to the Queen and become a dual citizenship. It's just really gross what I'm seeing constant videos of thousands and thousands of them marching through the streets, waving the Palestinian flag, screaming at the cops. Geez, I thought you suffered a genocide. You're looking pretty numerous there. I mean, statistics don't lie. The money that they have too is like incredible, and I'm just in shock that these places are literally, it's oh yeah, the I mean like 12.5 million in food stamp fraud in one city in Michigan. Seriously? That's like some shit right there. This guy, these quotes he's put up are disgusting too. I mean, really are. Um, guide them with discernment. What's discernment? I don't feel like looking it up because I already got. Come on, dog. If it's not Tucker sitting on the computer, it's you. And you why? 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 Lie down. Lie down, boo boos. I don't want to lie down. Why's Chicken Winter being so mean to you, Mom? I don't know. I don't know. She's got her feathers in a bunch. Chicken Winter, don't be mean to my mom. Sit over there. Stop looking so cute. Can't stand it. Your seat. Thank you. This says guide them with discernment. I know what it means. I forgot. Oh, it's the other day I said something about discernment, maybe a month ago. And now I forgot already what it means. Perception in the absence. Oh, so that's what discernment means. Perception in the absence of judgment, with a view to obtaining spiritual guidance and understanding. Oh, well, none of them have that. I mean, the ability to judge well. Oh, so we know they don't have that. Stop. Stop it. It says, do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. I don't see you doing that. I guess. Seems like you and your friends, some of them, have been very evil and tried to overcome people who have done nothing to you. Lord, strengthen those who lead our nation, both those we agree with and those we struggle to understand. No. Guide them with discernment and integrity. Protect them from corruption, deceit, and despair. Yeah, too late, buddy. It appears too late. I urge then, first of all, and you know what? That's so contradictory to you saying that um, anybody who interferes with ICE or DHS deserves to be, jailed for an insurrectionist. I mean, that's crazy. While they're going around judging people with no due process, sending them to where? To where, ye beggars? Um, I urge then, first of all, that petitions, prayers, intercession, and thanksgiving be made for all people, for kings and all those in authority. There is no kings, buddy. You need to chill with that shit. Um, mm-hmm. I'm about, you're absolutely right. And Thanksgiving, do you know, like, I read somewhere that it was actually Abraham Lincoln who said, look, chill with this. Because they were, well, first of all, let's take a look at, the whole dinner there at Thanksgiving where they killed the Indians. And then whenever they would kill a bunch of Indians, they would use their skulls to kick around and do whatever. And they would have a big feast and call it Thanksgiving. And then Lincoln was like, this shit's no good. um, for kings and those in authority, that we may live peaceful and quiet lives in all godliness and holiness. For the Lord gives wisdom, from his mouth come knowledge and understanding. May they govern with justice, compassion, and reverence for you. Do you honestly think that any of that is being shown to anything, what we're seeing here? Uh, it is horrific. Yeah, they did. And now they're wiping out in the national parks any any historical stuff that's written about, on this part the blah blah blah, wiping it out, and they want to give medal of honors, like after the fact to those people at that battle of Wounded Knee. Um, he has shown you, oh man, what is good and what does the Lord require of you, but to do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God. God. It's just that picture too that he's using is Charlie Kirk with Jesus. I liked Charlie Kirk very much so. I think he is absolutely more God loving than, Trump. Uh, yeah, cringe. Absolutely cringe. Cringe. It is a cringe photo. And they make Charlie Kirk look like this tiny little guy, you know. And Jesus is like, 7 inches taller than him and bigger than him. And Charlie Kirk's up there in a 3-piece suit. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Mostly Charlie Kirk. I mean, like, just I would have voted for Charlie Kirk because he's so open for dialogue. That's the way you get peace is by talking things out when you compromise or you agreeably disagree agreeably. And I think that was intimidating to someone who hates their opponents and who hates their enemy. Um, Forgive us, Lord, when we falter in patience or charity. Fill us anew with your spirit, that we may be beacons of peace and understanding in a divided world. In the meantime, though, he says to Swiss, what's this happy horse shit? When her and I both shared something about ET and tagged each other. And he comes over there and says, what's this happy horse shit? And fucking says, well, I don't negotiate with terrorists. That's ridiculous to say what you're saying, e-beggars. You don't hold these ideals to be true. Um, that we may be beacons of peace and understanding in a divided world. And it sure doesn't seem like you are that way at all. Let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father in heaven. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me. Let your word be our shield and your wisdom our compass until the day when every knee bows and every tongue confesses that Jesus Christ is Lord. See, shut the fuck up over there, dude. You can't force your beliefs on everyone. For the word of God is living and active, sharper than any two-edged sword, that at the name of Jesus, every knee should bow in heaven and on earth and under the earth. What? My God. In his holy name, we pray. Amen. Let's see if he's got any comments on here. Oh, he does. Let's take a look at them. Let's take a look at them. I'm gonna actually switch my account so I can make sure I don't miss any by anybody who's got me blocked. I just can't get over that picture that he's got there. I remember one year at the fair, and they were selling T-shirts with Jesus and Trump sitting on a tank, both holding guns. Shocking. It was shocking. Absolutely shocking. So I want to read his comments that he has on that. And this loves Feliciano. I don't know who that is, but they wrote some long things, so I'm not going to read that. But Debbie says, I have been staying out of the community. This is why. Why use religion to go after someone? This is not what any religion is for. Posting all of this because of Tracy, it's weird and not cool to do, to be using a religion like this. Anyways, ta ta. Well, thank you, Debbie. Exactly, Robbie. Exactly. Exactly. You are spot on right there. Spot on right there. Spot on. And I also think Debbie made a good point right there. Riley says, and Gearhead, I'm still waiting on your answers. Gearhead? I don't see Gearhead there. Does he mean e-beggars? It's weird he's calling him Gearhead. Does he mean e-beggar? Because I don't see. Yeah, well done, Debbie. Well done. Does he mean? And that doesn't even make sense. Like that he's saying gearhead. I'm still waiting on your answers. How did the scriptures survive a worldwide flood? Does anybody know that? I mean, weren't they like in sealed jars and on scrolls, not necessarily paper? Um, uh, weren't they written after the flood? I don't know. Um, and they spell worldwide flood. I mean, so Debbie said, it's weird. He's posting religion just because of Tracy. It's totally wrong, and I'm not even Catholic. Weird. Sorry, not sorry. And Riley said, that and he's trying to push this nationalism, white Christian supremacy. He knows people are going to listen to him if he uses the Bible and Jesus, convert to Christianity and vote Republican. Well, not all Republicans are like that. I don't know who this, Kyle is, but I mean, they don't seem like they're, stupid or anything. But apparently that's, yeah, I just, um, he says, why do you think Janelle had a Nazi tattoo and she's preaching Christianity 24/7? Because it's all connected. The Nazis only wanted people with blonde hair and blue eyes while preaching Christianity. Hitler used Christianity in order to brainwash people just like Trump. Well, I mean, Janelle's not a blonde, blue-eyed, but and Hitler wasn't either. So I think that was kind of weird. He was even able to do that. Um, and it's kind of like amazing to me that some guy with brown hair and brown eyes was able to convince them how the perfect race was blonde haired, blue eyes. It was so weird. He says, "Thing is, you can interpret a Bible verse 1,000 ways." That's true. They interpreted it in a way where people thought, well, the Bible says it's okay. They could care less about Jesus. They only use him as an excuse to do what they do. Some do, yeah, some do. I don't know what if he took drugs. I don't know. Um, uh, and these people are pure evil. Debbie says, exactly. And yes, they are using religion for their disgusting behavior. And she also said, someone's deleting my comments or reporting. And then Riley says, and this is not a church. You're the same people who claim that he's got a rainbow there. I don't know. Is the one pushing their ideology and beliefs on people. And look at you over here posting prayers and images of Jesus on YouTube, pushing Christianity on everyone. If people wanted to convert to Christianity, they know how to get to church. That's a good point. That's a good point. That, yeah, I mean, like, if they're so, you know, pissed about people and saying just, yeah, I mean, like, that's a good point. Um, Funny that you think he's in heaven with all the poison rhetoric he spewed. No, I don't agree with that. Uh, I don't. Or is he talking about Trump? I don't know. Oh, he could be because he says, I just found out he was involved in the January 6th riots. He encouraged people to go riot and funded access to buses to drive people there. And I'm sure you know this, and yet you're here acting like, well, I don't know, because he says like he was a saint. So he is probably talking about Charlie Kirk, but I don't believe that. I don't know. I feel like that's propaganda maybe. The saying that I liked Charlie Kirk. I can't, I'm sorry. I just did. I didn't agree with everything he said, but so then Janelle says, no one is in heaven yet. Christians don't go to heaven until after the 7 years of tribulation. What is that? What is she talking about? People don't go to heaven until after the 7 years of tribulation. What does that even mean? And then Riley says to Janelle, Janelle, let me guess. it says so in the Bible. You know that one book another human wrote, and okay. Uh, this Miss Tina says, "Can you tell King that Riley account is Kenzie?" Okay, I'm kind of inclined to think it's fucking E-Bagger is just arguing with himself. uh, Riley, prove that he's not in heaven. Go ahead. If you can, I will give you $500. Well, Janelle just said that he's not in heaven. What's 7 years of tribulation? Isn't that bad? I mean, people go through trials and tribulation. What does that mean? Uh, Janelle says, it's Kyle. I will try, but I don't have his number. Either he's been MIA or I've been MIA because I haven't ran into him in any chats the last day or two. And she says, what are you going to do? Call me tapeworm? Because it so hurts my feelings. Lie awake all night crying. Just joking. You don't scare me or faze me. I didn't see him threatening, you know? Of severe judgment on earth? My God, that's horrible. That's awful. I feel like we might be going through that right now. That's awful. That is nothing to look forward to. I mean, that's awful. The prophecy describes a final 7 year period of unparalleled distress marked by who makes the covenant with the Antichrist? Who makes that covenant? And what is it? What's the covenant entail? I mean, I know that circumcision was like a covenant with God, but so weird. Hi, Angel. Well, the church is running through a rapture and God. Well, weren't they all saying that the rapture was coming? And then Neptra said, the only rapture I believe in. And she posted a Blondie video. They're so hypocritical. So then 2 days ago, E-Beggars post, she's so picked. My God. My God. He's so crazy. These pictures, where is he coming with these pictures? Where are they coming from? Just call me Angel in the morning. Angel. He says, join me in a prayer for family, friendship, and loving our neighbor. Well, I mean, I can't even believe that we're supposed to believe that God would like allow that. It's terrible. Why would God let us all be punished? That's just so mean. He says, "Behold, how good and pleasant is it when brothers dwell in unity," unless it's with SJ, because he doesn't negotiate with terrorists. I mean, really? Heavenly Father, I thank you today for the gift of family and friendship. You created us not to walk alone, but to share in one another's joys and burdens. Sure, buddy. Sure. That's what you think. That's not how you think, you beggars. To take drugs. Fucking I'm about. Right, Angel Baby? I feel like he made this earth for us and he made it in all glory. Like, I think that we were supposed to respect it, you know? I just, the way these people are is like nothing at all like how I would think God would expect them to be. Oh, this lady has cancer. We should make fun of her. We should tell everybody she's scamming and faking and this, that, and the other thing. And yeah, I would say I'm agnostic. I would say I'm agnostic. He says, "Teach me to honor and cherish the bonds you have given me. Strengthen the ties of love within my home. Help me to speak with kindness, listen with patience." Oh, bullshit, you beggars. How many times I even put, "I'm removing nasty posts about you, King of Chaos," and you put up, and you will not remove it, accusing me and Sharon of being involved in that church shooting in Michigan when it was actually a extreme right winger, and you have called me a terrorist over and over again and said nasty things about me. Um, May my actions bring peace and unity, reflecting your heart for us. My God, King of Cats, you are of your mind. Guide me also, Lord, to extend love beyond the walls of my home. No, 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 no. You said that you don't care about other people's kids. It's insane. He's losing his mind. What a load of fanny shit. um, you said you don't care about other people's kids. And you don't even. None of this is, you are not even remotely a good person, in my opinion. I am about love. um, Guide me also, Lord, to extend love beyond the one. Let me remember your command. You shall love your neighbors as yourself. Unless they're being dragged away by ICE or DHS or their SG. Shoddy. Uh, show me how to care for others, even those who may be different from me or difficult to love. Lord Jesus, you taught us, this is my commandment, that you love one another as I have loved you. Help me to live this command daily. Yeah, and then he says, I don't negotiate with terrorists. Uh, may I see each person as a child of God, worthy of dignity, compassion, and respect, unless they're being dragged away by ICE, DHS, or SG. Grant me the courage to mend broken relationships, the humility to ask for forgiveness, and the grace to offer it freely. Knit my family and friends together in love so that our bonds may be strong enough to endure trials and generous enough to welcome others in. He didn't write this himself. This motherfucker is copying and pasting something. Above all, keep loving one another earnestly, since love covers a multitude of sins. Huh? In your holy name, I pray. Jeez, oh Pete. The size of Jesus compared to all those other men. What are they, all dwarfs? So what is he in fucking Oz? Why are they all so little and Jesus is so tall? What's going on here? What's going on with that shit, dude? I mean, Jesus is like the tallest person amongst a bunch of short people there. And then, of course, Bible buddy says amen. Even though we all know what she really means is not my shit, not my toilet, not my shit. We all know that. And the bitch has the fucking audacity. The fucking audacity to post yesterday. Prayers for Greta and other flotilla crew members. That fucking Greta's a little bitch. Oh, what did Israel have them for one day? Oh, they were torturing them. They're already home. They're already home. The reason why that son of one of the leaders of Hamas there totally changed, how he felt is because when he was in prison in Israel, it was the other prisoners that were so fucking mean to him that came from his own country, that were threatening him and everything. And he had told Israel that, they were like, okay, well, will you work on the inside with us and blah, blah, blah. And he said, of course, I told him yes, because I wanted to be free. I wanted to go. And then when they came to his house and he told them that and that he was afraid to do that, they said, we understand. I know. Did you see the picture? Everybody else in the crowd, even the men, like grown men with mustaches and beards, they're all like fucking 3 feet shorter than Jesus. Like, what? I cannot believe she puts prayers for Hamas. agrees to release all. I don't know why we would be waiting for any agreement from them. Didn't you hear, e-beggars? We don't negotiate with terrorists. Oh, apparently we do. This one too, man, that she posted, they are the craziest fuckers, I swear to God. This is so opposite to, the whole love this and love that and love this and love that. She posts Psalms 109, which, by the way, is from the Old Testament, which, they were Jewish, and but you just be putting your prayers for Greta Thunberg or whatever the fuck that bitch's name is. For the leader, a Psalm of David, who was Jewish. Hi, Marcus. Oh, that sounds nice. I'm about, oh, is he gonna cook some bacon, some slab bacon? That sounds fucking good. Oh my God, slab bacon. Oh my God, I just love slab bacon. It says, "Oh God, whom I praise, do not be silent, for wicked and treacherous mouths attack me." But I feel like when you read through the Psalms, I feel like David did feel like God had abandoned him. I almost kind of feel like Jesus felt like God had abandoned him too. And it's just my opinion, but I mean, wouldn't you think that at some point, I get it, like even myself, like there are miracles, but I think that we make them our own miracles because we have to. I see some people who I'm just like, can't you just smite them just one time? Can't you just, rain down fucking fire on them and shit? I mean, and they don't. But then in my own circumstance of, I'm just saying, watching that motherfucking piece of shit Vern chant for me to get cancer. And then I got it. And then everyone who, not everyone, but for the majority, um, like the mods from Tom's and everything, uh, and when Diane Ostertag said, Tom, that person, harassed SG, when he was in Tom's as Survivor Man 2020, right? Uh, Tom booted Diane Ostertag. And but berated her first, like, yeah, booted her. And those mods and all of them, Mari, all of them, uh, the all the people who, because I'd been going to Tom's for a while, and they were the same ones who the night before his whole technical difficulties live stream were saying, "We'll be your support, we'll be your family," you know, and him with his, "What time is your appointment? We'll be here for you so you can talk." And I just was ostracized. And it's been a big fucking joke to those people. Big joke. Cancer. Big fucking joke. And Vern, though, he ran like 72-hour live streams. People talk about me having live streams that are long. He would run like 72-hour live streams with my face edited to look dead, called Wither Away and Die, Bitch. And they were all in there yucking it up while I was fucking petrified. Harassing anybody who gave my GoFundMe in the real name. They had no problem with Bob was telling people to report a baby's GoFundMe that needed a heart transplant. That had nothing to do with me. They just happened to have the same last name, and also another GoFundMe that had the same last name that needed surgery for their dogs. While having troll accounts with my daughter's full name, saying things like I'm doing the 2-finger spread and shit like that. And they think they're normal. They think they're normal. Munchie, if anybody's a monster hag, it's you. As please do not be silent, for wicked and treacherous mouths attack me. They speak against me with lying tongues. Nobody does this to you, Neptrish. No one. With hateful words, they surround me, attacking me without cause. In return for my love, they slander me, even though I prayed for them. You're disgusting. What you said was, not my toilet, not my shit. That's what you said. You also, horrible person, man. They repay me evil for good, hatred for my love. Whom do you show any of that to except to Munchie? Appoint an evil one over him. So she's wishing, well, she's quoting, Psalm from David. But I would assume this was how she was feeling. Appoint an evil one over him, an accuser to stand at his right hand, that he may be judged and found guilty, that his plea may be in vain. May his days be few. May another take his office. May his children be fatherless, his wife a widow. May his children wander and beg. What a horrible fucking thing for you to post. Now, Patricia, this is something that you find in the Bible that you felt was, uh, I don't even know. Like, why would you even put this? Um, may they be driven from their hovels. May the usurer snare all he owns. May strangers plunder all he earns. May no one treat him with mercy. You're fucking evil, man. Why would you even post something like this? Why would you even post something like this? Or pity his fatherless children. May his posterity be destroyed, their name rooted out in the next generation. May his father's guilt be mentioned to the Lord, his mother's sin not rooted out. May their guilt be always before the Lord till their memory is banished from the earth. You are just a fucking horrible person. What is this? Is how you pray, Nepatrish? Why did that happen again? Or you mean on January 6th, a while ago? Did somebody storm the Capitol again? For he did not remember to show mercy, but hounded the wretched, poor, and brought death to the broken-hearted. He loved cursing, may it come upon him. He hated blessing, may none come to him. This is hate, right? May cursing clothe him like a robe. May it enter his belly like water, his bones like oil. May it be near as the clothes he wears, as the belt always around him. May this be the reward from my accusers. Wow, Nepatrish, you're fucking sick. You're fucking sick in the head, bitch. Angel Baby, did other people storm the Capitol recently? I didn't hear that. That must be um on E-Beggars when he was saying that about. Oh, okay. Well, they did go to jail, but then they were pardoned, and it was shocking myself. But when they okay, so we know this bitch is evil, but there was something. I did share the video link, so I don't know if you guys had already watched it, but oh, you're not feeling good. I'm sorry to hear that. Disclaimer: I do not own the audio within this video, but I am using it within the Fair Act guidelines. I just was so shocked at this particular particular woman, because I don't care. Like, that answer, that response is shocking to me at the things that this woman is saying. And you can hear her husband or something in the background go, yeah, but your 401k went up. Like, that's their thought process. And I don't know. So I hope you guys don't mind.
You do have to give him respect. Respect for a president is definitely not owed. And how many times were you saying that Biden had dementia? How many times were you saying that Kamala Harris was cackling?
Yeah, see, but he's just being hypothetical to this lady when he's asking her that. And she's like saying, like acting like as if he's personally saying, but she knows that she did. She knows that they said those things.
You know what? How many times did you say that Obama was born in Kenya? I do respect the office of the presidency of the United States of America. And in fact, it is because I have so much respect for the office of the presidency that I dislike and disdain Trump so much because of the grave tarnish that he is placing on it.
And that is a fact.
Hi, I want you to debate my grandma.
Is he with you?
Yeah, she's downstairs.
Okay.
Grandma, can you pause the TV? Okay, I have Dean Withers on right now. I want you to debate him.
I want you to debate him. Can you imagine your grandkid doing that to you? I want you to debate my grandma.
Okay, here.
Hello, Grandma.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Well, I'm just doing great. How are you?
I'm doing just fine, thank you.
Of course. So I'm hearing that you're a Trump supporter, and it looks like your granddaughter should join my live, and what we do is I just debate Trump supporters.
Okay.
And she was like, "I'd like you to debate my grandma." It sounds like she maybe.
And you know what I really love about this is this kid is 20 years or 21 years old, just turned. And yet he has a love of politics, and he was raised in a conservative family. Now, I don't think that Trump is either Republican or Democrat. I think he is just Trump. So, in no way, shape, or form, I want anybody to think that I dislike Republicans, or that I'm for whoever is the best for the job. So I don't want anybody to think, like I said, I would have voted for Charlie Kirk had he had run. I think a lot of people would have. Because, I think being open for dialogue is very important. And he certainly displayed a lot of the characteristics that I respect in someone, which this kid, I do like intelligence, and he's done his research. And, yeah.
Ran over you and passed you the phone. Are you interested in having a conversation with?
Like I said, he was raised in a conservative family, but they tried to push that down his throat. So because they did that, instead of which a lot of people will follow what their parents vote, whether it's Democrat or Republican, they will get passed down through generations, and they will just vote for what their parents vote. But this kid was suspicious of how aggressive they were to, make him as a conservative to grow up that way. And so he said, he wanted to study what all of it across the board. That changed his ways. But I'm pretty sure that also if there was a good candidate that was Republican, at this point now we're into almost being a fascist country. That's a fact. That's a fact.
She told me this a while back, and I got to watching you, and I see how you work and everything, and I do enjoy watching you.
Oh.
So, but yeah, this was kind of a surprise. But well, let's do it.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you for being down for it, even though it was, a surprise.
Yes.
Go ahead and
That's right. He's just a kid, man. This kid.
take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Well, I support Donald Trump because he has a heart for America. He is what I call a true patriot. And
I just love watching the expression on his face because it's the same expression that anybody who is a true patriot has on their face right about then. That you're just like shocked and amazed that anybody would think he's a true patriot. There's only one thing he loves. Two things, I'm sorry. Two things he loves. That's money and Trump. That's it. He don't even love golf enough to be good at it. Poor Ivanka Trump. Every person that she ended up with after, he had cheated on her with that Marla Maples and then they got divorced, ended up dying. And so she ends up suspiciously falling down the stairs and dying. And you know what this motherfucker does? And what really kills me is, didn't they have kids together? And like, what happened that they just, so he buries her on their golf course in New Jersey because there's a tax break if you make it a cemetery. Apparently, you don't have to have, multiple graves there. Maybe you do. Maybe it's just different rules for him. I didn't research it. But he buries her there to, get this tax break. It wasn't to keep him close to her. Because what kills me about it is it's this shitty little grave. And it's all overgrown. And you know that fucking golf courses have groundskeepers and lots of lawnmowers. And why don't his kids care? I mean, her kids too, like her kids. I don't even understand it. Why doesn't one of the groundskeepers even just have it in themselves to mow this woman's lawn? And not lawn, but over her grave. It's fucking crazy. I mean, can any business just bury somebody on it? Couldn't we all just get tax breaks if we were like, I'm just gonna bury them here? I own this house. I'm gonna just bury them in my yard. Isn't there? What the fuck? And it wouldn't be so bad if the grave wasn't so. Listen, we're talking about someone who paved over the rose garden, as if like one day he went out there and looked at a rose and maybe a thorn stuck in his thumb, and he's like, I hate those fucking roses, and just paved over it. The rose garden? The fuck? The other day, he literally, okay, literally, I don't even know how to explain it, took credit for like saying he predicted a year before 9/11, that he predicted it. And then he says, you know, like, and I says to Pete, like Hegseth, like, what are you talking about? And I know that the people, like, the video, they were thinking the same thing. Like, do you mean, like, yesterday you said to Pete that you predicted it? Why would you be? But they're insane. Pete Hegseth doesn't even have a fucking military uniform. True patriots that love America notice things like that because they remember people like Colin Powell, Norman Schwarzkopf, can just people who really did serve. McCain. Man, if I swear to God, if Sarah Palin had not, I think because he looked like he was, fuck. You know what I mean? He really did. When it just seemed like they knew that none of us were gonna be like, ugh. But you know what was stupid is that he probably wouldn't, she probably wouldn't have wanted to get too involved in shit, you know? Because, yeah, she had a lot going on. She had young kids and shit, and one had gotten pregnant at like the early age. I think they even maybe had a reality show. I mean, like, ridiculousness. Nobody even knew who she was. But, and then George Bush, the son, comes out and endorses him when he takes Sarah Palin on and calls her, I'm a maverick. You're talking to a man with a swagger here. And calling, John McCain a maverick. And you could just see the look on McCain's face. Like, he was just disgusted. He was disgusted. I kicked myself. Not that my one vote would have mattered, but I kicked myself for not voting for him because he was a true American hero. I mean, if you don't know about John McCain, I advise you to watch a documentary about that man because, man, he fucking was balls to the walls. Like, he was a prisoner of war for uh, a number of, like, a while. And so, because his family goes back all the way to, through history as being enlisted and fighting for the country. So he's from a long line of military. And he had 4 sons, all of them in the military. And that was another thing too, like that's another thing. I'll tell you what, like, I do believe that George Bush the father did actually serve. I can't say for sure, but I do think that really does kind of matter when somebody serves in the you know the armed forces that isn't drafted in, doesn't have to, but does. And I think even if they're overweight, uh, but they are willing to fight on the lines, you don't have to be able to, like, do the most vigorous exercises to become maybe an excellent sharpsman, shooter, or whatever, Like, I mean, seriously, okay, maybe you gotta be small. Or you could just dress them in camouflage or something. Who knows? Dress them like a lady if you're in like a village where they all wear those big, like, put a put a burqa on. That would be a great fucking outfit for soldiers, nobody would know what was going on. I'm just saying. I'm just tossing around some idea. I'm just going to hit play.
I will always support anyone who is for America. And the division that's going on now is really sad for America. And all Trump is trying to do now is to bring it back to where we all are united.
That's like so fucking incorrect right now. Does it look like it? I've never seen America. I do love America. Because you know what? People will go, you're so scared to die. I'm not scared to die, but I'll tell you what.
Okay.
I don't want to die. I'd die on my feet fighting, though, for the country. I would. I would. And, you know, if it was something like in Israel, I'd go on the front lines and die for that. Because, you know, I'm 57 with cancer. I'll fight for a good thing. And I just, whatever, their idea of patriotism is different than mine. Their idea of spirituality and faith and loving God is different from mine. And I appreciate that there's people here on YouTube, on the World Wide Web, that gives us an opportunity to be with other people like that. I want people to understand I'm not Democrat or Republican. I just will research the candidates. But every year since, you know, like 2000, like Obama was, you know, we got back up there with Obama, but he had young kids. And you guys can say, you know, conspiracy theory, whatever you want to say. Everything is a conspiracy theory. If you know, 4 of you are going out to eat and you make plans for what time you're going to be there, you're conspiring to have dinner. You know? Yeah, it does, Marcus. See, Marcus, like I believe that you are from Germany, and you're not. A lot of people, like a lot of channels will, you know, they'll take the, you know, people who are new and they'll think that they are trolls because they don't know them. But you came in and you automatically hit it off with Diane Ostad, whom we love dearly with all our heart, which, you know, endeared you to us. And everybody just, you know, nobody even said, who's this guy or something like that. Like, we do like you. So you know, like, just you popping up and saying that lets me know that, you know, even if though I should gotta keep thinking to myself that if this was radio, that nobody would be able to say anything. See, could you imagine if I had a call-in show and nobody called? That'd be fucking terrible. So sad SG show. Sobbing SG. All alone. Waiting for the phone to ring. Thank you, Marcus, for making me know I'm not alone. I know I'm not alone because I can see the numbers, but some people fall asleep to me though too, so that's good.
So I'm actually going to try a new debate tactic on you. I don't have a name for it yet.
He doesn't get to though. He doesn't get to try the new debate tactic with it.
I will probably inevitably coin it and have a name for this tactic that I'm going to employ here. So instead of, you know, calling it by name, I'm just going to describe it to you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to assume a couple foundational values that you just described of yourself to also be true for myself, just for our debate. Like, for instance, you told us that you will always support people that love America and are true patriots.
What do you mean nothing to thanks, dear? I love it when people, and you guys are so cute. He called me dear. I love that because you know what? Coward Strikes Back calls me that too sometimes. That's so sweet. And then, like, a lot of women will say sweetie, but I don't like that too much. Oh, I haven't said thank you to me. One time, see, Marcus is new, so I can tell this story. But one time I was like on a date, right? Do you want to hear it, Marcus? I'll wait till you say yes.
Patriots. So yes, while we're having this debate, I'm also going to assume that value. And I'm going to say, from my perspective, I will also always support people that love America and are true patriots. Mm-hmm. So the reason why I still want to support Trump, even if I assume...
Okay, so I was on a date, and he goes to the bathroom, and then he comes back, and he says, he goes, I used the tape measure on the wall in there. I said, what are you talking about, the tape measure on the wall, right? And so he said, there's a tape measure in there. I go, for what? And he goes, what do you think? Right? It was a really weird thing to say, but whatever. So then, we eat, and then he goes, I'm gonna go use the tape measure again, which was really weird, but he goes. And I go to the waitress, she comes to like clear the plates or something, and it was this older lady, and she and fucking she's clearing the plates. I go, you guys have a tape measure on the men's room wall? Right? And she looks at me and she's like, we do? I said, I don't know. That's what he said. And she goes, like, let's say the guy's name was Ed or something. She goes, Ed! The guy who owned it. He's sitting at the, like, the table there, whatever. And he goes, what? She goes, there's a tape measure on the men's room wall. and he goes, no! Like, what are you, ridiculous? And she stares around to me and she goes, oh, aren't you precious? Like I was special or something. Aren't you precious? That's right.
Those values, it's because I don't think he's a patriot. I think he's the furthest thing away from a patriot that we see in American politics today and have for a long time. Okay? And the reason why I say this is because patriots don't just support America, but they also support core American values. Do you agree?
You know what? I'm going to say that I bet even if maybe him and Charlie Kirk were different political parties, but I really do think that Charlie Kirk inspired, and I know for certain that he inspired one of my friends' sons, but he's that, more Democrat. He leans Democrat now, but he said he'd been watching Charlie Kirk for a long time. Like, I mean, I'm pretty amazed that Charlie Kirk started doing what he was doing when he was like, what, 16 or something? Like, that's amazing. Uh, and, for someone to want to learn something so much, whether it be everything or just one topic or a few, is that is whatever, parent makes and creates something or someone. Hey, man, just is just wonderful. And you do that by, I think probably, his parents, even conservative, being very passionate about their politics, inspired this young man. So even if maybe they look at him and maybe they don't, I don't know if they, find it, if it rubs them the wrong way that he has a show like this now, or if they know that whether that he's doing, I just feel like this is a person who, if a Republican person came in, I would hope that he doesn't become too cocky. You know what I mean? And that there's never a time when he thinks he knows everything. And I just felt like Charlie Kirk was, man, he really hit that. I think hit the country real hard. And for sure, maybe, yeah, there was probably people that were really disgusting about him. Man, I cried real tears. I cried real tears, but I just, even like today, I was thinking to myself how hard that is to believe or want to believe that he's gone, because it's hard to find people who aren't scared, that are open to dialogue. I saw this guy on here, someone, I think his name was Van something, and he was a black guy, and he got an email from him, but it was after he died. He opened it when he found it. And Charlie Kirk wanted to meet with him so they could talk, because he didn't want there to be any animosity between them. And maybe they could talk and something. And he goes, or just we can agree, disagree. I know, disagree agreeably. Or we can just at least disagree agreeably. And the guy was, oh my God, that would have made a good president right there. That would have made a good president right there. Man, we lost a good one there. Big time. And I felt like today, like for a second, I was like, nah, that can't be real. Just again, like, because he is the first thing I've seen in a long time that although I didn't agree with everything, but I do know he wanted those Epstein files released. And I do know that Marjorie Taylor Greene, who was one of the most disgusting people I'd ever seen in, a political position. I mean, she was awful. Her mouth, everything. Man, has she changed. She has changed. And she is another one who wants the Epstein files released, who is scared for her life. She's scared for her life right now. And I don't blame her. But I don't think that I do think her coming out and saying that was a good idea, because now if something does happen to her, people will know. But I don't think that it's advantageous for, them to take her out because she made that. Now, like if something had she's made herself likable enough at this point. Like she don't swear no more or nothing, which is really shockingly, pleasantly, whatever. But she's really, But I don't think that something will happen to her, at least not now. I don't think that he would see her as an opponent. But Charlie Kirk, damn fucking straight, he would have won hands down. Hands down. Especially probably with that, because the conversation was going to be about the whole girl on the bus in Ukraine. And what he was mad about is that it didn't get as much coverage as it should have. And so Charlie Kirk made a video about it and was like, the video that, the news people don't tell you or something. I don't know. Well, the van guy did too, and they disagreed on why it happened. So I would have liked to hear that. I would have liked to see that. And that would have been a big move. Because they're both two, major figures on YouTube. And the guy said when he read the letter, he was like, oh my God, this is such a nice letter. And could you imagine if every time we were in almost a conflict with another country or anything, that he recognized it? If he was president, I'm saying, hypothetically. If he, something and that he would reach out to and put it in words, at least maybe we can agree to disagree agreeably. That's why I've been using that lately and saying it, because I thought it was so great to say to disagree agreeably. Man, we got out of that. Brighter future. Brighter future. It's a shame. And that's why that picture is so offensive to me, because if anything, like Charlie Kirk, he was a warrior who put himself right out there, wearing like a t-shirt and stuff. And I don't know. They make him look all fucking meek and shit. And, this, 7-foot tall Jesus. And I just feel like, to me, Jesus looked like he could have used someone to carry him at the end. And I am damn sure, straight, positively, I know Charlie Kirk would have. He would have. We needed someone like that. Mm-mm-mm. And the way that Tucker Carlson, now I don't know if you guys heard it, just he made a joke. Oh my God, just at that memorial thing about, hey, you get a guy who does this, why don't we just kill him? And he laughed, like mocking Charlie Kirk's laugh or something. And they all laughed. Like it was some kind of, and then, Trump's up there dancing, and, he says, I liked Charlie, but the one thing different about us, not just the one thing, but he says, Charlie, he loved people. He loved his opponents and his enemies. He goes, but I hate them. I hate them all. He said opponents too. Like as if somebody was going into a tennis match with someone and had the opportunity to just knock them out for it. Just, and that woman wearing white, all white. Yeah. What shit.
Agree with that.
And a lot of core American values all link right back to our Constitution. Do you agree?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I agree.
And I think that.
And
Go ahead.
I also believe that what the younger generations have been told, and from the fake news that is out there, which is all lies, and it can all be proved.
He's talking about the Constitution, though. I mean, the Constitution is Constitution. Come on.
But otherwise, everything in his life. Now, I am 66 years old.
Mm-hmm.
I've been around when Trump and seen him. He has never been in any trouble. There's been.
Can you believe she just said that? Can you believe she just said that? Isn't it like 37 felony counts or something? Can you believe it?
But why wasn't the girls that he supposedly had raped? Make sure to keep make sure to say stuff like that.
Yeah, gotta say graped.
She's like, oh, I have to not say things. Okay, I'm sorry. TikTok isn't moderated. I don't know. Okay, but if something indeed happened like that, to where everybody thinks that he's a rapist.
Oh, she says it again.
A liar. I've never heard him lie about anything.
His face. It's funny. There was another one too, like on a show that she says about the girl, the woman that was the journalist that he supposedly raped, that she was a prostitute. Like, even if somebody was a prostitute, like, as if that's okay. And then, oh my God, it was just like really out of this world that this woman was. Oh my God.
I've never heard him lie about anything. All I believe is that you have heard is that he lies. And you took that and you ran with that.
Everything, is on, like, he's on camera all the time. It's not like every news outlet is gonna, because they wouldn't be able to each copy each other's fake video. They'd be copyrights, like it's what he said, like it's what he said. And why he is always near that fucking helicopter when he's answering the press's questions is, oh, that's right, because there's no more Rose Garden. Silly me.
Oh, I think that we're just going to go ahead and shift our conversation. See, I was, obviously originally going to have a conversation with you about how Donald Trump is the furthest thing away from a patriot because he doesn't support the Constitution. And in the last 200 days, he's infringed on the First Amendment, the Second Amendment. He's called for a termination of the 20th.
No, he has not. He has not.
Yeah.
How did he infringe on the First Amendment?
For sure.
Tell me that. Yeah. Come on, bring it on.
Yesterday, he said
this lady, man, huh?
that media organizations don't have the legal right to criticize him.
And he said this where?
On Air Force One.
Everywhere, too. And he's sued and he's gotten the money. Can you believe that shit? Sued and gotten the money from ABC, from different. It's a violation. The fact of the matter is, freedom of speech would allow us to say the word and not have to say grape or suicide or unaliving or prawn or pedo or prevert, or, you know what I'm saying? They allow the N-word in song, but we can't say things that are I mean, like, because I think the N word should not be. I don't think. Uh, I was watching this Chinese comedian, Henry Chow, and he says he was building something like, with log cabin. I don't know, whatever the fuck. And he said he's like not Chinese, he's Korean, but he grew up in Tennessee, so he doesn't speak Korean. He just looks it. He doesn't speak, with any accent or anything. In fact, he talks like, how y'all doing, like that, like a person from Tennessee would. like so he says, so you guys know what the stuff between the logs is that you put in them between the logs? And everybody in the audience says chink. And that, that's what it's called. I didn't know that it was called chink. But he goes, yeah, that. He says, I went to Home Depot to get some. It was really funny, the story. Maybe you should watch it if you get a chance, whatever. I could play it for you guys if you want. Whatever, I may as well. Is it? I don't know, if I can't find it real quick, let's forget about it. Oh well, I can't find it real quick, so fuck it. We'll just go back to what I was playing. But anyway, like how when the guy's face when he's like, I don't know, it was funny. You have to watch it. Okay. There's one that says chinking. Is that the same thing? I don't think so. I don't know. Oh, and there was another one. He goes, they were going to see some Spanish band, him and his wife. And he says, she goes, he says, there's not even a name of the band on this. Here it is. I found it. Hold on.
So we have a lake cabin. It's not really a cabin, it's a shack, but I call it a cabin. A couple years ago, I was doing some work on it. And anybody know what you call the stuff you put in between the logs of a log cabin? Shink. So I go to Home Depot to buy some
Now remember, he's Asian. He's Korean.
Just hang on, all right? We don't think that way, why would we, okay? I'm just going to run in and grab a chink and run out.
Grab a chink and run out.
I can't find it. So I have to ask for it. I see a guy who works there. I know he works there because he has an orange apron on. I know his name's Danny because it's Sharpie right there. I'm like, hey, Danny, y'all got any chink?
I don't know. Could you imagine, though? It could happen. That could be a real scenario. Like, don't say that wouldn't happen. Chinese people have cabins.
Daddy's got a half turn in the box. He goes, no, man, we don't sell chink no more. I went, oh, wow, I get it. You know what? I'm going to go to Lowe's and do this again. So we have a lake cabin.
Here's my friend, this guy. I thought.
A couple years ago,
Anyway. We'll go back to what we were playing. Oh, then again, hold on. Let me just play you how stupid this is. I don't want the full speech.
Wait, did you know you could get your windows replaced for free? If you're 62 or older and
you live in Massachusetts or Connecticut and are tired of that old garage floor, we've got a summer special going on. Take a full $500 off any.
Okay, I do.
Well, lots of people are still talking about President Trump's visit to Naval Station Norfolk yesterday.
You're gonna hear what he says if they play it. I hope they do in this, but maybe they won't.
He and First Lady Melania Trump were in town to celebrate the Navy's 250th birthday, which is
They
October
probably
13th.
won't play on
Here's
this.
Tom on your side's taking cues with a recap.
Speaking to an estimated crowd of 10,000 people, the president, first lady, secretary of defense, and other top officials were present at Pier 14 at Naval Station Norfolk. After touching down, the president toured USS George H.W. Bush.
They're not gonna show it on that one. I have to find the right one. Now, I like these ladies, but they don't support Israel.
Stephen Miller is trying to attack the judiciary, and this is so incredibly dangerous for everybody. For the fiscal conservative.
Now, I don't even know whether Stephen Miller, wherever he is or where he came from, I remember nothing being spoken about him. I don't know, but lately he's popping up a lot.
Especially because if you want to have a good economy, you have to have a stable, fair, and just judiciary. Otherwise, you have no place to take your contracts for them to be enforced. And MAGA wants to cook the books. They want the fix to be in across the board with ICE, with the military, and the judiciary. So Stephen Miller tweeted the following, put this up. The issue before.
Okay, let's hear it.
Is very simple and clear. There's a large and growing movement of left-wing terrorism in this country. It is well organized and funded.
That is a lie. That's a lie. They're trying to make, like, all the Democrats, which they call as the left, are fucking terrorists, calling us terrorists. I mean, it's scary because although, like I said, I look for the best, but I'm registered as Democrat. So are they going to be looking for people based on if they're registered, like what they're registered for? Oh my God.
Shielded by far left Democrat judges, prosecutors, and attorneys general. The only remedy is to.
One of the Democratic judges, I think they said in Florida, but I could be wrong. A female that disagreed with him a month ago or voted against something. I forget what it was. Her house blew up. Her house blew up. And then that oil refinery got set on fire in California after all those fires they just had because Governor Newsom doesn't like Trump. Crazy shit. There's a lot of shit going down.
Use legitimate state power to dismantle terrorism and terror networks.
You know what that means? That means just like they used to do back in the Roman days and shit, that if they want your money and your assets, they can come and take them. And but it's illegal. What he's doing is legal.
After this, a South Carolina judge that ruled against Trump and Trump's DOJ, her house blew up and arson is suspected. Number one, it's a complete lie that Democratic judges are activists. They are for the rule of law. And Stephen Miller and Donald Trump are not for the rule of law. And we can look no further than January 6th to know they want the fix to be.
She looks good. Did she get fucking some kind of fucking face surgery or something?
And they don't want a fair fight. They want to cook the books. And Stephen Miller wants a white supremacist United States of America. Here's a video, then we'll get Pump's take.
I put this in my ears, and I haven't asked anyone to repeat themselves in over 3 months.
No, thank you. Oh my god. Oh my god. That explosion is off the chain. The fucking smoke that's billowing. I look. Was there anyone home? Oh my god.
That's the judge's house for those that are listening. I mean, it is an absolute inferno. Pumps. Well, Stephen Miller is a stone cold sociopath. I read an open letter that one of his family members wrote to him about how did you get so despicable and cruel, and reminding him.
Wow. They are despicable and cruel. America is, people should be sad for us.
While he is a white supremacist, he is also Jewish. And part of the problem with undermining the judiciary is there's no rule of law. And so we've got the
Miller's not a Jewish name. Oh, come on. He's one of those Jews that sold out. I'm gonna need to fucking look into this fucker, cause say what? That's fucking crazy. I mean, I'm not trying to be any kind of way, but like, where did this fucking, is that him? Is that him? What a fucking little punk ass motherfucker he looks like. This guy's what, 37? See? They've already changed it. They're not even referring to it as Republic or Democrat anymore. This says he's an influential figure of the Trump administration and the Trumpism movement. See that? Wow. Oh man, they are not thinking anymore of said, oh my. Oh my god, it's saying it right here. Trump and his political base is used, Trump is often used in close conjunction with the Make America Great Again first political movements. It comprises ideologies such as right-wing populism, right-wing anti-globalism, national conservatism and neo-nationalism, and features significant illiberal, authoritarian, and at times autocratic beliefs. Trumpists and Trumpians are terms to refer to individuals exhibiting its characteristics. There is significant academic debate over the prevalence of neo-fascist elements. See, they're just gonna telling you, fucking, this guy is, oh my god, dangerous. Danger, danger, danger. Yeah, I mean, I don't feel like reading about this fucking guy right now. Let the ladies do the talking over here.
Court judges trying to toe the line and stay true to the Constitution. But then you have the Supreme Court on their shadow docket giving Trump whatever he wants. And let's remember, these judges have been appointed by Republicans and Democrats. And the judge that made the most harmful ruling against Trump and his plans is a Trump-appointed judge.
Yeah, I don't need to point that out to him, though, lady. What do you want him to do next to this one? Both women, you know he hates them, even though he appointed, but he called her a him and said, you know, he didn't know who it was, couldn't, he don't even know what the fuck he's talking about.
It is because these judges are following the Constitution that Stephen Miller and Donald Trump are angry. Donald Trump needs to be removed from office immediately. His dementia is off. It is completely skyrocketed. He goes and sits in front of the United States Navy and completely politicizes the Navy. And then he goes on these dementia-rattled rants.
I'm telling you, if it was Biden, they'd be ripping him apart.
About Osama bin Laden and Pete Hegseth, and I think he thinks he was in office. This is so incredibly dangerous. This is the president of the United States speaking to the United States Navy. It's not cute. It's not.
And you know that everybody in that audience was like, what is he talking about? 9/11. Like, this guy wasn't like even a politician then. That was 25 years ago. This guy is off his chain, off his chain. Off his chain.
It's not fun. This is our country. We have innocent men and women that are serving in the United States Army that care about this country, that went into it for a career. This is the shit they have to listen to. Play the clip.
Politically correct anymore.
He made them wait an hour and a half to.
And history will never forget that it was the SEALs who stormed the compound at Osama bin Laden and put a bullet in his head. Remember that? And please remember, I wrote about Osama bin Laden exactly 1 year ago, 1 year before he blew up the World Trade Center. And I said, you got to watch Osama bin Laden. And the fake news would never let me get away with that statement unless it was true.
What the fuck?
But I said 1 year before to Pete Hegseth. I said 1 year before Wispy. In the book,
He said it to Pete Hegseth. He's claiming that he said it to Pete Hegseth. Dude, you didn't even probably know him then. I mean, how old would he have been then? It was 24 years ago. He probably didn't even know Pete Hegseth then. What the fuck?
Whatever the hell the title, I can't tell you.
He can't tell the title of his book. Get the fuck out. Oh my god, are you guys hearing this? He can't tell the title of his book.
1 year before to Pete Hegseth. I said 1 year before Wispy. In the book, I wrote, whatever the hell the title, I can't tell you. But I can tell you there's a page in there devoted to the fact that I saw somebody named Osama bin Laden, and I didn't like it, and you got to take care of him. They didn't.
Isn't that insane? Well, I'm playing this to him kind of display how crazy he is. Like when he says, they say he has dementia. I mean, come on. He goes up there and well, you know what they've been doing a lot. Well, you know, what they said was that guy, Steve Miller, had, I forget who it was. He was using their speech, Goebbels or something, maybe. Using their speech at the memorial for Charlie Kirk. They've been, wow, just crazy.
Do it a year later, he blew up the World Trade Center, so got to take a little credit because nobody else is going to give it to me. You know,
He's got to take a little credit because nobody else is going to give it to him. What does he want credit for? He doesn't even remember the title of the book. Because nobody else is going to give it to me? What kind of a statement is that?
story. They don't give you credit, just take it yourself. And it was the U.S. Navy that dumped Wretched Corp.
Style starts with the detail. The difference between mid and next level, a real gold chain that hits. Lifetime guarantee.
That's enough. This is advanced stage right here, as far as I'm concerned. Pete Hegseth would have been 21 years old when 9/11 occurred. And Donald Trump was the one that right after 9/11 went on national television and said, now I have the tallest building in New York, which was...
Oh my God. Oh my God. That is disgraceful. I'm going to fact check that in a minute. Remind me.
false. But of course, he had to make it about him and somehow an extension of his compensatory language that he uses to compensate for, I would assume, reptile issues per Stormy Daniels. But this is the United States military.
Erectile issues per Stormy Daniels.
To trigger half of the country and to blame half of the country for the problems. The United States military takes an oath to the Constitution, and they're supposed to protect citizens, even those that don't agree with them. The military should not be politicized. Listen to how dangerous this language is from Kings.
But we have to take care of this little gnat that's on our shoulder called the Democrats. They want to give...
Can you believe that? We have to take care. Oh, that's bone chilling. We have to take care of these little gnats on our shoulders called the Democrats. That is bone chilling right there. Hi, Mike Perkins. That just gave me goosebumps. Wow. That is...
all of our money to illegal aliens that pour into the country. And, you know, I have a bigger heart than they do. But the problem is when you do that, they come in by the millions. Everybody wants that, so you can't do it.
So a gnat called the Democrats. If Joe Biden were standing in front of armed forces and said, we need to deal with the Republicans, it would be impeachable. And
it should be. That's treason to me. I mean...
Just played a clip about his cognitive decline. We played a clip about Stephen Miller inciting violence towards federal judges that rule against this administration. It's not as fascism here. It's here. And what happened in Nazi Germany when Hitler was consolidating power, people were living their lives. They were listening to the radio. They were going to theaters. They were going to restaurants. Meanwhile, all of these things were happening, and it felt very normal. And then all of it.
I don't think it's felt normal for a long time here. I mean, people were protesting. I mean, the people that are reporting and stuff what's going on. I mean, even the lady on Fox News was like, she just couldn't, like, he's getting pissed at Fox News now because even they are like, this just can't even be happening.
Said it wasn't normal. We're at the stage with all of these ICE provocations where this is not feeling normal. This is happening. This is happening right now. When I heard Donald Trump say that, I was like, that is laughable, given that Osama bin Laden was on the FBI's most wanted list. It's not like he was some dark character nobody had ever heard of. And in terms of his cognitive decline, we saw him before the U.S. military when Pete Hegseth had his little circle jerk where he called in serious military leaders and made a huge ass of himself. Donald Trump made a huge ass of himself. And then
they did. I mean, the Pete Hegseth standing there in front of all these military leaders that he forced them all to be there. We paid for it all, by the way. And they had to sit there and be berated like all their years in the, and if any of them didn't like it and wanted to leave or didn't show up, they lost their rank and their retirement and everything. They got fired. And one of them did quit. One of them quit. He just gave it all up. Yeah. But Trump literally said it. He said it. He said, if you don't, because nobody, he said, this is like the quietest room I've ever spoken in. Because everybody was just, I didn't think it was funny. You know? And he goes, but that's fine. You don't like what I'm saying. You can get up and leave, but you're going to lose your rank and your retirement.
Years, or I don't know if he saw, but I'm sure his aides saw, leaders of other countries with Emmanuel Macron laughing at Trump.
They were laughing at him, and it was caught on camera. They were saying, you know, because this guy is saying he made peace in Albania. It was just like, oh my God, and they were talking with each other, and they were laughing. They were laughing. We're a laughing stock.
Mocking him. He is an embarrassment. He is a global embarrassment. And he's out there.
The body scanner reveals the truth about your body that your regular scale will never tell you. For weeks, my scale showed I wasn't losing.
It should be not just J.B. Pritzker saying we need to invoke the 25th Amendment. It should be all day, every day. This man has no idea what is going on. Not to mention the U.S. military.
You know what would have been the best thing to have done was, instead of Biden stepping down, he should have ran again, but with Obama as his running mate. And even though Obama served 2 terms, there is an amendment or something there that says he can step down after elected, and then that vice president can become the president even if he has served 2 terms before. That's what they should have done. That's what they should have done. And we'd be okay right now. Well, I don't know that we'd be okay, because I know that Trump was ready to, like, probably have another insurrection and fight, and he had, you know, probably rounded up some more fucking rednecks to violate our property of government like they were.
The United States, in United States cities, it's abroad and foreign. It's just amazing how he has manipulated the military. All right, and here's Kanks on the tarmac talking about Portland. And I want you to notice here, he's incessantly lying. And the number one goal of this administration, they campaigned on this, is getting the enemy from within. This is a campaign promise that MAGA campaigned on. He said it every day, every rally, all the time. So for all of the
They just can't, you know, I believe that You know, we don't even see Mike Pence much anymore, but I really think that Mike Pence should, it should be noticed that when you're voting for someone, if you don't like who's gonna, you know, who their vice president is, that should matter. That really should matter. That, you know, that can sway a vote, you know? Well, who will be next then? So when a bunch of, you know, people who voted for Trump and Mike Pence are building a gallows or whatever it is to hang the vice president, hang him, hang him. That's Republican on Republican. They didn't care if those cops were, you know, had spent the last 4 years. Those, you know, the people who worked around, you know, at the Capitol and stuff. If all those people had left, you know, worked the last 4 years serving that administration, all those people who broke in didn't care about that. How much did it cost the American public to fix all that? He literally recently took Joe Biden's portrait down from the White House and replaced it with a picture of that auto pen. I don't even know what the fuck auto pen. What the fuck's he talking about even? Like, what does that even mean? You know? To take down, that's not his house. He's building a $350 million ballroom that's going to change the entire look of the White House. And the majority of America has never even been to a ball. A ball? Oh, fuck.
MAGA voters out there that wanted a tax bracket, this is what you're getting. You're getting your Democratic relatives, your independent relatives that are not MAGA. This administration is turning the military against Americans while Vladimir Putin and Benjamin.
That is something to think about. Just like she just said, because you wanted to be in a different tax bracket and save some money on your taxes. Now this guy's in. And if you have any family members or friends or kids that, you know, you love, they have a target on their back now. Because he's crazy.
Netanyahu dog walk this dementia riddled president. Play the clip.
We're going to look at that. It was amazing. Portland is burning to the ground. It's insurrectionists all over the place. It's Antifa. And yet the politicians who are petrified. Look, the politicians are afraid.
The insurrectionist all over the place was him and all of his January 6th insurrectionists. And then he immediately pardoned them. The whole ethos of the MAGA movement is to own the libs and be mean to black and brown people. That is what they stand for. They don't care about human rights. They don't care about a solid economy. They don't care about an unpoliticized military. They care about owning the libs and being mean to black and brown people. That is their entire ethos. So then I wonder, what are the Democrats saying and doing? Because this is a moment where we have to be a full court press. Authoritarians fake their power by flooding the zone. Donald Trump is underwater in everything, but they're on TV all the time, reality television, propaganda. You think, oh God, this is overwhelming. And it is.
It is overwhelming.
but they are completely underwater. So it's important that Democrats attack, get their foot on their neck. Do not let it up. All gas, no brakes. So what is Chuck Schumer doing? Play the clip.
Hey, in work, the more you know, the better your decisions are, and the better your career grows. And there's no better way to get through long PDFs, emails, and books than speech. Data came out today from KFF. And that is not Kentucky Fried French fries. KFF could be Kentucky French fries.
Good joke, buddy. There's no such thing.
I know.
The fuck?
Today, new data came out.
The fuck is going on here?
From KFF.
Resign. Resign. Resign immediately. This is pathetic. I started off this video by saying that Trump needs to.
That's our leader, and like that's the Democrat Party right there.
Not be in power. Equally, Chuck Schumer, you are not the man for this moment. You do peekaboo photo shoots with Benjamin Netanyahu. You are completely inept and incompetent at forming a solid resistance party because you yourself are beholden to the same donors that donate to MAGA. And everyone in America is sick of this shit. It's because of status quo Democrats like Chuck Schumer that left a vacuum for Trump to come in and with this fascism. This is an incredibly dangerous moment. We either need to put Bernie Sanders or Chris Murphy at the helm of the Senate immediately. Immediately. This cannot stand. He is not the man of the moment. We need to form a rock solid resistance the way the governors are, Pritzker and Newsom, others, that you cannot fuck around with fascists. You don't go in their office and you see a hat on your desk that says Trump 2028 and smile and laugh.
Oh my God.
Get up, you turn around, and you walk out. Because for narcissists, being ignored is very, very effective. Don't play into some bridge.
That's what that governor of Michigan should have done too. Should have got up, walked out. Absolutely.
Shit. All this KFF stuff, Kentucky Fried, whatever. It sounds like you need to be in the nursing home as well. This is beyond pathetic. Please like and subscribe to this.
Sounds like you need to be in the nursing home as well. Sorry. That's pretty funny though.
The government is shut down and Kanks is sending armed troops into American cities because of a little tiny religious whack job, pipsqueak Moses Mike Johnson. This guy is unbelievable. He constantly is talking about how religious he is, and God told him, "Hey, buddy, wake up, you're Moses."
No, sir. He didn't say that. Hey, buddy, wake up, you're Moses. Stop that. She fucking cracks me up, man. You know, they should have Marjorie Taylor Greene on there now that Marjorie Taylor Greene is all shifting. Fucking damn, man. These are some brutal women.
House, and his full-time job is lifting up the frail, fragile ego of an 85-year-old dementia-ridden man. And so
85? Is Trump 85? Is he? Is Trump 85? There's gotta be somebody in here who can tell me how old Trump is. Come on, you guys. Is he 85?
So here is Moses Mike talking about the shutdown, and he says he has absolutely nothing to hide.
I say the same things privately that I say publicly. We are consistent, and that's why it's easy for me to stand up here and share the facts. When the simple truth is on your side, you have nothing to hide. I'm just presenting this to the American people. He says he has no problem because he lives his life the same publicly and privately. There is a total viral video going around right now about this man's Grindr profile. This is a
Grindr? I wish I had somebody in here who would fact check these things for me. Come on, I'm gonna have to start writing this shit down. What was the other thing I wanted to look up? I forgot now. How old he is, if this guy's on Grindr. And there was another thing. You guys are the Democrats I'm gonna be fighting with, man. I'm doomed. I'm just kidding.
The guy who in his spare time has Pray the Gay Away camps and monitors his son's porn, and in turn his son monitors his porn use. All right, play the clip.
Sir, did they say that? That's fucking insane. These ladies don't lie. I'm telling you right now. These ladies don't lie. How much porn are they? What are we being fucking governed by a chosen one? Reed, what's going on here? This is horrific.
This is the fourth time we've done that. I hate to drag you all out and go through all the details, but I've got to put on the case over and over because repetition.
What can you tell us? What's going on? Like, instead of just moaning about telling us, can you just tell us? You just get it over with? Just say it. Do it. Please. I keep forgetting to change my profile picture.
Apparently is the key to this. People are starting to recognize this is not a Republican shutdown. It is a Schumer Democrat shutdown. Again, why? Because they needed political cover. It's shameless.
Stop. It is the Moses Mike Johnson Fleabag Kanks shutdown because they are trying to concentrate power, period. That's what this is.
Yeah, but we have people like Schumer, that guy talking about Kentucky Fried French fries. What's he talking about?
And it's also to help provide cover for the Epstein files. Here is Moses Mike Johnson in this next clip, you guys, lying through his teeth. And I want to remind you, he's the man who constantly talks about his faith. He and Jesus Christ are BFFs. You're not supposed to lie if you're a big MAGA Christian like Moses Mike. And here he is lying about healthcare. One of the biggest things he should be doing in Congress as a big Christian.
And that's what Trump was saying too. He was saying, yep, but during the shutdown, you can do things. We can cut this and we can cut that. So it's like, I don't know, like maybe people are scared of them.
Christian should be helping the sick. And he led the largest Medicaid tax cut ever in the big ugly bill. This guy, the big lying Christian, he's the one that signed it. And here he is, this hypocritical charlatan standing up, lying to the camera again. Play the clip.
So they created a red herring. A red herring is a distraction.
No shit.
They decided that they would pick a fight on healthcare. But let me look right in the camera and tell you very clearly, Republicans are the ones concerned about healthcare. Republicans.
That's a lie. That is a lie. Republicans do not care about healthcare. But I will tell you what, Trump did just sign something with Pfizer, calling it Trump X, and he's making money off it. And they're saying how prescriptions have to go up. Have to go up. This guy is fucking shitty motherfucker.
Are the party working around the clock every day to fix healthcare? We're not. This is not.
And you know what really kills me is, what was that called? Was it the Silk Road, or is that what it's called? The dark web, where you can order shit that you shouldn't be able to order. And I think you can buy like cheap prescription pills and stuff too. I really wish, I mean, even if I look into it, it doesn't make a difference, right? Because nobody listens to me anyway, but I'm very curious why he said, and he did. He said it, he was going to do it, and he did it. His very first order of business when he came in on the very first day was going to be and was pardoning or whatever, letting that guy out of jail, the one that created it, letting him out of jail. And he did. Why? We can see that, it's gross, man.
Points for us. We've done it. A big part of the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Working Families Tax Cut, was to fix healthcare.
Okay, that's just a lie. That is a total
And you hear what he says too, the Working Families Tax Cut. Like, fucking... I don't know.
It is the biggest, largest cut to healthcare in American history. So this man stands up and weaponizes his Christian faith. And meanwhile, his constituents in Louisiana suffer the most, while this guy is either A, on Grindr, B, has his head up Donald Trump's ass so much. You can tell as he's standing there, because this is like, we're about a week out from the big Grindr rumor thing.
And I think that was like proven to be true, like factual. That this guy, is he married? And is he like, yeah, he's got a son and shit. And they have to both monitor each other's porn. Mm-hmm.
To me, he looks and feels a little bit more exposed. Like, I don't know if it's just because we all know that he's a DL demon queen now, so he knows that we know, but it's amazing to me how these Christians have been exposed, and we have to call them out. These types of Christians, these white evangelical MAGA Christians, are total hypocrites. They don't give a shit about the sick. They don't give a shit about the poor. They only care about their cult leader, which is Kanks.
And e-baggers, you're sounding kind of culty lately. Really off the chain. There's nothing to indicate that you're, I don't know.
They only care about his fragile ego, and they're tearing down the country because they're so broken. Basically, people are losing their health care because Moses Pipsqueak Mike refuses to come out of the closet and deal with who he is and embrace it and do the hard work so that he can ultimately have pride in who he is. Next up, here we have Moses Mike lying yet again. That's the theme of this episode about the Epstein files. Play the clip.
You got to be very careful to protect them. The government has a responsibility to protect victims who have already been harmed. But I'm for maximum disclosure. I want every page of this out.
This guy is such a liar.
Recent reports have shown that MAGA districts, MAGA cities, red states is where all of the trans porn is searched up and consumed. And so it will come as no surprise to anyone. Kylie put up the following headline: MAGA Republican exposed for following transgender adult film star online.
I don't think
running for
that's
Wisconsin
really...
governor just dropped out of the race after being caught following a trans adult film star and others.
I don't think that's... I don't know. Trump caught making shit up.
All right, welcome to iHip News Live. Pups has the day off, so I'm just trying to get us closer and closer to that 1 million sub mark. We are dangerously close, like just a little over 2,000 for Pumps and me to win the trophy. As you all know, we are super excited for two old broads to get a prize like that. Thank you all so much for the birthday wishes.
These are the type of people who are actually real patriots, because, you know, for them, you know, to they don't even, this is what they normally did, but they were always so.
Quiz. Take a guess what my wife's doctor told her to promote the circulation in her legs.
Massage therapy.
A, go for more walks.
Pins.
B,
All right, welcome to iHip News Live. Pups has the day. Excited for two old broads to get a prize like that. Thank you all so much for the birthday wishes. And Kylie is subbing in with her voice only. Kylie, say hello.
Hello, Patriots.
Yes. Okay, so we have the first video. You guys, Trump has fixed the economy. It's a really simple thing. I don't know why presidents before him have not done the same.
There's no way. I mean, the guy is awesome.
Chart really says it better than anything. If you look at this is great. But this chart is pretty amazing. Like
Nobody can fucking see that. This guy is off the wall. Oh my god. I can't believe he's holding up a big piece of cardboard and saying, everybody look at this chart. It's amazing. Oh my fucking gosh.
all new numbers.
Oh my god. He thinks that proves he's the, oh my god.
Okay, you guys, that's it. You just do a show and tell, and you pull out a chart and just say it's all new numbers. This is the economy, and it shows, you know, the graph going upwards. The economy is completely fine. And so I thought it would be fun. You know, we made some graphs around the office before we started this live, Kylie and me. And so, you know, it's simple. You know, it's done. Okay, so let's just look at some stuff that we've made here. Let's put it up, Kylie. Is Mike Johnson gay?
This fucking this lady.
So hang on, I've got to enlarge my screen. 99% of Mike Johnson is gay. 1% gay. That's it. See, poof, there you have it. All right, what's the next one? Is Trump a pedo?
Oh my god, they just say whatever. At least you can see their charts clearly.
Survey says yes. I mean, there you have it. It's a brand new chart. This just came out on the foothills of the profound cover-up of the Epstein files and 100,000 pages redacted, and all of the Trump sycophants packing their toys up and leaving Congress and going to their home district in Benjamin Netanyahu's office. Survey says Trump's a pedo. Okay, next.
Okay, next.
Is Ted Cruz impotent? He's 90.9% impotent. And then the 9.1% of the time, Viagra is effective, but only 9% of the time for Ted, which, you know, would explain a lot about Ted Cruz. Next up, is Trump an alpha male? 100% no, he is not an alpha male. So you see, guys, that's all you have to do. Just like McCankle's Taco Teds did. You just get a chart, you hold it up, and say, see, that's it. New numbers. We have Trump's a pedo.
Just hi. These ladies are fun.
Ted Cruz can't get a hard on. What else do we have, Kylie?
Mike Johnson is very gay.
Oh my God, so gay. I mean, so incredibly gay. And Trump is, of course, as everybody knows, a beta. And the only people that are bigger betas than Trump are, of course, his sons. Let's play this next clip. Don Jr., of Dumb and Dumber, is getting more.
Dumb of Dumb and Dumber. He is. Those two fuckers are just disgusting. Don Jr. and Eric. Oh my god. They're like the fucking Menendez brothers, only worse. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Ben Meiselas at the Midas Touch posts, Don Jr. posts a meme of his dad throwing green penis from White House roof at female basketball players. And this is something that's been going on with the WNBA. People are throwing penises onto the court. And I think this is a larger problem.
Why the fuck would people be doing that? How the fuck are people? They better be arresting those people. That's sexual harassment. At the women's basketball team? I didn't know that was fucking going on. Holy shit. That's absolute sexual harassment.
Problem of living in MAGA America. You see them beat up on trans people, and they move the goalposts, and they're beating up on drag queens. They're beating up on all members of the LGBTQIA plus community. They're beating up on women. They're beating up always on black and brown people. And then you have
it's not only black and brown people. I mean, like, come on, lady. You're acting like you're not even affected by what he does. I mean, Caitlin Clark's a white basketball player. For you to even, like, act like only basketball players are black and brown. I mean, like, come on, what are you fucking saying there? And nobody's ever really black. They're fucking brown. And then there's, like, tan skin. And then there's, like, a butterscotch color. I mean, like, stop it. Mocha. And then there's fleshy colored, pale. Like, shut up. Then there's pinky looking, like Trump, orangey, whatever.
Don Jr., he thinks all of this is just hilarious. I want to remind everybody, this is a time period where his dad's administration is covering up a massive sex scandal of this sitting president. And so I want to ask you guys, what do you
think? Like, that's really ignorant, too. I mean, so while he's going to post a meme of his father, the girls' basketball team, like, what the fuck? They just slap people right in the face.
Would happen if Hunter Biden sent out such a meme from his laptop. And it's just amazing to me how the public holds Democrats and their children up to a standard. And then when it comes to this depraved man, McCankle's Taco Tits, how much he gets away with.
McCankle's Taco Tits.
What do you think about the stuff going on with the WNBA? I think it's awful.
McCankle's Taco Tits.
I think it's stupid, and I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I'm surprised that more misogyny hasn't happened sooner to it, because it's taking off and they can't fucking stand that.
And do you notice they're always trying to politicize it? Like there's all this shit going on with Caitlin, is it Caitlin Clark? And they're always trying to politicize every aspect of it. And
I think it's terrible that Caitlin Clark was being attacked every fucking game and brutally. So that they were actually not just trying to hurt her a bit. They were trying to ruin her career because she was white and she shouldn't be allowed to be good at basketball. I mean, like, that's fucking crazy. That they were literally and getting away with it. She's not even, like, she's out because of injuries for like 6 months, trying to destroy her career. That is terrible.
It's so gross. And I've also seen that recently on my social media feeds that they are the right-wing MAGA men. All of these sorority girls have gone back to campus and they're doing all of these like TikTok dances. And it's like
I'm telling you, even fucking Tom Reed sitting there fucking filming all those college girls going back to school and going back to campus and shit. I mean, these are misogynistic, creepy motherfuckers is what they are. Pretty fucking gross is what they are.
Oklahoma, where Clemson I went, or Oklahoma State University, Kylie, where you went, or Alabama. And it's like, this video is going to piss off liberals. Have you seen this?
Yes, I've seen that. I, a sorority girl myself, there was no politics involved in mine, but you know that under the surface, it's all there. It was like an unsaid thing. And so now with the internet being what it is, and these TikTok dances they do, they're putting it all out there.
And not to mention, Charlie Kirk goes to college campuses and tells girls that they need to look for an MRS degree, which of course means Mrs. And it's just so incredibly demeaning.
Did he really? Maybe he was like, meaning that there isn't one. So, I mean, what was the whole context of it? I mean, like, don't forget he wanted the Epstein files released. So, well, like I said, I don't agree with everything that these ladies say because, you know, they don't support Israel either. So, yeah, that's a subject of contention.
This right-wing take on women's role in their lives. And you see these Christian nationalists that are now not even being quiet about it. They're talking about that they believe that every household should have a vote, meaning doing away with the 19th Amendment. And they think that only a man should vote for the household.
Oh, no way. They're saying it. They're saying it. I know before they were actually acting like, you know, people, women, oh my God, like women had to vote the same way that their husband did and shit. Right? Well, I mean, they've already taken away some of our rights, so it wouldn't surprise me if they were like, you know, unless we want to take away their. Oh my God, this is so disgusting.
Heard this yesterday in the episode, but I want to cover it again. Michael Vasquez says Charlie Kirk is effing creepy, and he is. And he put out in a clip that he said Trump has never said anything feminine. And I want to say, this man gets up every day and wears a full face of makeup. He dyes his hair. He swoops it around like Dr. Seuss. He needs a bra. He has cankles.
Katie is here. Speaking of
Oh my God. They sound like they're booing him, huh? That's like, are they booing the vice president right there? That's pretty crazy. See, that shows we hate them.
Are going to be a blue tsunami. So JD Vance takes his eyeliner and his sassy little self to Indiana, and this is how he was greeted.
Who's here right now? JD is here. Speaking
They are booing him. Wow. That's when you gotta get rid of an administration. When you come on, man. That's fucking.
Edo B. All Right says JD Vance, aka Mrs. Anita Couch. No, that is so good. Okay, go back to this glorious booing of JD Vance.
I mean, like, you know how when you get a job and they do an employee review after 3 months or something? I think they should do that with every president and their administration. Maybe not longer than 3 months, maybe like 6 months or something. But I think that, they should be subject to a review and we should, I mean, I don't know what policy or procedure they would put in place, like what, another vote, you know what I mean? I don't know about that. But what I'm saying is that I do think a review for all, you know, does he have eyeliner? Does he really wear eyeliner? Is that why they call him Smoky Eyes? I didn't know. No, they're not. She's actually playing like him being booed and walking on the stage, which that's not good, you know? But I don't know if he does wear eyeliner or not, really. That's bad, though. That's really bad. That's pretty strong booze. Hi, No BS, anyway. Hi.
You guys,
Oh, this is where they're saying they ate the cats and dogs or something? We will not be silent.
I just want to remind everybody, we all feel like, I mean, I know that you guys probably experience this every day. Like, some days I wake up and I see something that they've done and I'm like, oh my God, they're so stupid. And I laugh.
No, I didn't say MAGAs were rednecks. I said that the Proud Boys are rednecks. I think they're rednecks. You know, a lot of the white supremacist militia people appear to be pretty redneck. Where, you know, like most of them do come from that area where the Confederate flag, you know, like was and stuff. That's what I mean. Although I do know what an actual redneck is. It's something to do with back then picking, it would get burnt on your neck, like from the sun. But yeah, but most of those militia groups. Well, I was talking about militia. Lots of northern MAGAs here. I don't know. What I'm talking about is the people who stormed the Capitol.
And then other days I see the stuff that they're doing and it feels so daunting and it feels so paralyzing when you think about it in its totality. And I think we all have to give ourselves the permission and the grace to be able to handle this together as a community. And you have to remember that Trump's approval rating is.
I mean, like I said, I just think that all presidential elects should be given some sort of a review. Well, of course, with some kind of policy in place. Perhaps, maybe, yeah, the vice president takeover. Who knows? I feel, you know, that that's in Indiana there. Did he win Indiana? Because that's in Indiana in some, like, government building. Like, a government plate, like, they're all booing. So, I don't exactly know what J.D. Vance did to Indiana, but that's some pretty hefty booing. And he must have went there to, like, you know, say something or address something. So, some reason he must have thought they liked him. I don't know. I know.
In the low 30s, the very low 30s. And the majority of us, when you feel like, fuck, I hate America.
Right. Well, that's Indiana right there. So I don't know exactly why he would, you know, go to appear somewhere to be booed like that. So he must have thought at one point that they liked him.
Sick of this place. I cannot believe that people voted for him. That's a very real feeling. But we have to remember that they are exaggerating their popularity. They have their best friends and they control these oligarchs that control all of our social media platforms.
No. They were all, it showed them all. They were all like our age and stuff. They were older people. They were all older people. No, they were all older.
And think about this, you guys. You would think, all of us sitting here, you would think, okay, if I'm a billionaire, that would be just total freedom. It's not. It's not. Look at what Tim Cook had to do yesterday and that exercise of humiliation when he had.
Why are hippies commies? Are you like, are you kidding with me right now? I'm sure that, you know, if they won the state, then, and then everybody's booing like that, that it's, no, I'm anti-fascism, and we all should be anti-fascism. I'm anti them calling all Democrats terrorists. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I'm not saying they're fascist. I'm saying that they're. Well, you know what Antifa means. You know what Antifa means. So you know that it's not a group with any leader or anything. It's a general statement of people who are protesters. And that, right, Antifa, anti-fascism. So, well, I mean, just because, like, someone is wearing a hat, I'm like, no, they are not. Who are they terrorizing? How is it possible that KKK isn't terrorizing? Right, but they haven't labeled them terrorists, they've labeled them extremists. But, you know, anybody who is anti-fascism, and Trump literally said, we got to get rid of these gnats on our shoulders, like Democrats. The Democrats, we got to get rid of them. I mean, he said that to the Navy. So basically, it's being like a generalized statement that, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, according to them, when KK showed up, you know, at the South Carolina thing, right? Remember that? That rally? I didn't say his followers are fascist. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I, with the South Carolina rally there, and then the KKK showed up, and people were, no, he made a speech about it back then. He talked about it back then. Like, the bottom line is that to say people can't protest against the KKK or their Antifa is, you know, scary.
Had to go present a trophy to Trump in the White House. A gay man goes and throws everything that he's probably ever believed in the gutter for this piece of shit, Donald Trump. And I talked about this in an upcoming episode that we recorded this morning. It'll come out later. But I just want everybody to remember Trump and then his evil American Psycho sons, Dumb and Dumber. You guys, they start.
I mean, it's all like it's true.
That Trump phone, and authoritarians and dictators, this is what they do. They form the government first, and then all of the business leaders and oligarchs come and kiss the ring to try to protect their interests. But because the authoritarian regime is so inherently evil, they end up cannibalizing these CEOs and they cannibalize the oligarchs. This is what Hitler did. This is what Vladimir Putin has done. That's why if you pay attention to the national news, about every 2 or 3 months, you hear about some
I myself think we could have be headed for another gulag, you know what I mean? Like, which people don't really talk much about, the gulags in Russia.
Wait, did you know you could get your windows replaced for free? If you're 62 or older and own a home, the government is offering grants that could cover the cost of...
We have borders. They're not like just open. I mean, I believe that it's pretty shady that we can move our American companies over there though and get cheap labor.
So we'll come back, but we can only invite 500 people. So that's what we did. We invited 500 people.
Well, I mean, to get into Canada, you used to have to, you used to have to use a passport, right? I mean, he lied and said
This 920-page
said that he wasn't
the most conservative executive branch in modern American history, if enacted.
He lied and said that he wasn't for Project 2025. Remember that? That he knew nothing about it. But now he's saying that he did know about it. So
Project 2025. Its pages offer new administrations a blueprint for executing a right-wing agenda, from purging the government of thousands of civil servants to dismantling the Department of Education.
We do have to initiate the largest mass deportation project in the history of this country.
Former President Donald Trump has distanced himself from Project 2025, but Democrats.
But now, recently, he's come out and said that he supports this. This is 1 year ago. And he lied.
Project 2025 would roll back our fundamental freedoms, undermine our democracy, and gut checks and balances.
Here's a closer look at the 4 main pillars of this radical plan and how they could transform the American government as we know it.
Now, let's just see if, this is happening now, because this is a year ago.
The things that's interesting about Project 2025 is the tone. You hear the term woke mentioned dozens of times, radical mentioned dozens of times. It's remarkably driven by culture war politics.
Project 2025 is designed as a government in waiting if Trump or any conservative president returns to office. It's the brainchild of the Heritage Foundation, a
That's
conservative think tank and lobbying group that has helped staff Republican administrations since the Reagan era.
We cover literally every public policy issue in Project 2025, from domestic policy to foreign policy.
Kevin Roberts is the president of the Heritage Foundation and one of the driving forces behind the project.
All Project 2025 is trying to do is to be a corrective to the liberal nonsense that has been so insidious inside the executive branch.
Insidious. I mean, come on.
Last half century.
The Heritage Foundation says Project 2025 is backed by more than 100 conservative organizations and a $22 million budget.
So I think
that is just unfair to have. And then Elon Musk coming out and them fighting and him calling him straight up. you know, about calling him out about the Epstein files, and then now not now they don't just like
The United States Supreme Court is allowing the Trump administration to continue with their cut to the Department of Education.
The showdown over the power of the president.
The Constitution vests all of the executive power of the federal government in a single person, the president.
Do we have the rule of law or do we have royal decrees? That's what's at stake.
you know, they really should have changed the Constitution to say that no former or no felon can be the president. That's what they should have done. Is made that a law. That can't happen, whether they're Democrat or Republican.
You're not going to scare us, and we're not going to stop. Our constitutional structure is definitely stressed. Now on Frontline, Trump's power and the rule of law.
This is Frontline. They're not known for propaganda. I mean, they're a pretty credible news source.
He is expected to fire up that tax crowd there.
President Trump will sign any lean-in from bureaucrats a number of executive orders.
Norms and institutions are a thing of the past. The wrecking ball is back. And this time, he and his supporters mean business. Things are going to get wrecked because they need to be.
Sure. The first item to President Trump.
I can't read. That's why he wants that guy to tell him what he's signing. He don't even know what he's signing.
Signing is the decision of 78 non-era executive actions, executive orders.
78 in one fell swoop. Really? I mean, I really think that we should be allowed to know what the fuck he's doing. Honestly, a 78. That's not line item shit. I mean, like, come on. This is not his country. The White House isn't his house. That's the people's house.
For a lot of Americans, it just looks like change. Donald Trump is someone who campaigned on saying he would test American institutions.
Disgusting.
3 shocking reasons why you should always add butter to your eggs.
The reason butter is called butter is because of the beauty.
I'm Gene Bailey, and this is Flashpoint.
This is a war on Christianity.
There's a growing movement in the US who believe that there's a spiritual war taking place in America and that Trump was anointed by God.
I was saved by God to make America great again. I believe that.
I'm Joe Crawford, and I've been investigating Flashpoint, a TV show that's been championing this rhetoric that's been linked to the violence of January 6th.
President Trump does not need to concede. He won.
I've traveled to
I mean, to believe, okay, that you believe storming the Capitol was not just equal to storming the borders from a country that is using American-made guns to do the things they do over there, while a lot of our American companies moved over there to get cheap labor. They didn't mind crossing the border then, and there's a border, a boundary, the Capitol building. It's equal. It's the same. They were going there to murder Mike Pence. I mean, but to not be open to dialogue is you know, where the problem might lie with people who support him, because I don't understand if, you know, someone is homosexual or has, you know, a certain ways can even think that this guy is for any rights for the LGBTQ. So it's confusing to me why someone would even defend someone that doesn't like them. You know, that's odd to me.
To Nebraska to explore what real world
That means that
consequences.
everything that the LGBTQ has fought for will be taken away from them. So, do you really care more about, like, Antifa than you do about the rights that you fought for? Didn't you? I mean, do you? Do you? It's so. That's. It just doesn't seem. I don't know.
This language could have.
I felt like the spiritual warfare stuff was very real.
I was just like, okay, that's a call.
In the 12 hours since Charlie Kirk was killed. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis.
But what I didn't realize was that it was already playing out around me.
Nobody compared him to a Nazi. I've never heard anybody compare him to a Nazi. Well, I'm sure that there is people who did that are probably confused. Well, did you read Project 2025? Because it kind of sounds like they're against them. To me, anyway, but
LGBTQ elemental crap comes from.
Would you say that that's more like satanic?
Very much. Let's bring
right there, just said it. They just said.
Hit first and start the war. Elemental crap comes from.
Would you say that that's more like satanic?
Very much.
I was just like, okay, that's a call.
In the 12 hours since Charlie Kirk was killed. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful America.
Well, I mean, okay.
Americans like Charlie to Nazis.
But what I didn't realize was that it was already playing out around me.
Where does LGBTQ elemental crap come from?
Would you say that?
That's, you know, the mindset of a lot of the people who.
That's more like satanic.
Very much. Let's bring the devil down! Hit first and stop the war and go out there and take it.
Seeming to me like you're trying to start something by saying, "Oh, we're saying the word war," and aren't you? You're trying to say things.
That is crazy talk right there.
I'm hearing that. Yeah, and it is what.
This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today.
Christianity.
I didn't call them fascists. I said that they're having to take orders from someone that is showing all the signs of being fascist. I didn't say. When do we ever really see, like, this going on in the country?
Is on the decline in the US, yet America still remains one of the most religious countries in the West. And with white evangelicals making up around 19% of the American electorate, for Republican candidates, securing the white evangelical vote is considered an essential for success.
My name is Matthew Taylor. I'm a senior Christian scholar at the.
I don't even know what ICE stands for, to be honest with you. How would we know if they're fascists or not? Their faces are all masked up. Nobody even knows who they are.
Institute for Islamic, Christian, and Jewish Studies in Baltimore. Back in 2015, when Donald Trump announced he was going to run for president, the businessman was met with skepticism from the elites of the evangelical movement. Can't do anything, whatever you want. Grab him by the pussy. He's frightened. He's married. He's foul-mouthed. I put this in my ears, and I haven't asked anyone to repeat themselves in over 3 months. This is magic. I wish I tried this before spending...
Why would you say I said that? I didn't say they were fascists. That's... But they're out there breaking the Constitution, that's for sure. You can't just throw people in jail without due process. You know? It's just not right.
Rarely darkens the doors of a church. He cannot name his favorite Bible passage. There were all these moments during that campaign where the conventional observers and commentators on evangelicalism were observing Trump and the disconnect that he was having with these elite evangelicals and saying, therefore, he cannot connect with evangelicals. In 2015, as he's in the Republican primary, he knows that.
See, no, I said, well, not them. They're being led by. I mean, maybe some of them are. Do you know that? You said that all of those people at that were booing Vance were hippie commies. Was that okay? Like, you called them commies. Was that okay? And first you said they were brainwashed college kids or hippie commies. I mean, seriously? I'm against violence. Actually, they are. But right, you didn't see it. Just like we don't see who the ICE agents are. Their faces are all covered and stuff. Well, I mean, they don't. They don't. That's propaganda. Ku Klux Klan causes a lot of violence.
He needs to speak to evangelicals, win over evangelicals, if he's going to have any chance in this Republican primary. And so he turns to his most trusted spiritual advisor, a woman named Paula White Cain, who herself is a non-denominational charismatic megachurch pastor.
Now, she's an idiot, that woman. I mean, come on, these people are idiots that he's appointed, and he doesn't even... Church and state is supposed to be separate. It's not supposed to be, like, together. There's no organized group that's called Antifa. It's protesters. There's no organized group. Those people wearing a hat saying Antifa are put there to fucking make it look that way. Those are not... I mean, is there not militants that are against the government? Yes. Have they not caused problems? Yes, they have. That don't want any kind of government? Yes, they have, But the whole word of Antifa stands for anti-fascism. To deem the people protesting against the KKK in South Carolina terrorists and call the KKK just extreme in their racism and their bigotry and their disgustingness as extremists, that's not the case. Everybody should be protesting against. I didn't label them as fascists. I'm not against law enforcement. Now, you're lying and twisting things right there, and I don't care for it. No BS. Because I don't care to be called a terrorist by e-beggars. or for what you're doing. Is this what you guys do? Who's doing that? I mean, who's doing that? Labeling the law enforcement fascist. No, they're not. The point is this is fascism. It is. They're taking away people's rights. You can't call a whole other side of, like the Democrats, gnats, and say, you gotta get rid of them. That's not okay. It's not okay. You can't, what are KKK then? I mean, come on, they're disgusting. They're against the KKK. They're not going there, and why are they there? Like, just hear this, just to listen to this guy make some kind of story about
Style starts with the
him
detail. The difference between
and 9/11, but he can't remember the name of his book. It's showing. Did you see about that judge? That her house blew up. I mean, it blew up, and it's being called arson. Right after, like, Steve, that guy is sitting there saying, to go against any judges, that it's sick. It's a real sick thing to incite violence like this. It's
not for the rule of law. And we can look no further than January 6th to know they want the fix to be in. They don't want a fair fight. They want to cook the books. And Stephen Miller wants a white supremacist United States of America. Here's a big.
Well, Democrats think that there should be stricter gun laws. So maybe whoever did that wouldn't have those guns to shoot at the ICE facility if there were stricter gun laws.
Video, and then we'll get Pump's take.
Her house is engulfed right
That's
here.
the judge's house for those that are listening. I mean, it is an absolute inferno. Pumps. Well, Stephen Miller is a stone cold sociopath. I read an open letter that one of his family members wrote to him about how did you get so despicable and cruel, and reminding him, while he is a white supremacist, he is also Jewish. And part of
Now that is what I'm saying. It doesn't matter what color someone is, what party they are, what religion they are. It doesn't matter. It's being run by people who are making money hand over fist that we will never see. We'll never in our lifetimes make the money that they make. So if they're driven by, they're not looking at us as individuals. They're driven by money.
Problem with undermining the judiciary is there's no rule of law. And so we've got the lower court judges trying to toe the line and stay true to the Constitution. But then you have the Supreme Court on their shadow docket giving Trump whatever he wants. And let's remember, these judges have been appointed by Republicans and Democrats. And the judge that made the most harmful ruling against Trump and his plans is a Trump-appointed judge.
And he called her a him and couldn't remember her name or his name, he was saying. So it's like, he needs to, be more prepared when he's speaking.
These judges are
now, don't get me wrong. They're going to show Chuck Schumer, who is Democrat, being a complete fucking fool. So it's like, across the board, could we get some better leadership in this country that is on the same page and can agree to disagree agreeably? That keeps an open dialogue, you know, to try to work things out instead of so much violence that's going on. It's off the chain, the violence. And I don't mean just what's going on with the ICE. I mean, like in Chicago with the gangs, that's off the chain. It really is. It really is.
Institution that Stephen Miller and Donald Trump are angry. Donald Trump needs to be removed from office immediately. His dementia is it is completely skyrocketed. He goes and sits in front of the United States Navy.
Listen to this. Please listen to this, No BS, because this is nonsensical, and I know you're a sensible person. But what he says here is nonsensical. He does not know. He didn't know. He didn't turn to Pete Hegseth 24 years ago when he was 21 and say anything to him. No, this is not propaganda. There's a full speech. You can watch it. It's as if there's a full speech. This is not propaganda. Oh, the dementia thing? Okay. Maybe they're just saying, but they would say that about Biden if he did this.
Completely politicizes the Navy. And then he goes on these dementia-rattled rants about Osama bin Laden and Pete Hegseth, and I think he thinks he was in office.
Hi, Sharon. Yeah, the guy is talking nonsensical. The way they berated those military officers, that the generals and stuff, that they actually said, if you don't like what we're saying, you can get up and leave, but if you do, you lose your rank and all of your retirement. So they had to sit there while this guy who doesn't even own a fucking military uniform berates them.
This is so incredibly dangerous. This is the president of the United States speaking to the United States Navy. It's not cute. It's not neat. It's not fun. This is our country. We have innocent men and women that are serving in the United States Army that care about this country, that went into it for a career. This is the shit they have to listen to. Play the clip.
No, you're going to be shocked. You'll be shocked.
Politically correct anymore. And history will never forget that it was the SEALs who stormed the compound at Osama bin Laden and put a bullet in his head. Remember that. And please remember, I wrote about Osama bin Laden exactly 1 year ago, 1 year before he blew up the World Trade Center.
So not 1 year ago. I think he means 1 year before. I don't know, because if he only wrote the book 1 year ago, then, and he doesn't remember the title, then that's crazy. But this is crazy.
And I said, you got to watch Osama bin Laden. And the fake news would never let me get away with that statement unless it was true. But I said 1 year before to Pete Hegseth. I said 1 year before. Where's Pete? It's the book.
He said to Pete Hegseth. Pete Hegseth was 21 then.
I wrote whatever the hell the title. I can't tell you.
Whatever the hell the title, I can't tell you.
I tell you, there's a page in there devoted to the fact that I saw somebody named Osama bin Laden, and I didn't like it, and you got to take care of him. They didn't do it. A year later, he blew up the World Trade Center, so got to take a little credit because nobody else is going to give it to me. You know, the old story.
Can you believe that? I got to take a little credit because nobody else is going to give it to me. Take a little credit for what? What kind of a fucking dialogue is that?
They don't give you credit, just take it yourself. And it was the U.S. Navy that dumped Wretched Corp.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
That's enough. This is advanced stage right here, as far as I'm concerned. Pete Hegseth would have been 21 years old when 9/11 occurred. And Donald Trump was the one that right after 9/11 went on national television and said, now I have the tallest building in New York, which was false. But of course, he had to make it about him and somehow an extension of his compensatory language that he uses to compensate for, I would assume,
erectile dysfunction. I mean, they're pretty harsh. What I'm saying is that's pure insanity. It really is. I'm sorry. There's no way that anybody really should.
ICE is using full-blown Gestapo-style tactics. We need to start using the proper language.
Gestapo, not Gestapo.
Language for this moment. The Trump administration is trying to say, oh, you can't say that. You can't compare us to Nazis. You can't compare us to the Gestapo. You can't compare us to fascists. They are these things. It is Stephen Miller's.
They can't make it against the law for people to say what they're doing is comparable and scary. Maybe they make people feel like it's just like how we would assume people felt when Hitler was doing these things, grabbing people out the street and shit. But it's against the law for people to say that? That's just insanity.
Long, wet dream to have a white nationalist country. His playbook is that of Adolf Hitler's. Put up the following tweet. ICE deploy tear gas on crowd.
Now here, and no BS, what about the Stephen Miller? What do you think about that guy? And why is he like in everywhere now? That just doesn't even make sense to me. And why are they shooting tear gas at crowds of people with kids there?
Public street because they were upset being stuck in traffic. A 2-year-old child required medical care after inhaling the chemical agents. Adults were vomiting on a sidewalk.
They were stuck in traffic and they were putting tear gas.
Elementary school was forced to lock down for recess due to the presence.
Oh my God! Look at that shit! All going into the elementary school. There's no way people in the right mind can think that any of that is okay.
People in nearby cars reported that the tear gas caused their ears, nose, and mouth to run after chemicals seeped into vehicles despite windows.
That's chemical warfare on our own citizens for being stuck in traffic.
The incident occurred close to Funston Elementary in the Logan Square neighborhood of Chicago, Illinois. This is outrageous. This is beyond the pale. And MAGA Christians, I have a question for you. Do you like little kids getting tear gassed and zip tied? Is that how racist MAGA evangelicals are, that they don't care about this? This is what defines countries. How do you treat the oppressed? How do you treat the vulnerable? How do you treat the poorest among us?
That's what people used to come to our country because they felt safe. And now we don't even feel safe.
MAGA, and specifically MAGA Christians, they like the cruelty of browbeating and oppressing Black and brown people because they're
not only Black and brown, because the way some people have treated, let's say me and Sharon, or how King of Chaos treats No BS, trying to oppress people that, are just trying to do their thing. And look what they do to Tanger, to Night Owl. I mean, people, at the end of the day, even look what we're doing to Chicken Winter. She likes Trump. They don't care if you like the same thing as them. They just see you as beneath.
Their God has oppressed them their whole lives. These are Old Testament Christians who were told from the moment they were born, you're not good enough.
They're not Old Testament Christians. You are incorrect there, lady. See, I don't like, I like them, but I don't like everything that they say. Just like with Charlie Kirk. I mean, I'm pretty fair in my.
You have to seek being saved, and God commits genocide and round up everybody on a boat because he was mad at everybody. We have a broken population that uses their faith to claim.
Is adding chicken broth to dog food actually dangerous?
I mean, have you even looked at King of Chaos's page lately? It's filled with this rhetoric.
Bob, what do you feed your dogs?
Look at what Nepetro shared. No, one of the most violent things I've ever seen. Nobody's even doing anything to her.
With us, and these are the worst among us. The people that support this, Nancy Mace, for fun, she likes to watch videos of ICE agents. This is so incredibly sad.
They showed, that Kristi Noem, whatever, up on a sniper thing, the ICE agency, a sniper thing. What the fuck? The fuck kind of country are we living in now?
It makes me so sad to live in a country where people voted for a man that said he was going to do all of this, a man that said he was going to attack the enemy from within, and now he's doing it, and I am just shocked. Well, Kristi Noem also shot her children's puppy, and one thing
She did that. She did do that. She did do that. Right near the bus stop, but she did it before they got home and threw it in some. I mean, like, the lady's fucking psycho.
Really important to point out is these ICE agents, they did not have the staff to conduct these type of military measures in U.S. cities. So they posted online, and I saw commercials this weekend where they are saying, we will pay your student loan. We will give you a $50,000 signing bonus to come work for us. The people that they are hiring are manosphere, pitiful, broken men that think it's macho to hit children and women and spray tear gas on police.
Yeah, how do we know who these people are? That's what I'm saying. Like, we don't know who they are.
They are not attracting the best of the best. They are not training the best of the best. Kristi Noem, Stephen Miller, all the way down, including Kanks at the top, they are depraved. They like the suffering. They like the cruelty. They feel better when they do.
And we've seen that displayed from some of the people that have harassed us. We've seen it.
Diminish other people. And so they are attracting this group of people that crawled out from under rocks to become ICE agents. And we can't pay our teachers, and we can't send aid to USAID, but we're paying all this money for these power-hungry, weak people to come into ICE, and it is disgusting. Okay, and then over the weekend, of course, Trump, all he does is watch Fox News. This is a person that epitomizes the worst of Americans. He has ego. He wants to fleece the poor, and he sits around and just binge watches television, which is just Fox News by the moment. Every clip I see, I feel dumber, and the cruelty in which
he got pissed at Fox News because that lady was like,
they speak is so alarming. And so he watches Fox, and let's see what he has to say. So he gets on Lie Social and says, why is Fox News and Peter Doocy putting on Democrat Senator Mark Kelly to talk about totally unabated or challenged health care? The fake spin is so bad for Republicans, blah, 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 goes off about Fox News. Imagine you decide, I'm going to be president of the United States.
He says, the fake spin is so bad for Republicans that it is hard to believe that we win. Wow. It will be very unfair in the future when they don't have Trump to fight for them. Therefore, I can't believe he capitalizes his own name and italicizes, and puts the fucking quote in. Therefore, we should fix it now. I'm watching this interview. It just doesn't end. Fox should either get on board or get off board now. But at this point, it just doesn't make any difference to me. They suck up the ratings because of us and then spin them in the Democrats' direction. That's terrible. This guy is, you can't fucking, you can't villainize a whole, the whole other party like this. This is gross. They refuse to put up polls that correctly show me at 65% in popularity because you're not. a Republican record. No, it isn't. But if I have a fake bad poll, many of which are done by Fox, I love Fox, don't you? Don't they all love Fox? One of the worst pollsters out there is the Fox News. That doesn't even make sense. You guys all loved Fox News. They put them up immediately and with gusto. Republicans are so tired of this fight with Fox, always trying to be so politically correct. Thank you for your attention to this matter. What a fucking idiot.
States. You have to have thick skin. I'm a podcaster. I have super thick skin. I don't give a shit what people say about me or my appearance in the comment section. It's simply none of my business. This guy gets so wound up because the Democrats have the real moral high ground. Listen to Mark Kelly go on to Fox and eviscerate how cruel and depraved these MAGA Republicans are.
It's not a game. This is very serious. We've got folks that aren't able to go to work right now, but on November 1st, individuals are going to get these letters if they haven't received them already somehow. There are folks in Alaska who have received letters that their premiums are going to go up from $600 a month to $4,000 a month.
Get the fuck out. Wow. Wow. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is fucking disgusting. This is just disgusting. People can't live anymore. People can't live anymore. What is fucking God? And for all of them to be like, oh, but the Mexicans. Like, come on. This is fucking unbelievable.
That's unaffordable. And in my state, in Arizona, 109,000 people are likely to lose their health care, meaning that they are one accident or one illness away from bankruptcy.
People are one rent payment away from fucking homelessness. It's terrible.
They don't want you to know this. Did you know
This is a world I've never thought I would see.
Okay, this is what's so irritating being an American right now. It's such a stark contrast. You have MAGA, the enemy from within. They are dismantling the federal government. They are inciting violence against Democrats, inciting violence against members of the judiciary, trying to politicize the military. And then on the other side, the Democrats are trying to save your healthcare. Mark Kelly's probably trying to save the healthcare of millions of hundreds of thousands of people that didn't vote for him. The same with Bernie, the same with AOC. And at the end of the day, the Democrats fight for those.
You guys must care about your health care. Aren't you guys, some of you guys on fixed incomes as well? That care about your health care?
That get twisted up in this right-wing media echo chamber. They fight for the rural Americans that go to these mega churches that are full of hate and white supremacy. And the Christians, the MAGA Christians, fight to take away. They want to take away the exact opposite of what the teachings of the character of the Bible, Jesus Christ, would have wanted. And I want to take just a moment to thank our sponsor, Dupe, for sponsoring our show today. You guys, I just moved to New York and I got an apartment and I didn't want to spend a ton of money. And so I have to.
My God, I wonder if her and her husband divorced.
To tell you about my little shortcut. Dupe is one of the most viral shopping hacks on TikTok. Millions of people have already used it. I recently found a sofa that I loved and I
never heard of it.
.com/, before any product URL in your browser, and boom, it instantly finds you less expensive alternatives. They even have an app and a browser extension you can download. No account required with dupe.com today. Moving along, there are politicians that are emerging in this fascist regime that are not beholden to special interests. And one of them is Graham Plattner, who's running for Susan Collins' seat in Maine. And I think this guy is fabulous. He's come out and said he's not going to take AIPAC money. But I want you to hear the clarity of this man speak when you're not a corporate Democrat. Listen.
See, so she's there admitting that there's corporate Democrats. It's about money.
To just how easy and effortless it is to make moral clarity points.
You're playing for the illegals that are in this state to get free benefits.
If you listen to what she was saying, just hear me out. If you listen to what she was saying, at its core, she's angry about the exact same things you are. People are propagandized, people are misinformed, but people are not stupid. And we shouldn't treat them as such. People are angry because they know they're being screwed. They might get lied to, they might get taken in. If somebody robs your neighbor's house, you don't go over there and laugh at them afterwards. They've been taken advantage of. And that's what this is. People are being robbed. They're being robbed of their critical thinking. They're being robbed of their empathy. The answer to that is not shame. The answer to that is not anger. The answer to that is empathy and compassion.
Okay, so we started off this episode talking about ICE, which is predatory style tactics because Stephen Miller, Donald Trump are unrepentant racists that want to dehumanize and remove Black and brown people. And
not only Black and brown people. We need to stop saying that.
Corporations that are also predators that have been preying on the American public. And these corporations combined with the rhetoric coming from the right where they scapegoat, they take rural white people and say, you can't have nice things because of these immigrants. So this political party and these corporations that are looking for tax loopholes and no regulations scapegoat the poorest members of our country. And so this predation that you see on every front, whether it be the judiciary, the corporate class, he's trying to prey on the military to turn them against half of the country. He preys on gay people.
He does.
Preys on women. The predation of MAGA is overwhelming right now, but we absolutely have got to lock in and fight back.
When I hear him speak, I'm like, is that so hard? I'll tell you what is hard for me is the empathy for these people, because I'm like, no one is forcing them to watch Fox News. But I agree with you. At the core of it, Americans are angry because the minimum wage is the same it's always been. The United States is paying for healthcare and college for Israeli citizens, but not their own. But
okay, now that's why I disagree with that. I think that they pay for a lot of people, like Chinese students, Palestinian students. There's a lot of that going on. So I'm not saying that's a bad thing to have educated people in the world. Okay? Thank you. Thank you, Sharon. You know, I mean, I don't know how I can express enough that you and I are not terrorists that had anything to do with that church shooting. But for him to put our names on it and imply that we did, and for him to imply that everybody, including No BS, as being terrorists is something that is, you know, not okay. So I think there's a difference between people who, you know, voted Republican because they were Republican or whatever. But then there's people who will lie and try to villainize people and not care about the danger that they're saying. And now he's posting all that religious stuff, like, and almost like an insanity thing he's doing.
But nobody can talk about that because how beholden they are to corporate interests. But I do think there is a portion of the population that enjoys the cruelty, that enjoys seeing.
And we know that to be true. We have seen them be cruel. I'm not saying that everybody is the same. I'm just saying that there is a portion of people that, right, no BS. Right, he does. And he's putting up all those, you know, all those things that he's saying are But that song that Nepatrish put up on her page was full of cruelty. Is full of cruelty. So, somebody might say he is showing all these signs of, just not standing for the right thing. But nobody's even doing anything to Nepatrish. But all those wishes, I mean, it's a song, but everything that she, posted, it's like probably one of the most cruelest parts of the Bible, wishing just all the most evil things to, like, what she say to her accusers, and just, what is she even talking about? You know what I'm saying? She's wishing, like, just, and by using the Bible though to do it, she used the Bible to basically say how she's feeling, that she wishes all that shit. And anybody who thinks she's not, all full of love and not, it's just a craziness. Crazy.
Families torn apart and people suffering. And they think it's funny, haha, when Trump takes somebody that immigrated from Mexico and sends them to Uganda. Like, there's a part of this population in the United States that likes it, but we are larger than they are. I really believe that.
I think so too. And Donald Trump, I told Pumps a year ago, he's going to put his face on currency. It is going to happen, and it's already happening.
And he's saying, oh, new dollar coin.
Pop this up.
I put this in my ears, and I haven't asked anyone to.
Why would they make a hearing aid black? It looks like earwax.
I wish I tried this before spending that.
The White House announces that the U.S. Treasury will be producing $1 coins with President Trump's face on it. And I know that this probably hits super hard with the cult, and they think, oh, this is so great. And there's always people that go along with fascist ideology that want it.
It's just disgusting. And putting its fucking face on coins. Is that even something that maybe like way back in the day? I know, who denied the Holocaust. And then she even made a post denying that Anne Frank even existed. Oh my god, that that guy going around with the collection plate in your video. Here's a picture. You could look at it later. Oh my god. So funny. Why is it not still up there? It's probably still up, isn't it? I mean, I probably do, but I'd have to search for it. You'd have to give me a little bit. I have to look for it. I can look for it. I shouldn't ask me here. Should I email? I should probably remove it. We'll see. I'm sure I do because I know I did. But see, my voice would be on it, so I don't know. Would you be able to, like? Is there a way that you cut that out and then and then? Mm-hmm.
A dictator. These are people that have themselves that are very insecure, fall prey to propaganda. And to think about if a Barack Obama, the first African American president, won, back-to-back elections and electoral landslides and popular vote landslides, and everybody said he was arrogant at the time. That Obama, Fox would always say, "Oh, he's so aloof and he's so cocky and he's so arrogant." And
not my truth. Marcus.
the fact that these MAGA Republicans, they live in such breathtaking hypocrisy. They just cherry pick with absolutely zero clarity. Oh, I'm against this today. I'm against this tomorrow. Just whatever.
That is true. Like, coming from, and you guys know whom I mean. Like, you guys know who I mean. For, like, e-baggers to just say everyone in my chat is a terrorist. He doesn't care if you voted the same way. He doesn't care about anything like that. BRB. Especially in their Nazi tattoos. This is just the last one I want to play because I was a little shocked about how this woman was Well, this one is different though. Just because when I'm talking about that when I'm talking about like extreme and like people like this, really, Marcus, wow, incredible.
Being able to build an app with your name on it.
They should do
just
that
by
then.
thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creator.
You must be gay. Are you gay?
Wait, are you saying because I'm smarter than you that therefore I'm gay?
What Republican has tried to shoot at a liberal president? Y'all tried killing Trump twice. Y'all shot Charlie Kirk because what? That gay guy?
You're very
Gay. He was gay.
So you're going to say that the individual that shot Kirk was gay? I don't even know where that's coming from.
He was.
Or, Summer, how many continents are there?
13.
Summer, there's 7 continents.
Wow.
But anyway, Summer, take it away. Why the hell do you support Trump as president?
I support Trump because I support his decisions, and the Democrat Party supports, the gays. They support abortion.
Did you say the gays?
Yes, gay.
Okay.
Gay.
We're gonna call we if you want, you could call gay
Like that says
people gay people, but the gays is definitely a phrase that you have no right to say as a straight homophobic bigot. Go ahead and unmute those, Summer. Let's talk about it. So we're going to use the word lesbian here, okay? Because I think the word GAY is flagged by TikTok, and you're going to get a ban for hate speech, but God, I want to clock you. So do you think being lesbian, and keep in mind, we're going to use this word in reference to both women and men and men. So it's going to be a word to refer to all. Okay? Do you think that being lesbian is wrong?
Yes, I do.
Okay, why?
Because I'm a firm, Christian believer, and if you actually sit down, read the Bible, and go to church, then you will know that being lesbian is not following in God's way. So it's on.
some of these people are off the chain as extreme behaviors and he's telling them nobody has to be politically correct. Is what Trump is telling people. He said it.
That's crazy.
He said it at the.
You're literally saying the reason that we disagree politically speaking is because your set of political beliefs is conducive towards less human flourishment. Life is not meant to be easy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, I support what I do because I'm evil and I want less human flourishment.
That's terrible.
What's up? Do you support Trump? Hey, yes, I do. Okay, how old are you? 33. Okay, and why do you support in my mind, the worst president of your life? Yeah, I mean, I think that he represents a conservative, which is the both intellectually, psychologically, and morally superior position.
Wow. Just that attitude is right, and what's his name? Elon Musk definitely did that.
What conservative values does he represent? Yeah, so I mean, I'm sure in psychology you're familiar with kind of the idea of internal versus external locus.
Now, this kid was raised by a very conservative family, so I'm pretty sure he knows what set of values conservatives represent. I don't think that Trump represents those values.
No, I'm actually not familiar with that idea. Yeah, so happy to explain it. So internal locus of control kind of aligns with the values and ideas of like meritocracy. So I have personal agency in what happens to me in the world. I'm in control of my outcomes. And, personally, I have a vested interest in my own success.
Vested interest in their own success.
Side of that, what we would call an external locus control, which kind of relates to I don't have control over my circumstances. I can be a victim of my circumstances and or
I just say just making up his own shit.
Circumstances in my life are I do not have agency because other people have power over what happens to me more than what I have over what happens to myself. So I think
I'll tell you what. I didn't have power over a $700 rent increase in 1 month. So, yeah.
Only is this an inferior psychological position to live by because it leads to, essentially lower quality of life and lower and higher amounts of mental illness and just rates of depression, anxiety, etc. Okay, so I think there is like many circumstances where, yeah, it is true individuals will have no control over their life. Like think victims of like ethnic cleansing, genocide, kidnapping, murder, wartime, etc. But for the most part, maybe what we see to be true more.
Yeah, I mean, you can't go through life victim blaming, which there's a lot of now. And they think, like, the woman who said that the lady who he raped, that journalist, that she was a prostitute anyway. No, she wasn't a prostitute, but even if she was, it's still not okay. So I'm not talking about, I think that people who have that mindset are more worrisome to me than Mexicans. The destruction that is happening to I mean, it's just insane. It's really insane. I appreciate you all. Please like and subscribe, and remember, it is Breast Cancer Month, so if anybody would like to support the channel, it's greatly appreciated. It's always greatly appreciated. But if you can't, then please like and subscribe. Please be sure to like and subscribe. As I said, I'm open to dialogue of compromise and agreeing to disagree agreeably. But, oh, you did? Oh, good, Novia. So you can cut my voice out of it? Oh, good. Do you want me to play it? Or did you want to make it? Do you want me to, like, play it? I could put it on, like, real quick, if you want. It's very long, right? I could find some of it. Redo my video? Redo my video? What video? I don't know. I'd have to go through it to find where it is, but I thought so. You were gonna make a video for getting it covered. I didn't know you were telling me to make a video. I thought you were talking about making a cartoon out of it. But anyway, you guys, I love you guys, and I've been on here a long time anyway. So, but I do appreciate you all, and yeah, I thought that's what you were gonna do, like make a cartoon character of that tattoo guy and fucking make a video of it. I didn't know you wanted me to make one. But anyway, yes, absolutely. We absolutely are. We don't disagree on everything, but we mostly agree on things. And the most of this live stream tonight was about like the Bible. We actually were going into the Bible and reading Matthew and stuff, so you might find that interesting. Robbie was in here and was real informative about the stuff. Of course, I was begging for no BS because I was like, I need my research assistant. And then Chicken Winter came in here being really mean to me, and I had it. I just kind of had it. It was, you know, one day liking me, and then one day not. Munch came in and was a dick, so we blocked her too. Because there's nothing, you know, Diane Ostertag doesn't attack anyone. So it's kind of like, for her to come in here, like, saying some shit about Diane, it's like, nah, that's not going over there. So, whatever. Is what it is. But it was more about, I did. No BS, I did. Because she was being like, it just wasn't called for, you know. She wasn't coming in being nice like that way, which really is so weird that, yeah, came in and was like just derogatory towards Superwoman and Diane, and tried to blame it on, you know, me for thinking that, you know, King of Chaos calling us terrorists is out of line, which it is out of line. So just, you know, she couldn't maintain her behavior. So you'll see where that goes. But anyway, I appreciate you guys very much. So have a wonderful day. Encourage people and make sure to thumbs up. And your name is Stand Divided We Fall, and peace, love, and taco. Who are the same person? Oh, they could be. You could be right, you know. Could be right about that. Whoever they are, they're freaks. Facts is facts. I appreciate it, guys. Bye. Take care.